Chapter 17-16. Wu Yuhan was very happy to hear Lin Xian's news. All these years, her sister sharing a body with her had given her a headache. Of course, she did not despise it. After all, Wu Yunhua was her only relative. It was just that she wished to see her sister reconstruct her body and return. And now, Lin Xian was finally telling her that he could do it. She knew that although Lin Xian might not have done anything himself, he had been asking the people around him to help him search for the heaven and earth treasures needed to reconstruct a body. Reconstructing a body was truly not an easy task. This was because the heaven and earth treasures needed to reconstruct a body were items that were nearly extinct. They could even be very, very precious. They were so precious that it was unimaginable. Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan and said, "Everything has been prepared. Let's make a trip back to Linfen City." Coincidentally, Xiao Linglong and a few other heavenly Dao realm existences are there. With them, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yeah. Wu Yuhan nodded. Let's go. Then, Lin Xian led Wu Yuhan back to Linfen City. At home, Huang Shi had yet to leave. Lin Xian informed her of the matter. Yeah, we can begin once everything is ready. Yi Renbing said as she hugged Tianyi. How long will it take? Is there anything we need to take note of? Lin Xian asked. There are things we need to take note of. It's not difficult to reconstruct a body. What might be more dangerous is the soul entering the body. Yi Renbing said. Yeah, the soul entering the body is simple. The most difficult part is whether the soul can perfectly match the reconstructed body. After matching, whether it can fuse perfectly is a difficult part. Huang Shi said. What's the success rate? Lin Xian asked. If there aren't any mistakes, 80%. Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan. 80%. Do you want to give it a try? Wu Yuhan lowered her head as though she was communicating with Wu Yunhua in her body. Yes. Lin Xian then asked, then what if it fails? If I fail, Linglong Shui pondered for a moment. The worst possibility is that the soul will be destroyed. However, if we fail, we will try our best to ensure that the soul remains. Injuries are inevitable, but we will try our best not to destroy the soul. Then let's give it a try. Yes. Shua, Linglong Shui waved her hand, and a portal appeared in front of her. Ling Yu, take care of them. Linglong Yue nodded and they walked in together. This was a very beautiful small world. What was different from the outside world was that there was a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy here. Let me guide the spirit first. After Huang Shi finished speaking, she condensed an array formation there. Then, all the heaven and earth spirit chi in the surroundings gathered at their place. Linglong Shui took out the spirit items they had gathered, and Lin Xian also took out the strange life velvet. Where did you get this life oddity velvet? Linglong Shui asked. From the Evil Fiend Temple. They were lucky that the Evil Fiend Temple happened to have it. Moreover, they wanted to curry favor with Lin Xian, so they naturally gave it to Lin Xian. After all, it was not very useful to them. Yes. Linglong Shui looked at Wu Yuhan and said, don't resist. I need to draw your sister out of your body. Wu Yuhan said, my sister's soul will dissipate once it leaves my body. Yi Renbing said, don't worry. Okay. Wu Yuhan nodded. Then, Linglong Shui formed a seal with both hands. Lin Xian was secretly amazed. Sure enough, different people's experiences were different. In Lin Xian's eyes, this was something that he didn't understand at all, something that he couldn't touch at all. However, they all understood. Yi Renbing was using the spirit items to condense something. Gradually, light flashed and the spirit items gathered together. Whoosh! A ray of light flashed and Ling Long Shui drew out the soul of Wu Yuhan's sister, Wu Yuhan. This was Lin Xian's first time seeing Wu Yunhua in person. It was Wu Yuhan's appearance. After all, they were twins. The moment she came out, she would turn into nothingness and her soul would dissipate. Whoosh! Ling Long Shui's power surged toward her and Wu Yunhua's soul remained in place. How much longer? Ling Long Shui glanced at Yi Renbing. Soon. Yes. Wu Yuhan looked at Wu Yunhua. Your breasts seem to be bigger than your sister's. Lin Xian said to Wu Yunhua. Wu Yunhua's soul smiled slightly. That's for sure. Needless to say, Lin Xian had to thank Wu Yunhua. If not for Wu Yunhua, Wu Yuhan would not have been fooled by Lin Xian. I know what you're thinking. Wu Yunhua looked at Lin Xian. Ha! What do you know? You're thinking that after my body is reconstructed, you're planning to put us sisters on the bed and experience what it's like to be twins. Lin Xian instantly felt a few pairs of sharp eyes on him. Fuck. I didn't. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Hey, I'm fucking helping you. You're harming me. Lin Xian glared at Wu Yunhua. I didn't say I didn't agree. Wu Yunhua laughed. Lin Xian, wow. Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of light appeared in front of Yi Renbing and then, the ray of light gradually converged into the appearance of a woman. However, it was hard to say what it looked like because it was just a ray of light. Following this ray of light, it surged into the sky. It's almost done. Yi Renbing heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Shi looked at Wu Yunhua and slowly raised her hand. In a while, make sure you don't reject this power. Try fusing with it. If there's any rejection, it will likely fail. Wu Yunhua nodded. Thank you. Whoosh! Then, under Huang Shi's power, her soul flew into the ray of light in the sky as the two forces fused into one. Wu Yuhan looked up. She was very nervous. She was not very good at expressing her emotions. Instead, there were times when she expressed her disgust with her sister. This was because her sister had done many things that she should not have done when she was controlling her body. However, she would only express her displeasure. How could her sister, her only family member, be disgusted? She was very nervous and afraid. What if she failed? She could not accept it. She prayed. Lin Xian placed his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. It'll be fine. At that instant, she felt a lot more at ease. Yeah. Ling Long Shui, Yi Renbing, and Huang Shi, the three heavenly Tao realm existences, constantly surged their powers into the void. Bing Lingyue did not come because she had yet to reach the heavenly Tao realm, so she was of little help. Chapter 17:17. Time passed slowly. Gradually, the power in the sky became clearer and clearer. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. I think it's going to succeed. He was also afraid of failure. This was Wu Yuhan's sister. Of course, he did not want to fail. Moreover, if it succeeded, what were the benefits? Fuck. Twins. The scene that Wu Yunhua described just now was something that any man would yearn for. Most importantly, the Wu sisters had such explosive figures and outstanding looks. Take off, take off. The three ladies retracted their energy at the same time. How is it? Lin Xian asked hurriedly. Wu Yuhan also looked at them expectantly. It seems to be very successful so far. Next is the process of her merging with this body. This process will depend on her. Ling Long Shui said. It should be successful. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. What followed was a very tense process. They did not say anything and just stood there or sat there looking at the situation above the void. The three ladies stayed behind as they had important things to do. For example, if it failed, they had to ensure that Wu Yunuo's soul was intact. Otherwise, she would turn into ashes. Time passed slowly. Above the void, the light became weaker and weaker. The light is getting weaker and weaker. Is it? Wu Yuhan said worriedly. Not necessarily. It might succeed soon. Yi Renbing said. Whoosh! In an instant, a burst of energy erupted. The few of them closed their eyes subconsciously. When they opened their eyes again, a figure was standing above the void. It's a success. Seeing this scene, they were also pleasantly surprised. It was, of course, the best. That's great. A smile appeared on Wu Yuhan's face. Anyway, she had not smiled like this for a long time. After all, Wu Yunuo was her only relative, her only sister. Gulp, Lin Xian looked up without blinking. At this time, they realized that something was wrong. Yi Renbing walked to Lin Xian's side and pulled his ear. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Xian was dragged away by her. Is it nice? Cough, cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly and held her hand. You look the best. He. She chuckled. Then, Lin Xian raised his head again. Yi Renbing felt helpless. Alright, how could he change his perverted heart? Why did Lin Xian want to see it? Fuck. White and shiny. Wu Yunuo didn't have any clothes. Then tell me, as a man, if he doesn't look at this, should he lower his head and look at the flowers and plants under his feet? Was he crazy? Wu Yunuo slowly landed on the ground and looked at her own body. Wu Yuhan hurriedly ran over. How is it? She asked. You don't say. I'm quite used to it. Wu Yunuo said. After all, she often used Wu Yuhan's body. Therefore, now that she had a new body, there was nothing strange about it. That's good. Wu Yuhan nodded and threw a piece of clothing to Wu Yunuo. Put on your clothes first. Wu Yunuo smiled and said, no need. Look at how happy he is. Lin Xian, who was behind, was speechless. Cough cough, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Nonsense, I didn't look at it much. Wu Yunuo put on the clothes. Really? Why do I think you looked at it from the beginning to the end? Yi Renbing said coldly. Go away, nonsense, it's all nonsense. Just look. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Wu Yunuo smiled. Fuck. Don't talk nonsense. When did I see it? Isn't my dear sister's the same as mine? Everyone was speechless. Cough cough, Lin Xian coughed again. Then, Wu Yunuo bowed to the three women. Thank you, seniors. Well, take your time to get used to it. Ling Longshui said. Yes. Lin Xian glanced at her. Fuck. 10th level of the Great Void stage. Are you kidding? You directly reached the 10th level of the Great Void stage after reconstructing your body. Lin Xian looked at Wu Yunuo in confusion. Wu Yunuo was also stunned for a moment. Then, she opened her palm and a powerful force condensed there. It's normal. So many top-grade spiritual objects of heaven and earth reconstructed your body, plus the power of the three of us, it's reasonable. Huang Shi said. Fuck. How can we, who work hard to improve our cultivation all day long, endure this? Lin Xian said helplessly. You can, but you don't want to. Lin Xian scratched his head. Wu Yunuo said, my strength seems to be okay. Yes, that's right. These spiritual objects of heaven and earth are all top-notch, and they can also strengthen one's foundation. Your body is formed from them, so you don't have to worry about the so-called foundation being unstable. This is equivalent to you being in this realm, and not suddenly soaring to this realm. Wu Yunhua nodded. I understand. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Hey, then it seems that we have a candidate for the 10th person in our team. Wu Yuhan's beautiful eyes also lit up. Yes. The key was that Wu Yunhua could completely trust her. This was an effect that could not be achieved by finding a powerful genius to fill the vacancy. Furthermore, Wu Yunhua had been following Wu Yuhan all this while. Hence, she had been learning from the people around Lin Xian as well as the cooperation and chemistry between them. It was very easy for her to integrate into their team. Of course, no problem. As long as you don't think that I'm a burden. Wu Yunhua winked at Lin Xian slyly. That won't happen. What are your attributes? Let me see. Wu Yunhua sensed it. Dark, wind, and thunder. 3 attributes. You've unleashed your attack to the extreme. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. It seems that there's also the dark mist. Wu Yunhua opened her hand and a ball of mist appeared in her palm. Why do you have the dark mist? The dark mist was one of the powers of the 12 demon gods. Although there were others who had it, this thing was absorbed by Wu Yuhan previously. I don't know. Maybe it's because of Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan opened her hand and the dark mist condensed. This Wu Yunhua, after reconstructing her physical body, directly reached the peak. Super high realm, top-notch attributes, and combat skills. What Wu Yuhan had was all hers. There was also the dark mist. Let's go back. Ling Longshui said. Okay. Then, they left the place. Ling Longwei looked at the 2 sisters who looked exactly the same and opened her mouth. Wow! Didn't that damn hooligan fly? Ling Longwei exclaimed. Lin Xian was shy. What are you talking about? Don't expose me. I'm too shy. Chapter 17-18. Wu Yunhua was still familiarizing herself with her body. Actually, there was nothing special that she needed to familiarize herself with, nor was there anything wrong. It was more like getting used to it. Let me hug you. Wu Yunhua saw little Shishir and couldn't wait to carry her up. Little Shishir wasn't shy at all. Women were born with maternal instincts. Seeing such a beautiful and cute baby, who wouldn't want to hug it? You have to say, your life is really good. Wu Yunhua said to Lin Xian. The other girls were preparing the ingredients for the hot pot. Why do you say that? You can even give birth to such cute babies, and 2 of them at that. You should be thanking the gods. Wu Yunhua said. TSK, isn't that normal? After all, my genes are right there. Come on, look at yourself, and then look at Big Sister and Big Sister Yi's appearance. It's obvious that you've lowered the standards. If you weren't so ugly, little Tianyi and little Shishir would definitely be even prettier. Ling Longyue grumbled. I'm warning you, don't force me to beat you up. I'm not afraid of you. Ling Longyue glared at Lin Xian. You're getting bolder and bolder. Why do you think I'm your elder? Bah, when I was born, your grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Ling Longyue spat. When I have time, I'll teach you a lesson. After dinner, Lin Xian stayed there for the night, and then directly returned to Tiandu with Wu Yunhua and Wu Yuhan. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to stay with them, but Lin Xian might have reached a time when he needed to work hard. How should he put it? Humans, in fact, should always work hard, especially martial artists. However, for Lin Xian, he had only experienced a period of hard work in his life. This period was when he was just able to cultivate, obtain the system, and then went to the martial arts academy. During this period of time, Lin Xian was really quite hardworking. After a long period of time, Lin Xian was in a comfortable circle. Although he still had many enemies, in Lin Xian's eyes, these enemies were nothing. And now, Lin Xian had entered a period where he had to work hard. He needed to reach the heavenly Tao. He needed to reach the heavenly Tao. Reaching the heavenly Tao was just a small goal. Now, Lin Xian understood that the true face of this continent was being revealed. The face of this continent that Lin Xian had seen before was only the tip of the iceberg. He urgently needed to improve. In the Holy Palace, I'm back. Lin Xian shouted. In their private base, Ling Ying, Han Chushue, Xiao Xinyue, Feng Ling, Wang Xintong, Murong Yu, and Zhuge Feng were undergoing training. Their current training was nothing more than forming a team in the virtual chamber to fight against powerful simulated monsters. This kind of battle was the most effective way to improve one's strength. There was no other way. Of course, except for actual combat. However, this was not much different from actual combat, and there was no danger to one's life. Of course, actual combat was still actual combat, and there were many differences in actual combat. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, they all stopped training and sat up from the virtual chamber. Ha! When they saw Wu Yuhan and Wu Yunhua beside Lin Xian, they were all stunned. Then, they rubbed their eyes. Did I close my eyes for too long and see double? Feng Ling rubbed her eyes and said. Double your head. Lin Xian smiled, then said, let me introduce you. This is Wu Yunhua, Wu Yuhan's twin sister. From now on, she's also the 10th member of our storm squad. Ling Ying came over and poked Wu Yunhua's face. You're a real person, right? Wu Yunhua smiled and said, of course. How come I've never heard of you before? Han Chushue asked. Wu Yuhan said, it's nothing, I just didn't mention it before. Okay, then let's introduce ourselves too. Xiao Xinyue said. No need, I know you guys, and I'm very familiar with you guys. Wu Yunhua smiled. Ha! Wang Xintong blinked, then looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Well, that's not important, what's important is that we're all here. Then, how do we recognize you two in the future? Ling Ying asked as she peeled a lollipop and sucked on it. The one with the bigger chest is me, and the one with the smaller one is my sister. The girls, Murong Yu said, okay, since we're all here, let's report to my father. Okay. No need, I'm coming over. Murong Feng pushed open the door and walked in with a smile. You're welcome, have a seat. Then they sat in a circle. Murong Feng was their direct leader, so if there was anything, they could just look for him. Of course, their biggest advantage was that they were familiar with Murong Feng. After all, they had Murong Yu and Lin Xian, so they didn't need to be too reserved. Murong Feng looked at Wu Yunhua and nodded, Wu family's eldest daughter, right? Wu Yunhua nodded. Well, I've heard about this matter, and I know that Lin Xian went to Feng country for this matter. Where have you been all these years? I thought something had happened to you. Wu Yunhua smiled and said, all these years, I've lived the same life as my sister. Murong Feng nodded. Of course, he wouldn't have thought that she had reconstructed her physical body. Well, but it's okay, your revenge has been avenged, and you two sisters have grown to this extent, so your family can rest in peace. Murong Feng then looked at Lin Xian and said, I really didn't expect that the 10th candidate would be Wu Yuhan's sister. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, everyone is familiar with each other, and the strength is enough, so I think this is the best configuration. That's right. In my eyes, the 10 of you must be the team with the greatest potential, so I won't talk nonsense with you. I've already made some plans for you, so come and take a look. Then, they followed Murong Fong into a high-tech room. Murong Fong waved his hand, and a high-tech image appeared in the air in front of him. There was a total of more than 100 people's information on this image. This is the information I've gathered so far. These people are from the other teams of the Sanctum, the Trial Union, the Bounty Hunter Guild, and some geniuses from the top forces and families. The information isn't very complete. Their attributes and realms are only revealed on the surface. In reality, they should be much stronger than what's shown here. Murong Fong said. Chapter 17-19. Lin Xian and company took a glance. They are all heavenly Dao. They were all shocked. Of course, Murong Yu was still all right. She had long known of it, but she was also shocked when she first learned of it. Murong Fong nodded. That's right. They are all heavenly Dao. Most of them are between 25 and 32 years old. They can be considered to be of your generation. They are the pinnacle existences in the entire continent. Perhaps you did not understand them in the past, but now, you have to understand them. Lin Xian was secretly horrified. Aren't heavenly Dao old freaks? Why are all these young people heavenly Dao? It's completely different from what I imagined. Xiao Xinhua said. Nearly everyone on the continent has the same idea as you. After all, your previous realms and the world you can come into contact with are limited. But now, all of you have matured and your realms are sufficient. There are some things you need to know. Murong Fong said. Actually, be it the present or a long time ago, such a phenomenon is very normal. It is only a few decades ago that was a period of great decline. You said that those who reached the heavenly Dao realm were old freaks. That was indeed correct back then. This is because it was very difficult to raise one's realm back then. The heaven and earth spiritual energies were not as plentiful. Murong Fong paused and said, but these years, especially after the appearance of the Son of God system, the truly powerful people would increase their realms at an extremely fast speed. Normally, it would take 100 or 1,000 years to reach the heavenly Dao realm, but they would use 20 or 30 years to succeed. For martial artists, aside from their own innate talent, the rest would be the problem of the heaven and earth's spiritual power. Therefore, from now on, the human race will enter another era of prosperity. The people you see have rapidly grown in recent years because of the God's Child system. This is because, since ancient times, we have never lacked talented people. It's just that the heaven and earth spiritual energies limit the growth of realms. Lin Xian and company pondered over it. I thought Lin Xian and Murong Yu were the best. Wang Xintong said. They are the best, but they are not the best. Or rather, they are not the best now. Murong Fong said. These people are generally at the one-star heavenly Dao realm. They are the pinnacle existences in this world. Take Tian Lin for example. I've told you before that he is the sacred temple's sacred son, the eldest son of the Tian family. He is 28 years old and a 3-star heavenly Dao realm expert. That's all I know. If there aren't any accidents, the sacred temple will be under his control in the future. Murong Fong pointed at a person and said. After pausing for a moment, he continued, also, in your previous impression, the heavenly Dao is the pinnacle of existence in this world. In fact, this is indeed the case. However, you all think that a heavenly Dao with 1 star or 2 stars is an extremely pinnacle existence. In fact, let me tell you, no matter if it's the demon race or the human race, there are plenty of heavenly Dao above 5 stars, 6 stars, 9 stars, and even 10 stars. These people might be people from 10,000 years ago. It's just that because of the era, most of them won't appear. What sort of power is 10 stars at the heavenly Dao realm? Murong pondered slightly. I don't know, because even I have never seen the true strength of 10 stars at the heavenly Tao realm. The sacred temple should have no less than 50 heavenly Tao realm experts with 10 stars at the heavenly Tao realm, much less 9 or 8 stars. Everyone, this has really refreshed my understanding of the world, Zhuge Feng said. That's something new, Zhuge Feng said. If not, why do you think the demon race didn't choose to attack the human race by force? Instead, they slowly took down the cities one by one. It's not that easy for them. But similarly, the demon race is very strong. Furthermore, the demon race's combat strength is much stronger than the human race's. Feng Ling said, I know that. Basically, the higher the realm, the more obvious the difference. Yes, because of the demon race's cultivation, they might need 1,000 years to cultivate to the heavenly Tao realm. As for the human race, they have a chance in 100 years or even a few decades. Their foundations are on completely different levels. Murong Feng said. Lin Xian looked at the information of these people. These are all from the 3 major factions. There are also some top reclusive family clans. Therefore, the most important task for the 10 of you is none other than to raise your realm to the heavenly Tao realm. All of you are typically at 8, 9, or 10 stars. Furthermore, your talent is definitely sufficient. It's just that you have not experienced the tempering of these people. They are bound to attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm as soon as possible. Furthermore, you are younger than them. 1 year. I'll give all of you a year to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. I believe that there shouldn't be too much of a problem in this 1 year. Han Chushua asked, don't we still have a competition with them? Yes, I've rejected it. This competition is actually more of a competition between you and the second team of the various major factions. I don't think there's much of a need for it. These people are from the first team. You will have frequent contact with them in the future. Alright, then we should focus on raising our realms and breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian. That's right. Then, Murong Feng waved his hand as the scene changed. A map appeared. This is a place among the Fey race. It's called the Fey God Empire. You can simply understand it as an empire of the Fey race. There are many cities of the Fey race here. All the Fey race that appear in these cities are existences that have taken human form. In other words, any random person you see is a celestial venerable, great void, or even heavenly Tao. Murong Feng said. This is our trial. Murong Feng nodded. Yes, you can say that it's a trial. It's also the place I found for all of you. Those people have all been to this place. The Fey race also has their own good places. Once you are there are many things that can allow you to obtain the greatest improvement. There are dangers of death and all sorts of terrifying tests. Only in this place can you obtain the greatest improvement. Think about it. Lin Xian said, I don't think there's anything to think about. Since they have all gone, why can't we go? Everyone nodded. Alright, it's good that all of you have this awareness. Then, all of you should prepare. When you reach the Fey God Empire, the signal might not be able to pass through. Don't worry, we have this signal transmitter. Oh right, I almost forgot about this thing. However, when you reach the Fey God Empire, especially in the cities of the Fey race, you must be careful. Try not to expose your phone as much as possible because it will expose your identity as a human. Understood. Alright, I'll tell you the rest of the follow-up. Prepare yourselves and set off in a few days. Yes. Chapter 17:20. 3 days later, Lin Xian, Han Chushue, Ling Ying, Wang Xintong, Wu Yuhan, Wu Yunuo, Xiao Xinyue, Murong Yu, Feng Ling, and Zhuge Feng were all ready to go. This small team of 10 people was relatively secretive. It could be said that Murong Fong had secretly established this small team. Of course, he would inform the other forces later on. Moreover, he would also need them to do a lot of things. However, this secret had to be kept for the time being for the sake of their safety and for the sake of their safety. In these 3 days, Lin Xian also told Miao Xiaomiao, Ling Long Shui, Bai Xianxian, Murong Qing, and the other girls about this matter. On Sky Blue Planet, Lin Xian's family was them. Other than them, Lin Xian had nothing else to worry about. If there was anything else, it would be their family. In the future, they would be Lin Xian's mother-in-law, right? They didn't think much of it. Lin Xian going to improve his cultivation was the best. They just wouldn't be able to see him, but they could still video chat. This wasn't a big deal. It just so happened that they also needed to improve their cultivation. Have you brought everything that you should bring? The best spiritual energy recovery medicine, healing medicine, and other things have all been brought. Also, I've prepared some powerful spiritual weapons from the temple. They're one-time combat tools that can be of some use in dangerous situations. Murong Fong reminded them. Yes, we've brought everything. Murong Fong nodded his head. The demon god empire is vast, and there are many demon beasts. Moreover, it is very messy. However, there are 2 secret realms there, the Divine Dragon's secret realm and the Qilin's secret realm. If you have the ability, you must go there. You may find some good things or even opportunities there. As for the rest, we will leave it up to fate. We have not explored that place for a long time. Besides Tian Lin and the others, almost no one has been there for many years. Got it. Then, Murong Fong handed each of them a jade bottle. This is a demon aura pill. After consuming it, your aura will be that of demon beasts. As long as you don't encounter those terrifying existences, you won't be discovered. Even the spiritual energy you release will be that of demon beasts. They took it. When we reach the demon god empire, I'll give you guys a way to farm monsters quickly and legitimately. Murong Fong said. What? Although the demon god empire is an empire, it is divided into many cities and many forces. These forces are like fire and water, and often kill each other. This is the situation of the demon race. Unless the Myriad Demon League wants to unify them to attack the human race, they won't care about this kind of thing. Instead, this is what the Myriad Demon League advocates. The demon race advocates the rule of the strongest. When the time comes, you can join a faction that likes to fight and use them to attack other factions. You can take the opportunity to farm monsters and improve your fighting skills. They nodded. I don't have anything else to tell you. Take your own life as the most important thing. Support and help each other. By all means, don't have any conflicts. Murong Fong said. Oh, Uncle Murong, you may have to worry about this for others, but you don't have to worry about us. Lin Xian really didn't think that there would be any conflicts between them. The main thing was that there might be fighting and scheming among others, but there was no such thing between them. They were either Lin Xian's women, or soon to be, or they had a very good impression of Lin Xian. Even if it was Feng Ling, they could be considered to have experienced life and death together. Among them, it seemed that Feng Ling was the only one that they weren't too familiar with. Then there was Zhuge Feng. How big of a mistake could there be? Yes, it's good that you guys understand. You're all alone outside, and in such a dangerous place, you guys are each other's protection. Now, let's go. Yes. Then the 10 of them embarked on the journey to the demon god empire. In the demonic beast domain, the 10 of them did not use any special methods. They were simply walking on foot. Lin Xian would occasionally release a spatial jump, and they would travel dozens of kilometers. The 10 of them made it seem like they were on vacation. Just like that, 5 days passed. The departure of the 10 of them, whether it was the human race or the demon race, was something that couldn't be detected unless you were watching them closely. Late at night, in these 5 days, the 10 of them should have traveled more than 5,000 kilometers. On average, they traveled 1,000 kilometers a day. That was definitely Lin Xian's spatial attribute, Feng Ling, and Murong Yu's spatial attribute as their main means of traveling. If they wanted to be faster, they should have arrived by now. But they still felt that it was good to walk and enjoy the scenery. For any of the 10 of them, this was the first time they had left the human race's territory so far. Previously, even when they were in the great virtual realm, they were still not more than 500 kilometers away from the human race's territory. Now, they were even more than 10,000 kilometers away from the human race's territory. Hey, let's have a good rest tonight. We're now in an area that the human race hasn't explored for many years. It might be very dangerous. After such a long journey, let's rest first. We'll set off tomorrow. Without a doubt, Lin Xian was their captain. Everyone was willing to let Lin Xian be their captain. As for the vice-captain, in the end, it still fell on Murong Yu. In the beginning, everyone had chosen between Feng Ling and Murong Yu as the vice-captain. There were no objections to this decision, as both girls were outstanding and capable. Then, the two of them pushed each other away. You can be the vice-captain, you can be the vice-captain. After a long discussion, they finally decided on Murong Yu by drawing lots. It's mainly you, Murong Yu, and Feng Ling who are more tired. Wang Xintong said. Sigh, it's not tiring at all. Come, let's eat hot pot together. Lin Xian then released the law of creation. A simple little house appeared there. Then, various ingredients were prepared and the pot was placed there. The law of creation is really useful. Zhuge Feng laughed. It's too convenient. Xiao Xinyue said, the reward I exchanged from the God's awakening door is also the law of creation. In fact, many of them didn't even know about this thing. However, because of Lin Xian, they understood. Oh my God, this law is really powerful. Then, when they exchanged, they actually discovered the law of creation. Many of them wanted to exchange for something else at first, but in the end, they all exchanged for the law of creation. Murong Yu, Wang Xintong, Han Chuxue, and Xiao Xinyue all exchanged for the law of creation. Ling Ying exchanged for the law of destruction. Because of Lin Xian, they knew how useful this thing was. However, Chapter 17:21. After they exchanged for it and tried it for a long time, they found that it wasn't that simple. It was so difficult to use. Although they could use their minds, it wasn't that easy. They found that it wasn't the creation law that was powerful, but Lin Xian. They were all creation laws, but they couldn't do it as easily as Lin Xian. Xiao Xinyue then looked at Lin Xian and asked, but it's not convenient for me to use it. It consumes a lot, and the effect isn't as strong as yours. Lin Xian expected this because he obtained it from the system and directly maxed it out. Moreover, Lin Xian's spiritual power and soul power were very strong. Well, the law of creation is very useful, but the law of creation consumes spiritual energy and soul force. You have to reach a high level in these two aspects to be able to better display the power of the law of creation. The same is true for the law of destruction. However, in some small matters, these two things are very useful, but you might not be too familiar with them, or you might not have enough strength, so you need to practice. Feng Ling also nodded. Well, it's really difficult to use. You must pay attention. Don't force yourself to use this law to do things beyond your ability. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Yes, Lin Xian told us about this. It's also because of this that I feel that this law is really difficult to use. Every time I want to use it, I have to think about whether or not it can be done, or whether or not it will be dangerous for me. This is especially true when I'm facing a stronger opponent in battle. It's even harder to divert my attention to consider such things. I already have to be fully focused on the battle, so where would I find the time to think about such things? Ling Ying said helplessly. She knew that it was very strong, but she felt that it would be better to choose something else at that time. Now that she had exchanged for the destruction law, it gave her a headache. She regretted it. She originally thought that she was a warrior similar to an agility-type warrior who paid attention to killing. She felt that the destruction law would be very useful if she could display her ability to the extreme. However, she felt that it would be better to exchange for the creation law. It was very useful in ordinary times. Lin Xian said, "Use it more and practice more." I was like this at that time. I even vomited a lot of blood and found my limit little by little. They nodded. Then, various ingredients were added into the pot. If I had known, I would have exchanged for this item too. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian. Get lost. Are you a pretty girl? Zhuge Feng smiled awkwardly. All right, I got it. I'll just eat my food. Lin Xian then said, the law of destruction. Ling Ying, remember one thing when you use it. If you're at the same level, the most you can do is injure him. Moreover, don't injure him severely. At most, you'll just break a finger. Although this isn't very useful, the sudden pain will cause your enemy to panic. If your enemy's level is lower than yours by 1 star, the most you can do is injure him severely. However, if your enemy's innate talent and other aspects are very strong, don't try to injure him severely. If your enemy's level is lower than yours by 2 stars, you can probably do whatever you want. Ling Ying nodded. Sure. She felt much better now that she had a plan. The law of creation is actually harder to control than the law of destruction. This is because I use the law of creation more for healing and to increase my own attributes. Healing is fine, but if it's increasing attributes, you can only try it out slowly to see how much you can increase them without injuring yourself. At the same time, you have to ensure that your spiritual energy is sufficient for the upcoming battle. Lin Xian said to the other girls. Yes, we've already tried this, so we have a rough idea. As long as you get used to it slowly, I feel that there shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, as long as you get used to it, there shouldn't be a problem. However, you must remember one thing. You can break an arm or a leg, but don't try to create life. Even if it's an ant, don't try it. There's a very useful part, which is that no matter what you want to do with the law of creation, try it out first and see how much it costs. Then, take your time. They nodded. They would definitely keep Lin Xian's words in mind. This was because Lin Xian was indeed powerful, and he was already very proficient in this aspect. I originally wanted to choose the spatial attribute, but in the end, I still chose the law of destruction. I regret it a little, Ling Ying said as he ate a mouthful of beef. This kind of thing is actually more powerful than the spatial attribute. However, it requires you to be strong enough in order to unleash more power. Lin Xian then created a dipping sauce for the law of creation and passed it to them. Then, you can help us make some plans for the next few days. Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian was their captain, so they definitely had to listen to Lin Xian. Lin Xian stroked his chin and took out a map. This is the map of the Demon God Empire. According to the current intelligence, which is of course from a few years ago, we are now here. We are still 2,000 kilometers away from the border of the Demon God Empire. After entering the border, after another 500 kilometers, we will reach the first demon race city of the Demon God Empire, Demon Wind City. I know about Demon Wind City. Basically, some experts from the human race will at most go to Demon Wind City. I heard that many experts have been there. Wu Yuhan said. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, my idea is to take it down. Everyone was speechless. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they were dumbfounded. What the fuck? This. Big brother, are you serious? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. Han Chushua looked at Lin Xian and said, even though Monster Wind City isn't the #1 city, there should be quite a number of heavenly Dao within it. We don't even have a single heavenly Dao. So, how should we handle this? Wu Yunhua took a sip of wine and said with a smile, don't tell me you want us to sell our bodies. Big brother, can you not always say such shocking things? Feng Ling touched her forehead. They had been given a fright. Lin Xian said, that's really what I'm thinking. Demon Wind City is a border city. At the same time, it also means that Demon Wind City's strength is inferior to other cities. It is also the best city to take action. To us, raising our realms to the Heavenly Dao realm is of utmost importance. Uncle Murong said that we should join a faction so that we can use the clash between factions to kill Fey beasts in a reasonable manner. It will achieve the effect of safely and quickly raising our realms. Therefore, if we take this city for ourselves, it will be even easier. But, even so, how are the 10 of us at the Great Void Realm going to achieve this? Wang Xintong blinked and said. I have a rough plan. It might take some time. Let's talk about it when we arrive. All right. Chapter 1722. 2 days later, the 10 of them came to a place not far from Monster Wind City. Here, they often saw some powerful demonic beasts loitering around, and there were traces of battle everywhere. Some of them were even extremely terrifying traces of battle. Obviously, the demon race was indeed a very chaotic place. The continent was a place where the strong were respected, and among the demon race, this was even more vividly reflected. Like the human race, at least there were some so-called laws to control them, but the demon race did not have these, so it was even more chaotic and dangerous. Of course, they also saw many powerful demonic beasts who had transformed into human form. However, they had all taken the demon aura pill, so under normal circumstances, as long as those people did not have any other intentions, they would not be in too much danger. But, up until now, they had already fought many battles. It was not that some people were looking for trouble because they did not like them, nor were they looking for trouble because of their treasures. After the demon race transformed into human form, especially those who lived in the cities of the demon god empire, they did not have any sense of territory. Other than the overlords of the demon race in the wild, they did not allow others to enter their territory easily. Those who came looking for trouble and wanted to kill them only had one reason, and that was, they were too beautiful. Oh my god. I can't take it anymore. Zhuge Feng had just finished a battle, and then sat there to catch his breath. The 10 of them had just fought 6, 8, 9, and 10 stars demon race experts of the Great Void Realm. They had just killed them, and they were exhausted. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. Zhuge Feng wiped the corner of his mouth and said, Captain, we met 5 groups of demonic beasts who had transformed into human form along the way, and they took the initiative to attack us, all because they coveted their beauty. His tone was very helpless. Lin Xian scratched his head. Beauties, whether in the human race or the demon race, were coveted by men, not to mention a group of beauties of such quality walking together. Tell me, when those demonic beasts passing by looked at them, who would not have some thoughts? This is indeed a problem. Lin Xian looked at them. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about bringing them to Monster Wind City and walking on the streets of Monster Wind City. What the fuck, wouldn't that cause a huge problem? Don't worry. It may be chaotic outside, but there are clear rules in the cities of the demon god empire. You can't fight directly in the cities of each force. You can only fight in the arena or leave the city. Murong Yu said. Lin Xian, arena. What rules? Murong Yu shook her head. I don't know, but it does exist in every city. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then we can go directly to Wicked Wind City's dual arena to take a look. After we make a name for ourselves, I reckon that the leader of the forces in Wicked Wind City will take the initiative to rope us in. At that time, many things will be much simpler. Lin Xian. Yes, sure. Do we need to disguise ourselves? Wang Xintong asked. Nah. Don't. I don't think there's a need for that. We can still fight ordinary Heavenly Dao experts. Besides, the ones in the arena are probably top experts. If we can encounter a Heavenly Dao and slay a Heavenly Dao, our cultivation realm will rise even faster. If we want to quickly reach the Heavenly Dao realm, with the help of the God-Sun system, the easiest way is to kill a Heavenly Dao above our level. The experience gained is still sufficient. Lin Xian. Isn't that too dangerous? Lin Xian, I've fought Heavenly Dao realm existences before. Ordinary Heavenly Dao realm 1-star existences should be fine. I don't think it's too much of a problem. As long as we don't fight those high-level Heavenly Dao, it'll be fine. I reckon those high-level Heavenly Dao won't participate in the arena anyway. Yeah. Let's take a look first. Following that, they headed for Wicked Wind City. Soon, the massive Wicked Wind City came into view. Wicked Wind City was a face city. It resembled the ancient cities in television dramas. It had high city walls and a gigantic city gate. Inside were houses and streets. The Fae did not have any high-tech gadgets like computers and televisions. It was more like they lived in ancient times. Of course, there were a few exceptions. Wicked Wind City's gates were wide open. There weren't many people entering and exiting the city gates, but it was definitely not a small number. The appearance of Lin Xian and company instantly attracted the attention of many Fae experts. Quick, look over there. How beautiful. Why are there so many beauties? Why don't we get one? Are you mad? Look at the 10 of them. These women don't look simple. Especially when they dare to appear here together. Do you think they don't have the confidence to act so ostentatiously? If you don't wish to die, it's best you don't provoke them before you know their background and strength. That's right. This was Lin Xian's thoughts. Anyone with a brain would definitely be suspicious when they saw these beauties. Why would they dare to appear here so openly? They must have some sort of confidence, right? So, on the contrary, they might not dare to make a move. They easily entered Wicked Wind City, and no one stopped them. There weren't many rules between the major cities of the Fae God Empire, and there was no so-called currency. In these Fae God Empire cities, transactions relied on various spiritual items of heaven and earth. There was no money. There are so many people here. They walked on the streets of Wicked Wind City and were a little surprised to see so many people coming and going. They thought that this Fae God Empire city would be very empty and there wouldn't be so many people. But now, it seemed that there were probably hundreds of thousands of experts in this city. Moreover, it should be known that most cities in the Fae God Empire only accepted Fae beasts that had taken human form. These Fae beasts had to be at least in the heavenly venerable realm to take human form. Of course, apart from those with extremely powerful bloodlines, they might be able to take human form at the lower realm. In other words, this city had hundreds of thousands of heavenly venerables and above. Let's see if there's anything good. In the city, the most you could see were experts setting up stalls by the roadside. There were all kinds of treasures on the stalls, and you could exchange them with other treasures. The premise was that both sides agreed to the exchange. The appearance of the 10 people attracted the attention of a large number of experts. Lin Xian and the others were still very nervous. It was like a few goats disguised as wolves and entered a pack of wolves. If they were slightly careless and exposed, they would be besieged by an entire city. Then, the 10 people walked around Wicked Wind City as if they were shopping. Young Master Lang, look ahead. In front, a few people walked over. Then, their gazes fell on Lin Xian and the others who were exchanging treasures at the roadside stalls. Chapter 1723. It couldn't be helped, they were too eye-catching. In fact, it was fine to be alone, but when so many of them were together, you couldn't help but notice them. Lin Xian and the others had changed their clothes to a more ancient style, and they weren't particularly bright. Otherwise, if they came here wearing modern human clothes, wouldn't that be self-destructing? Lang Shi licked his lips. What kind of day is it in Evil Wind City today? Before, there was Lord Wu, and now there are so many devastatingly beautiful women. It's really unbelievable. Lang Shi licked his lips again, and then said, "Let's go, this young master has taken a fancy to that woman." He looked at Murongyu. Among so many beauties, Murongyu was indeed the most eye-catching one, because her blue hair was indeed more prominent. "Then young master, can we choose from the others?" Lang Shi smiled, and said, "Of course, follow this young master, and you will eat and drink well." At this time, the old man behind Lang Shi said, "Young master, we still have to be careful. Each of them looks extraordinary, and they don't look like ordinary people. Moreover, so many of them obviously came together, this is definitely not simple. This old man is even worried, could they be people brought by Lord Wu? Or they could be people from other top forces, otherwise, they wouldn't have the guts to do so. It's better to be careful, if we're not careful, our entire clan might." Lang Shi frowned. Obviously, the old man's words made him afraid. That's right. He had never seen them before, and they did look extraordinary, and they didn't seem to be afraid at all. In other words, they had the courage to appear here, and they were not afraid of anything. "Let's go and take a look first." Lang Shi originally planned to fucking kidnap them. Although it was not allowed in the city, it still depended on the person. Lang Shi's family was a top family in Evil Wind City, and their family had a good relationship with the Evil Wind City city lord. He didn't dare to do anything too overboard, and he was afraid that the news would spread to the ears of the boss of the city, but kidnapping people was just a small matter. But for now, he still planned to go over and get in touch with them. After all, there were too many powerful forces in the Demon God Empire. Not to mention the major forces, just some of the clans among the major forces were not to be trifled with. There were too many of them. "I can use this." Windling saw a blue leaf and took out a piece of crystal. "How about this?" That expert glanced over. "Red Dragon Spirit, yes." Then, Windling completed the exchange with him. "There are so many rare natural treasures here." Han Chushua muttered to herself. Many of them were things that were rarely seen in the human race. After all, it's close to 10,000 kilometers deep into the demon god empire of the demon race. Many of the things here are only found by the demon race. Very few humans can come here, and even if they do, it's very difficult to encounter these things. Therefore, the things that are hard to find in our world are endless here. Murongyu said, and then she frowned. "May I know who you are?" The corners of Lang Shi's mouth curled up as he smiled and extended his hand towards Murongyu. "I'm Lang Shi, the young master of the bloodthirsty wolf clan in Fei Wind City." Lang Shi said. "There's no need." "Thank you." Murongyu replied nonchalantly. They knew that the bloodthirsty wolf was a relatively strong fey beast. It was a fey beast that had the qualifications to advance to the heavenly Tao realm. Lang Shi, who looked 25 or 26 years old, was likely more than 1,000 years old. In the fey race, 1,000 years was about the same as 20 years for humans. For example, although Ling Longshue's realm wasn't high, being only at the 2-star heavenly Tao realm, her combat strength was not something the bloodthirsty wolf could compare with. Under normal circumstances, Ling Longshue could easily defeat the bloodthirsty wolf at the 4-star heavenly Tao realm. She could even crush it. This was the suppression of the Fey race's bloodline. Ling Longshue possessed a top bloodline, just like the Fey race's dragons. In the eyes of the dragons, these were all despicable bloodlines. Ling Longshue's Void Fox was in existence on the same level as dragons, qilins, and phoenixes. Under normal circumstances, Ling Longshue's arrival in Fey Wind City made her an overlord. Regardless of how many stars Fey Wind City had at the heavenly Tao realm, they had to treat Ling Longshue with reverence. The Fey race was like that. They had an absolute difference in terms of bloodlines. I've never seen any of you before. Where are you from? Lang Shi asked with a smile, ignoring Murongyu's question. Let's go. Feng Ling walked over and said. Okay. Then, they ignored Lang Shi and walked away. Caw caw caw, Lang Shi clenched his fists tightly as he stared at their backs. Young master, don't be rash. The elder held back the enraged Lang Shi and said, since they dare to ignore young master, it proves that they have no fear of our bloodthirsty wolf clan. After all, Lang Shi had already pointed out their identities, but Murongyu had responded coldly. She couldn't even be bothered with him. It proved that she wasn't afraid of them. Let's follow them. Perhaps they just don't want to cause trouble. Lin Xian and company walked on the streets. This Fey race's city is actually quite easy to get used to. There's nothing special about it. Ling Ying said. Yes, that's the case. Then, let's prepare to work. Have you asked about the arena? Wu Yunhua nodded. Yes, it's just ahead. What about the rules? There are many duels every day. There are individual battles and team battles. Team battles are held in groups of 10. Basically, the loser will be killed by the winner. Then, the winner will take away all the treasures they have. It doesn't matter if it's an individual battle or a team battle. If you can achieve 50 consecutive victories, you will be rewarded. There are also rewards for 80 consecutive victories. The most important thing is 100 consecutive victories. If you can achieve 100 consecutive victories, everyone will receive a drop of Fey God blood essence. Zhuge Feng was curious. Fey God blood essence. What's that? It is said that this rule was set by a powerful Fey race called the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirins are a warlike race. They are also one of the 3 kings of the Fey God Empire. If you can achieve 100 consecutive victories, you can even join the Blood Kirin race. Wu Yunhua said. Blood Kirins. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. The Blood Kirins were a truly powerful Fey race. They belonged to the dragons and were a branch of the Kirins. The Kirins were divided into Fire Kirins, Water Kirins, Thunder Kirins, and so on. The Blood Kirins were one of them. Can we humans use them? Wang Xintong asked. Feng Ling said, of course. You can even gain great power. I think we can give it a try. Chapter 1724. Lin Xian was very interested. If you know, on this continent, the strongest aren't humans. The most powerful are always dragons, phoenixes, qilins, etc. Furthermore, they aren't just strong. Their existence has already exceeded the level of any bloodline on this continent. It's as though they are on a completely different level of existence. To put it simply, if you are at the heavenly Tao 1-star realm, a pure-blooded dragon is also at the heavenly Tao 1-star realm. Dragons can fight 100 heavenly Tao 1-stars. If you obtain the blood essence of a heavenly Tao 1-star dragon, your realm will soar. As for the dragons, they disdain a drop of your blood essence. They are trash. Therefore, you will feel that the gap is huge. Everyone is clearly at the heavenly Tao 1-star realm, but how can it be like this? They are on a completely different level of existence. Therefore, this drop of blood Qilin's blood essence can greatly enhance any one of Lin Xian and company. Yeah, let's put the rest aside for now. Let's see if we can achieve 100 win streak. Lin Xian. It's difficult. Demon Wind City is most famous for its arena. Although every city has one, Demon Wind Cities is the biggest. At the same time, only those who achieve 100 win streak in Demon Wind City's arena will be rewarded. Therefore, the truly famous people in the Demon God Empire will compete in Demon Wind City's arena. It's also the most difficult. Wu Yunhua then said, but it said that in 1,000 years, only one team has achieved 100 win streak. That can't be, right? Only one team in 1,000 years? Wu Yunhua nodded. Yes, that person said. Firstly, it's extremely difficult to achieve 100 win streak in this arena. It's even difficult to achieve a 10 win streak. This is because you will encounter teams with a winning streak. For example, if we win 10 matches in a row, we will encounter another team with a winning streak of 10 matches in the 11th match. If we win 50 matches in a row, we will encounter a team with a winning streak of around 50 matches in the 51st match. If we win 90 matches in a row, we will also encounter a team with a winning streak of around 90 matches in a row. Therefore, it's said that it's difficult to achieve a winning streak. The opponents will only get stronger. Secondly, if we are lucky enough to achieve a 99 win streak, we will encounter a genius duo from the Blood Qilin clan in the final match. We just need to defeat them. They were silent. Why don't we just forget about it? Feng Ling coughed and said. Doesn't that mean he's dead for sure? That's not the case. In the 100th match against the Blood Qilin clan, they will guarantee the safety of their opponents. They can't guarantee the safety of their opponents before that. In fact, over the past few years, there have been quite a number of teams that have won 99 matches in a row. In the span of 1,000 years, there have been at least 50 teams, but all of them have fallen at the hands of the Blood Qilin clan. Wu Yunhua said. Lin Xian looked at them. What do you mean? I'll listen to you. Han Chushue said. They nodded. Yes, we'll listen to you. You're the captain. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before continuing. My thoughts are, first of all, this will greatly increase our combat strength and teamwork. With such cruel rules and powerful opponents, it will greatly improve our combat strength. Second of all, although this arena is dangerous, we aren't weak either. Moreover, we can use a very legitimate method to kill our opponents. Moreover, our opponents' realms are very high. As long as we can kill them quickly, the experience points we gain from killing them each day won't be less than what we gain from joining a force to fight. Zhuge Feng nodded. I agree. If we join a force, when we can fight is still a problem. After we fight, we can't guarantee how many opponents of high realms we can kill. Basically, whoever loses will die. Then, we just have to kill our opponents, and they're from the demon clan. There's no problem. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Thirdly, if we can also get the essence blood of the Blood Qilin. I think it's a good idea. But at the same time, it's very dangerous. Feng Ling said. Let's test the waters first. We're not weak. The opponents will encounter before should be some great void realm cultivators. The real threat is the heavenly path. If we all rise to the 10th level of the great void realm, we can fight the heavenly path. Lin Xian said. Okay. Then let's go and sign up directly. Okay. Then, they walked over together. It's so big. Looking at the huge arena in front of them, they were secretly shocked. It was really big. The biggest building they had ever seen was probably the stadium. This thing was as big as 5 stadiums. They were outside, and the excited and wild cheers coming from the entire arena were deafening. It feels very lively. Let's go. Then, they walked in. Whoosh, the arena was so big. At first, they thought it was so big because they needed a big battlefield. After all, they were all experts, Great Void Realm, and Heavenly Path Realm cultivators. However, when they entered, they found that it was not like that. It was so big that it was full of spectators. Hundreds of thousands. And where were they fighting? A small world. There was a small world in the center area. They were in the small world, and the entire center was a huge screen that projected the fights in the small world. There are so many people. Actually, it's normal when you think about it. How many experts do we have in the human race? The demon race will only have more than us. It's just that they are not as united. It's normal for hundreds of thousands of celestial venerables and above to gather here. Feng Ling said. But, why are they willing to waste time to watch the fight? Murongyu muttered to herself. Yeah, why? Wu Yuhan and the rest were puzzled. Normally speaking, those who watched martial arts competitions were ordinary martial artists. How could they have so much free time to watch martial arts competitions? Wasn't it better to cultivate? It was normal for some to come, but hundreds of thousands of such experts were here. That was abnormal. There must be a reason. It's a bet, Xiao Xinyue said. Xiao Xinyue said. She then pointed to the side. Look. They looked over. There was a huge screen that displayed some data. It was the data of the bets, and then there was a description of the bets. All kinds of heaven and earth spiritual items were used as bets, and then the payout was based on the odds. If they won, their own treasures would be returned to them. At the same time, they would compensate others' treasures and a crystal called the Heavenly Demon Crystal. The Heavenly Demon Crystal could be directly absorbed by demonic beasts for cultivation. If there were enough of it, the cultivation speed would not be slow. In fact, it was a common and necessary cultivation method for the demon race. However, the Heavenly Demon Crystal vein was basically controlled by the top forces. Ordinary demons did not have the channels and could only use other heaven and earth spiritual items to exchange for it. They also understood why these people did not cultivate but came to gamble. It was because of the Heavenly Demon Crystal. Chapter 1725. Lin Xian smiled and said, the demon race is the same as the human race. They have all kinds of gambler's mentality. That's right. For these top demon clans, they basically have some treasures and worldly treasures. They have the capital. At the same time, if they win, they can win other worldly treasures and heavenly demon crystals. In the demon clan, heavenly demon crystals are very rare. Unless it's a top demon clan, an individual or even a great void realm demon beast can only exchange worldly treasures for heavenly demon crystals. In the image, 20 people were fighting. They looked at the two teams. They should all be above the Great Void stage 5 stars and below the Heavenly Tao. Soon, all 10 people in one team were killed, and 3 of the 10 people in the other team were killed. The 7 survivors took all the spatial rings and treasures from their bodies. As for the winning team, if they wanted to continue participating, they had to either fight against 10 people with 7 of them or find 3 people who had the same winning streak as them to join them. Everyone had a badge on their chest. This badge contained the data of the arena and recorded their winning streak. Of course, they didn't lose, because losing meant death. Too cruel. Wang Xintong opened her mouth. Lin Xian said, "Let's go and sign up." Then, the 10 of them went to the registration office. "You want to sign up for the Death Arena competition, right?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, what's the procedure?" "Please pay at least a heaven stage treasure or a treasure of the same value. Then, you need to name your team." Lin Xian then took out a crystal. "Is that enough?" "Yes." The woman then entered something on what looked like a computer. Although they were demon race and generally didn't have technology, there were still many places that had it and needed it. "Please name your team, and make sure that there are no duplicate team names." Lin Xian looked at them and said, "Let's call it the Storm Team." "Do you have it?" "Storm Team can be used." "Are you sure you want to use this team name?" "Yes." After a while, the girl handed them 10 badges. "Please ensure that you do not discard your badge. Otherwise, all your winning streaks will be wiped out, and you will have to start all over again. After every match, if you win, you will receive 1,000 of all the treasures and heavenly fey crystals as a reward. The amount of heavenly fey crystals is fixed, and it will increase according to your winning streaks. For every 10 consecutive victories, the grade of heavenly fey crystals will increase by a level." Lin Xian and the others nodded in understanding. It was no wonder that it could attract so many teams to fight. It turned out that other than 30, 50, and 80 wins, there were top-notch rewards for 100 consecutive wins. Every winner would also receive a handsome reward. Putting aside the fact that heavenly demon crystals were a necessity for them, this was the wager of several 100,000 top powerhouses. If you win, you can obtain 1,000 of these bets. Don't think that 1,000 of a chance isn't a lot. With hundreds of thousands of experts betting on it, 1,000 of a chance could really be a lot. "So when will Storm be preparing for the battle?" the woman asked. Lin Xian asked, "When can we?" The woman said, "Today, there are a total of 5 teams that have registered with 0 matches. 4 teams have already fought, and 1 team is waiting for an opponent. If you register now, we can arrange for you to compete with them in the next round." Lin Xian nodded. "Register now." "Good. Your registration has been completed. Please wait at the backstage." Then, Lin Xian and the others were taken away by a girl. Behind them, Lang Shi and the others walked over, and he frowned. "They are here to participate in the battle." Lang Shi didn't quite understand. If they were very powerful, why would they come to participate in the battle? "Don't tell me they don't have any power." Lang Shi pondered for a moment. "Young master, don't be careless. Although most people come to the arena for the rewards, there are still many people who come from very powerful forces. They are here purely to test themselves, and most of them are experts from top forces. I took a look at them, and they don't seem to be simple. It's best not to rush to conclusions." Lang Shi nodded. "And that makes sense. Let's wait and see how they fight." Then, Lang Shi went over and asked, "When will those people fight?" The woman glanced at him and said, "Sorry, we don't disclose any information about the participants. I'm just asking. I am the young master of the Bloodthirsty Wolf clan. If it's not the Blood Chelan clan, then any force is useless." "You!" The old man hurriedly stopped Lang Shi. "Young master, don't be angry. The Blood Chelan clan is behind the Death Corner arena." "Humph." Lang Shi snorted coldly. Backstage, this was a room with only 10 people, including Lin Xian. Tea was prepared for them, and they could even watch the fight through the screen in the room. Soon, the next fight began. Of course, during this period, those people went to different places to place their bets in an orderly manner. Oh, what team is this? The payout is 3,100. Lin Xian lit a cigarette. With such a high payout, it must be a very famous team in the Death Corner arena. Moreover, it should be a team that has won many matches in a row. However, their opponent should also be a team that has won almost the same number of matches in a row. With such a high payout, it's enough to see how strong this blood-red battle team is. Before the two teams started fighting, no one knew who their opponent was. Only when they went on stage and faced each other, would they know who their opponent was. However, when the fight was about to start, the people outside would be able to see who was fighting who before the bets were placed. At this moment, a beautiful host held a microphone in her hand. Everyone, the bets are done. Next, let us prepare to enjoy the match between the Blood-Red Battle Team and the Scorpio Battle Team. What followed was a heart-wrenching cheer. The Blood-Red Battle Team has a total of 52 consecutive victories. The Scorpio Battle Team has a total of 51 consecutive victories. Will the Blood-Red Battle Team continue to maintain their winning streak, or will the Scorpio Battle Team break the Blood-Red Battle Team's dominance? Let us wait and see. Now, we will randomly draw the map. Then, the big screen began to flash between various maps. This is quite good. There are still many maps. Ling Ying mumbled while sucking on a lollipop. It is quite good. After we take down this arena, we will be greatly improved in all aspects. Lin Xian. Let's take a look at this team first. Who knows when we will meet them? Moreover, let's see what the 50+ consecutive victory stage is. Chapter 1726. If they wanted to continue fighting here, they had to have a rough idea of the realms of the teams here. Then, the two teams began fighting on the map. The Blood-Red Battle Team has 10 people. 3 of them are at the 1-star of the Heavenly Tao Realm and 7 are at the 10-star Great Void Realm. Thankfully, such a team can obtain more than 50 consecutive victories. Murong Yu sighed slightly. The other team is the Scorpio Battle Team. 2 of them are at the 1-star of the Heavenly Tao Realm and 8 are at the 10-star Great Void Realm. The difference between them is 1 Heavenly Tao. This is also why so many gamblers bet on the Blood-Red Battle Team. The odds are in the thousands. The difference of 1 Heavenly Tao is indeed substantial. Han Chushua muttered as she watched the battle. This also means that we might not encounter a team with a Heavenly Tao realm in our first dozen consecutive victories, right? Wang Xintong asked. Not necessarily. This is also a matter of luck. If there happens to be a team with a Heavenly Tao realm and they have just started fighting, with the same winning streak as us, there is still a chance of encountering them. It might even be troublesome if we encounter a team with a Heavenly Tao realm that we have never fought before in our first match. Lin Xian. However, this is indeed a very important opportunity to improve. Everyone has consumed the demonic aura pill, right? Asked Feng Ling. Yeah. Wu Yunhua said, actually, there isn't much to say in the Death Corner arena. Oh. Lin Xian looked at Wu Yunhua. Back then, I specifically asked him about it. That person said that it's not as if no human battle teams have ever come to the Death Corner arena. Furthermore, no one said that human battle teams are not allowed to participate. As long as you have the ability, you can participate if you want. At the very least, in this Death Corner arena, the human race and the Yao race enjoy the same treatment. However, it's best not to reveal your identity as a human, because no one would dare to violate the rules here. Going against the Blood Kirin clan's rules, but you will inevitably be targeted when you leave. Everyone nodded. Then, let's make our preparations. Do we need any tactics later? Lin Xian said, we don't need too many tactics. After all, we don't know who our opponents are. All we need to do is cooperate with each other and act according to the situation. All right. The 10 of them had a clear division. Zhuge Feng, Wang Xintong, and the others were more in charge of supporting and filling in the positions. Zhuge Feng's ability was very strong, but his abilities were mostly related to the 5 elements and 4 symbols, as well as various buffs to others. He was more suited to be a support, but why did Lin Xian like Zhuge Feng and want him to join their team? This was because other than his outstanding ability, he wasn't like other people who wanted to show off their abilities. He was willing to be in the support position, and he was open-minded about it. Although in the eyes of others, the most eye-catching person in a team was the vanguard, he believed that he could also be eye-catching as a support. Zhuge Feng would not say that he forced himself to be the vanguard. Because of this, Lin Xian felt that Zhuge Feng was not bad. He was very suitable for the role. Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue's main positions were control. They both had the ice attribute, and the ice attribute was a very strong control attribute. At the same time, their speed was also very fast. Their control was definitely enough, and they could also ensure their own safety. Ling Ying, Wu Yuhan, and Wu Yunuo's 3 positions were damage output. They all had the dark attribute, and all of them had the dark attribute with full purity. Even Wu Yuhan and Wu Yunuo had the powerful dark fog. The 3 of them were the main damage output. Feng Ling and Murongyu were control and damage output. They had strong attack abilities and the space attribute. Now, they also had the creation precept. Murongyu also had the time attribute. They did more things, such as supporting Ling Ying and the others, using space and time to help them. At the same time, they would also help them deal damage, block enemies, and assist them in attacking their main targets, etc. Lin Xian's position was protection. Although Lin Xian's position was protection, his position was more of a true control. Lin Xian had all the attributes, the creation precept, and the destruction precept. He could have any ability he wanted. Therefore, whatever his teammates needed, Lin Xian would generally be able to help. Therefore, Lin Xian was more of an absolute control. In other words, Lin Xian had to do the most. At the same time, Lin Xian could also be the highest damage output. For example, if an opponent needed a fatal blow, Lin Xian could give that fatal blow. This was the distribution of the 10 people in their team. Of course, this was only an overall distribution. After the battle started, they would fight according to this orderly positioning. However, battles were ever-changing. Every one of them had a position, and that was to fight according to the overall situation. They would fight according to their positioning. Whatever they needed to do, they could do it. This was because each of them had this ability. Even Wang Xintong, who was probably the least outstanding in terms of attributes among them, had been trying to improve her combat skills from the start. Her combat skills were not weak at all. If you asked her to suddenly attack someone, she would be able to do it. It was just that she was more suited to support this positioning. Why? Wang Xintong's precept was the light precept. The effect of the light precept was to increase her and her teammates' speed, defense, and strength. This precept was a support. Her precept was to increase the realm of her teammates and herself. This was also a support. However, Wang Xintong was in the team, and her personality was not to fight for it. This battle, as expected, ended with the victory of that bloody battle. As for the other 10 people, other than the 2 Heavens Dao, the other 8 had all died a violent death. The Heavenly Dao would not die so easily. Why did the loser have to die? That was because the victor wanted them dead. They were injured and unable to resist, so they had no choice but to die. However, for the heavenly Tao, even if they were injured, they would not be injured to a great extent when facing a heavenly Tao of the same realm. They could drag it out and wait for the battle to end before coming out of the map. Therefore, they would not die. The heavenly Tao realm is so strong. Wang Xintong mumbled. Definitely. Work hard. We need to attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao in a short period of time. Although Uncle Murong gave us a year, I'm thinking that we can all attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao in half a year. If we can fight our way through this death arena, we might even have the chance to kill a few heavenly Tao each. With our talent, it shouldn't be a problem, but it's still difficult to achieve it, said Wu Yuno lightly. Then, she reached out her hand and pulled out a lollipop from Ling Ying's pocket. Ling Ying rolled his eyes and did not say a word. Yes, prepare to go on stage. Chapter 1727. Amidst the cheers, the Sanguine battle team walked out. Those who bet on the Scorpio battle team were purely hoping for an upset. Unfortunately, how could there be so many upsets? Let us congratulate the Sanguine battle team for obtaining 53 consecutive victories and defeating a strong opponent, the Scorpio battle team. Now, may the two battle teams please come down and rest. Soon, we will welcome the next match. For the next match, both Battle Team and Overlord Battle Team are new battle teams that have not fought before. Give them 10 minutes to warm up. At the same time, everyone can start placing their bets. At this moment, someone came to Lin Xian's room. Everyone from Battle Team, please follow me. Prepare to start your match. Lin Xian and the rest nodded and followed him out. Outside, those people looked at each other. Two new battle teams. Not interesting. Not necessarily. There might be a surprise. It's just that, it's not easy for us to place our bets. What's the big deal? It's 50-50. If we try our luck, we might get rich. These two new battle teams are worth watching. Overlord Battle Team. Do you guys think that this Overlord Battle Team is from the Earth War Bear clan? That's possible. Earth War Bears like to call themselves Overlord. After all, they are a strong race. If it's an Earth War Bear, then we still have to bet on Overlord Battle Team. That's right. Then, those people started placing their bets. 10 minutes later, the betting stopped. The odds were 10-1. That's right. If they bet on Lin Xian's battle team, they would earn 10 if they won. Normally, the odds would be 1-1. However, because there was news that Overlord Battle Team might be an Earth War Bear, more people chose to bet on a battle team that was more confident. Next, let's welcome Overlord Battle Team. One of the doors opened, and 10 people walked out from there. Wow, then, there was cheering. It's really an Earth War Bear. Luckily, I didn't bet on that battle team. The Earth War Bear's battle prowess is still very strong. It can even crush opponents of a higher realm than it. In a normal battle team, the weaker ones would be at least 1 or 2 stars of the Absolute Void stage. I reckon that the Earth War Bear clan would be at least 7, 8, 9, or even 10 stars. They should have come here to train. Don't tell me that this Storm Squad is just a bunch of trash at the initial level of the Great Virtual Stage. The host then shouted, "Next, let's welcome Overlord Team's opponent, Storm Team." Then, the door on the other side opened, and Lin Xian and the others walked out. Whoosh! Another wave of exclamations rang out. The reason for this exclamation was very simple. Oh my god, this Storm Team has so many beautiful girls. Hiss. So beautiful, every one of them is so beautiful. His temperament isn't bad either. How can there be so many beautiful girls forming a team? Everyone, they don't seem to be that simple. Although the Earth War Bear clan is very strong, but they really don't look simple. This match is going to be interesting. Damn. Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he saw the opponents in front of them. There were 10 opponents, and every one of them was over 2 meters tall, burly men with explosive muscles and hair all over their bodies. It felt like their muscles could lift them up with one hand and crush them. Then, look at them. They were fair and tender, and looked so weak. Ha ha ha, the Earth War Bear clan couldn't help but laugh when they saw Lin Xian and the others. A bunch of girls, ha ha ha, I really can't bear to kill them. Ha, I can crush them with one hand. Hey, opposite, how many hands do you need us to give you? Ha ha ha. Many people laughed when they heard this. Although some people felt that Lin Xian's group wasn't simple because they looked too beautiful, they felt that they might have an extraordinary background. But to be honest, at first glance, their aura was completely one-sided. Lin Xian said to them, 2 Virtuality Realm 10 stars, 5 9 stars, and 3 8 stars. The Earth War Bear clan has strong defense and strength, but they're relatively slow. Understood. Then they're finished. Wu Yunua's lips curled up slightly. Lin Xian, 30 seconds are up. Roger. They didn't bother to reply to the Earth War Bear clan. Ha ha ha, look, they're so scared that they can't speak, ha ha ha. The Earth War Bear clan laughed. Lang Shi and the others were watching from the audience. We'll see what realm they are in soon. Then, the female host said, next, we'll start to randomly select the map, and the map will start to roll. Stop. Finally, the map rolled to the volcanic area. Next, please enter the map. After entering, the battle will start immediately. Then, Lin Xian and the others directly walked in. Swish, 10 people appeared at the same location. This map was near a volcano. It was about the size of 3 to 5 small districts. There was also a volcano. At this moment, magma was flowing and the temperature was very high. In front of them, 10 Earth War Bear clan powerhouses appeared. Start the battle. Lin Xian said. Roger. Wang Xintong's body shone. Law of Light, activate the domain. Swish, the strength of the 10 of them began to soar at the same time. Zhuge Feng's right foot slightly stepped, and a 5 elements 4 symbols diagram appeared on the ground below them. 3 of the 8 gates, 3 gates open. Hurry. 2 gates open, strength. The speed and strength of the 10 people soared again. Space lock. Lin Xian, Feng Ling, and Murong Yu's space erupted at the same time. The Earth War Bear clan looked around. Space. Destroy it for me. Yes. Then, they bombarded the space that sealed them with terrifying strength. Kill. Lin Xian said. Roger. When the dark attribute reached 100% purity, there would be an effect, which was to break the defense. No matter how strong their defense was, the dark attribute could break it. Shadow Cage. Those Earth War Bears who were bombarding the space were all controlled in an instant. One had to know that no matter how strong they were, Lin Xian and the others were now under the double enhancement of Wang Xintong and Zhuge Feng. In fact, in all aspects, except for strength, they had already crushed them. He was just an uncouth fellow. They liked him the most. Charge. Whoosh, 20 seconds later, plop, one by one, the Earth War Bears fell to the ground. Everyone was speechless. This? Everyone widened their eyes. Their realms are obviously similar. Why are the Earth War Bears being crushed? If their realms are similar, it should be the Earth War Bears crushing others. Sure enough, they're not that simple. Hiss. Chapter 1728. The realms of Lin Xian and the others were about the same as the 10 people from the Earth War Bear clan. However, the Earth War Bear clan could easily fight across realms. So why was Lin Xian and the others able to defeat them so easily? Their strength was one reason. Zhuge Feng and Wang Xintong's enhancement was the second reason. The third reason was the strength of Lin Xian, Wu Yunuo, Wu Yuhan, and Ling Ying. What was the most difficult part about the Earth War Bear clan? Their strong defensive abilities. On the other hand, the dark element, which was at its highest purity, was able to ignore any form of defense. The defensive spiritual power that they had released was rendered ineffective. While it was troublesome to deal with due to their powerful physiques, Lin Xian's dark flame was able to directly seal off the space where they were standing. The dark flame also ignored their defense and weakened their physique. Then, they were crushed by the various dark attribute powers. In fact, they didn't use much of their strength. There were still many things they didn't use. The Earth War Bear clan was quite powerful, but there was still a gap between them and Lin Xian and the others. In the Goblin clan, the Earth War Bear clan was not a goblin clan with a head bloodline. This kind of uncouth fellow was the type of opponent that Lin Xian and the others liked to fight. The experts outside were all shocked. For a moment, they all quieted down. Only some people were whispering. Dark flame, that's the dark flame, right? They were shocked that Lin Xian and the others won so easily. One of the experts shouted in shock. What? Dark flame? Could it be the same clan as that person? It must be. If that's the dark flame, then in the whole world, only the Dark Phoenix clan of the Phoenix bloodline can control the dark flame. They are really not simple. Hiss, I feel that this death arena is going to burn again. Other things aside, the Dark Phoenix was an existence that was on the same level as the Blood Qilin. It was the ceiling of the Goblin clan. Now, Lin Xian might have been branded with the Dark Phoenix clan's brand. This, Lang Shi and the others swallowed their saliva. Young master, it's fortunate that this old man stopped you in time. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. The old man was also secretly shocked as he spoke. The Phoenix bloodline. It was too terrifying. They weren't sure about the others, but they believed that Lin Xian was of the Phoenix bloodline. Dark Phoenix. Lang Shi felt a chill run down his spine. Something fucking big almost happened. However, their cultivation levels are, after all, not high. Lang Shi said. Even if their realms aren't high, for the geniuses of the Phoenix bloodline to come here for the trial, I'm afraid that within this Demon Wind City, there might even be terrifying Phoenix experts secretly protecting them. Lang Shi said, isn't the Dark Phoenix bloodline already in decline? How can there be such young descendants? Many years ago, the Dark Phoenix bloodline suffered a powerful curse. Since then, the Dark Phoenix clan has been on the decline. Although they still have the power of the top tier, their bloodline can no longer be passed down. I'm afraid there are no more than 5 Dark Phoenixes left in the world today. But, what if there is a Dark Phoenix who was not cursed and passed down the bloodline? In other words, this person, he is very likely, otherwise, how can we explain it? Young master, don't provoke him. Even if the girls beside him don't have any special identities, just him alone is enough. Lang Shi nodded. This young master can still distinguish the severity of the matter. This Earth War Bear clan, they can only swallow this anger. The old man looked at the few people in the distant spectator seats. They were the experts of the Earth War Bear clan. They could only watch as their clansmen were killed, but they couldn't take revenge. Then the beautiful host said excitedly, what a wonderful battle. Although this battle was very short, the Storm battle team showed us the shadow of a powerful battle team. We believe that in the future, the Storm Battle team will continue to win. Let's wait and see how the Storm Battle team will perform in the dozens of consecutive victories in the future. Lin Xian's team won. According to the Earth War Bear's battle strength, if nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to obtain 30 consecutive victories. And Lin Xian's team crushed the Earth War Bear. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have a chance to obtain 40 consecutive victories, as long as they didn't meet a team with Tian Dao. The arena was filled with cheers. This battle was worthy of their shouts and cheers. Especially when they thought that Lin Xian was from the Phoenix clan, they respected him. Swish swish swish, they appeared on the stage outside. Then their badges flashed, and 1 point was recorded in each of them. Everyone, please go backstage and rest. Also, your rewards will be sent to you soon. Lin Xian nodded, and then they walked away. After walking away, they signed up for the next battle. In the next battle, they would also face a one-win team. How was it? In the backstage room, Lin Xian asked. I feel like I didn't do anything. Han Chuxue said indifferently. Yeah, I also feel like I didn't do anything. I just used the space attribute and it's fine. Feng Ling said. We are too strong, ha ha ha. Ling Ying said with a smile. Lin Xian said with a smile, that's also part of the reason. The more important reason is that the Earth War Bear clan has no advantage in our hands at all. Instead, it's their weakness. If it were other monsters of this quality, it wouldn't be so simple. Their speed is too slow. Even if we don't seal them with space, we can easily win. They nodded. Many of the following battles may be very boring, but let's just treat it as farming monsters. At the same time, we will accumulate some natural treasures to refine and improve our realm. Let's set a small goal, 50 consecutive victories in 3 months. Lin Xian. Isn't that too fast? It seems like you think that we can fight a few battles a day now. 50 battles, then wouldn't it be over in a month? In fact, that's not the case. It's not fast. Don't forget, in the later stages, we can probably only fight 1 battle a day or even 1 battle every few days. Our opponents in the future are all powerful existences with dozens of consecutive victories. If we get injured, we may need to rest for several days. Oh, right. Zhuge Feng said, with 50 consecutive victories, we will probably encounter the Heavenly Tao after about 40 consecutive victories, right? Lin Xian nodded. There's a chance. That's the true experiential training. Our experiential training is at the end. Let's see if anyone can advance to the Heavenly Tao realm during this period. When we were walking over, why did I hear someone say that you are from the Phoenix race? Xiao Xinyue asked. Chapter 1729. This was not something that Lin Xian had considered. Phoenix. Lin Xian thought for a moment. Dark fire. Perhaps he had used this power to make them mistakenly think that he was from the Dark Phoenix bloodline like Huangxi. Ah. I know a powerhouse from the Phoenix clan. It's Huangxi that some of you have seen before. Wow. She's a phoenix. Wang Xintong exclaimed. Lin Xian nodded. Perhaps they saw that I used her power and thought that I was from the Phoenix bloodline, Lin Xian said. That's a good thing. Feng Ling sat there and said. Click, Lin Xian lit a cigarette. Yes, it's a good thing. Xiao Xinyue nodded and said, in the demon clan, bloodline suppression is very serious. It's even more serious than our so-called status in the human clan. In front of absolute bloodline, you may have a higher realm, but you may be afraid of a demon clan with a higher bloodline. Lin Xian made them mistakenly think that he was from the Phoenix bloodline. This will make them afraid of something, Wu Yuhan said, for example, someone wants to kill us, but they don't dare to. For example, if we lose, they may kill us directly if it's someone else. But if it's us, they may not dare to kill us because they are afraid that they will die if they kill us. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. This is good news. They will probably think that we are from the Phoenix bloodline who came out to train. Perhaps there are powerful existences from the Phoenix bloodline secretly protecting us from behind. Pfft, they chuckled. This is really interesting. Wu Yunhua crossed her legs. Just like that, 2 months passed. Lin Xian and the other 10 people really stayed in Demon Wind City for 2 months. They barely stepped out of Demon Wind City. When it came to eating, they had the law of creation and could eat whatever they wanted. They also had mobile phones. If they missed someone, at night, when they were free, they could make a call or video call. It was still all right. In the past 2 months, all 10 of them had reached the 10 stars of the Great Void stage. Everyone was preparing to break through to the Heavenly Tao stage. However, the Heavenly Tao was not that easy. They still needed more opportunities. They yearned to ascend to the Heavenly Tao, to ascend to the pinnacle of the realm that all of them looked forward to. However, just like Lin Xian, they didn't want to take shortcuts. If you take this kind of shortcut, you might be in the Heavenly Tao now, but you might not be as strong as when you entered the Heavenly Tao. Then why be in such a hurry? During this period of time, the evil divine palace had also looked for Lin Xian. Lin Xian told them what he was doing, and the evil divine palace had nothing to say. They also wanted to see Lin Xian and the others become stronger. After all, even if you advanced to the Heavenly Tao, the poison pill would still be effective. In the past 2 months, they had achieved 40 consecutive victories. His luck wasn't bad. He didn't encounter any teams from the Heavenly Tao. The name, Storm Battle Team, gradually became famous in the Death Corner arena. They were at the peak from the beginning because the noble race of the Phoenix made them full of controversy and attention. However, towards the end, they were indeed fighting very slowly. Their opponents were very strong. They were basically all 10 stars of the Great Void stage. 10 people. Moreover, they were also very strong. They were even conserving their strength, which would more or less cause injuries. Fortunately, they had many creation laws. How many creation laws did they have in a team? After resting for a while, they would be done in 1 or 2 days. Then, they would continue to the next match. Another half a month passed. They had achieved 49 consecutive victories, and they had already repaired themselves. That night, they gathered in a room. No, Zhuge Feng, why are you so trashy? Feng Ling couldn't help but curse. Zhuge Feng scratched his head awkwardly. I don't play much. That's right. The 10 of them directly fucking summoned 10 computers, and then used a special signal transmitter to connect the computers to the internet. The 10 of them were playing a custom 5v5. Then, Zhuge Feng tricked Feng Ling, I told you, I'm not the worst. Lin Xian looked at the victory page and laughed. Originally, most of them, including Ling Long Shui and the other girls, would not play games. But now, as long as there was nothing to do and they could get people, they would play games frequently. Including Murongyu, Feng Ling, Han Chuxue, and the others, they were also playing. It was just a matter of standards. However, they were more customizable and just for entertainment. In the past, Lin Xian was the one who was abused. Now, with Zhuge Feng, the one opposite Lin Xian was finally not Lin Xian who was abused. Next round, next round. Zhuge Feng, you go opposite. You and Lin Xian switch. Forget it, forget it. You and Lin Xian are in the same team. Lin Xian is also trash. Feng Ling said. Lin Xian, hey, don't be too arrogant. TSK then, Lin Xian looked at Zhuge Feng and said, let's team up. Let's show them who's worse. What a joke. We may not be good at other things, but as men, how can we lose to them in games? Little Yu, little Xintong, and little Yingying, you guys come with me. I don't want to. Ling Ying shook his head decisively. Lin Xian, then, little Chuxue. Han Chuxue hesitated for a moment, but still chose to team up with Lin Xian. 20 minutes later, Lin Xian and the others lost miserably. Now you know who's the worst. It's these two men. Ling Ying pointed at Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng. You're really bad. Lin Xian looked at Zhuge Feng and said. You too. Zhuge Feng said. Lin Xian lit a cigarette. Smoking again. Leave me alone. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Then, Wu Yunhua stood up and stretched. I'm going to take a shower. I'm going to take a shower too. After taking a shower, everyone should have a good rest. Tomorrow, we're going to prepare for our 50th battle. We might encounter Tian Dao. Lin Xian said. They were lucky that they didn't encounter Tian Dao's team in their 40-odd consecutive victories. However, they knew that from the 50th battle onwards, there should be Tian Dao in every battle. Although most of them were first place, they were still Tian Dao. Tomorrow, it might be a tough battle. Got it. When it came to serious matters, they were still very serious. Then, they left one after another. Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng were in the same room. Needless to say, Lin Xian really didn't touch these girls for 2.5 months. The two of them lay on the bed. Speaking of which, how many of them are your girlfriends? Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian with a smile and asked. All of them. Really? Sooner or later. Zhuge Feng laughed. Awesome. Are you not used to being in the same team as us? Zhuge Feng shook his head. No, I like this atmosphere very much. It's extra relaxed, there's no scheming, and, then, he saw Lin Xian holding his phone and video calling someone, completely ignoring him. Damn. Zhuge Feng couldn't help but laugh. Damn it. This is so annoying. Chapter 1730. Lin Xian was having a video call with Linglong Shui and the others. What? Forget about friendship. That's a given. What's a brother to me? Little Shi, I missed you so much. Lin Xian looked at little Shi through the camera and kissed her. Little Shi was very cooperative and wiped her face in disgust. Little Tianyi came over and tried to get Lin Xian to kiss her. Go away, little Tianyi. Don't block little Shi. Pfft, Zhuge Feng couldn't help but laugh. I say, big brother, aren't you a little too biased towards girls and disregarding boys? Lin Xian glanced at Zhuge Feng and said, what do you know? Are you a father? I'm not favoring girls over boys. Even daughters have to be spoiled. As long as a son survives, that's enough. As a man, he has to experience the fickleness of human nature and the fickleness of the world from a young age. Only then can he hone his willpower and be more responsible in the future. Say, if a man is spoiled from a young age, what will happen when he grows up? Am I right? What you said seems to make sense. Zhuge Feng smiled. Little Tianyi, I'll take you to find a father who loves you more. Yi Rinbing rubbed little Tianyi's head and said. Lin Xian, hey. Don't mess around. I'm serious. Yes. Linglong Shui then said, I heard that you're going to fight in the competition for your 50th consecutive victory tomorrow. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I might encounter the heavenly Tao. Be careful. The heavenly Tao of the shifters is not comparable to the heavenly Tao of the human clan. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I know. Also, when the demon race reaches the heavenly Tao realm, they can release the demon god true body. For a short period of time, they can return to their original form. Once they return to their original form, their combat strength will reach its peak. Lin Xian said, I know that, but generally speaking, they won't release it because the consequences are quite serious. Furthermore, although the loser will die, the heavenly Tao won't die so easily, so even if they lose, the heavenly Tao might not release the demon god's true body. Linglong Shui nodded. In theory, yes. But you still have to be careful. Don't let your guard down. All right. Then I'll report the good news to you tomorrow. By the way, did anything big happen in the past few months? No, I'll tell you if I do. All right, then I'll hang up first. Yes. Little sure, give me a kiss and I'll hang up. Lin Xian then moved his face closer to the camera. Shika also moved closer to Linglong Shui's camera, and then, reached out her hand and ended the call. Lin Xian was speechless. Ha 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 ha, young Master Lin, your daughter is really naughty. She's grown up to be so spoiled by you. Zhuge Feng laughed. Damn. Lin Xian put away his phone, stretched, and said, this little brat has been naughty since she was young. I don't understand. Her mother is so quiet, so why is she so naughty? Her brother, on the other hand, is so quiet, like a punching bag. Whatever. But it's good to be naughty. She won't be bullied. Bullied? Impossible. She's my daughter, Lin Xian. If anyone dares to bully her, I'll fucking destroy their entire family. Look. Aren't you the slave girl that people talk about? Ha ha ha. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Get lost. You'll know when you have a daughter. Sigh, me. I'm probably already married. I don't even have a girlfriend. If I join a team full of beauties, they'll all fucking be yours. Tell me, when will I be able to stop being single? Lin Xian said, as the young master of the Zhuge family, stop acting. Do you lack women? That's just because you don't fancy them. Me? What I'm thinking of now is to raise my realm. I didn't know about it in the beginning, but now I know. There are so many pinnacle and stronger geniuses above us. Some have even reached the heavenly Tao realm a long time ago. I should work hard to raise my realm and become stronger. Only then will I have the means to protect myself and my family. In this chaotic era, I need more leverage. Besides, it won't be long before humans and demons start fighting. Besides, it's not like the humans and demons will soon be fighting soon, said Zhuge Feng as he took a puff of Lin Xian's cigarette. This was the reason why Lin Xian liked Zhuge Feng. He was similar to Lin Xian in many aspects. Lin Xian also thought the same. If he wasn't strong, how could he talk about doing more? How could he talk about protecting others? First, he had to ensure that he was strong. Only then would he have the ability to protect the people he loved. It was just that the two of them had different personalities. Zhuge Feng was more of a gentleman. He wouldn't scold anyone. He had only scolded people recently because he had been with Lin Xian for a long time. That's right. I have to quickly raise my realm to the heavenly Tao realm. Alright, let's rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Yeah. A night passed just like that. In fact, it was quite good for everyone to stay together. They would chat every night before bed or before cogitation. Sometimes, they would chat for hours and talk about everything. They even chatted with Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng, much less the other girls. This way, it was very easy to nurture the tacit understanding between them. Early the next morning, the gigantic death arena was filled with people. This was because the first match of the day was the highlight of the day. It was a match between the Storm team. It was unknown who their opponent was, but it was definitely a team with a 50-win streak or slightly more. It was going to be a good match. Everyone, how do you plan on betting today? They were all gamblers. Although they were experts, they needed the many heavenly fey crystals here, treasures that were obtained without sowing. Therefore, at first glance, you would feel that they were no different from those gamblers in human society. They had everything that a gambler should have. I don't think we should bet on the Storm team today. Although the Storm team is indeed very powerful and has made a name for themselves. They even have a powerful existence from the Phoenix lineage, but they are facing a team with a 50-win streak. They have good luck and have yet to encounter a team with a heavenly Tao realm. And this time, as long as they encounter a team with a heavenly Tao realm, there's no need to say who they should bet on, right? Heavenly Tao realm. If there's only one heavenly Tao realm, it shouldn't be a problem, right? That's a phoenix. That's a huge problem. Even if it's a phoenix, it's fighting a heavenly Tao realm expert at the Great Void realm. Do you think that's possible? That's a heavenly Tao realm expert. It's absolutely impossible for a Great Void realm expert to defeat a team. Even a phoenix can't do so unless it's a weak heavenly Tao realm expert. But for us Fae, as long as our bloodline reaches the heavenly Tao realm, how can we be weak? Chapter 1731. Clearly, these people were more optimistic about the other teams. Of course, the premise was that their opponents had to be at the heavenly Tao realm. However, it should be about time. With 50 consecutive victories, it was time to meet someone at the heavenly Tao realm. That's right. Besides, this is a phoenix that has yet to mature. No matter how strong its bloodline is, it's still not strong enough if it hasn't fully matured. A Great Void Realm 10th stage phoenix might be able to fight a Heavenly Tao Realm 1st stage, but that's all it can do, right? No one should be able to do anything to the other. But as a team, the Heavenly Tao Realm can clearly pose a greater threat to the opponent's team. That's right. Among the 10 of them, only one person is from the Phoenix lineage. The others look slightly ordinary. Up to now, it's unknown what race they are from. This Phoenix lineage expert might be able to fight a Heavenly Tao, but if the Heavenly Tao were to target his teammates and make them lose their combat strength, he would be able to fight 1 against 10, and there's still a Heavenly Tao. That's clearly impossible. Yeah, let's see who their opponents are. Lin Xian and company were respectfully invited out and brought to the place where they were preparing for battle. The place where they were preparing for battle could not hear any sounds from the outside, nor could they see anything. During this period, the people outside could see. At the same time, it was time for them to place their bets. Everyone, welcome to the Death Corner Arena. Today's Death Corner Arena is rather lively. The first match today is the dark horse that appeared in the Death Corner Arena 2.5 months ago, the Storm Battle team. The beautiful MC shouted. Hua! Following that, everyone in the arena roared. Clearly, Lin Xian and the others had also gathered some of their fans. Alright, let's see who the Storm Battle team will be facing today. Everyone, please look at the screen. Everyone looked over in anticipation. Blood Fiend Battle Team. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. It's actually the Blood Fiend Battle Team. The Blood Fiend Battle Team is back. They haven't participated in the Death Corner Arena for 3 months, right? They probably went somewhere for training. Previously, the Blood Fiend Battle Team had 1 Heavenly Tao out of 10 members. Do you think there will be an additional one in the past 3 months? I don't know, but what I can be sure of is that there is at least one heavenly Tao. It depends on whether they have changed their members or not. If they change their members, they have to change someone with the same winning streak as them. Then, the beautiful MC said, the Blood Evil Battle Team also won 50 consecutive victories. Today, all of their members are back and there are no changes in their members. It will be their 51st battle. Let's wait and see. Will the Dark Horse Storm Battle Team, who achieved 49 consecutive victories in just 2 months, or will the Blood Evil Battle Team end their winning streak? Let's wait and see. Now, let's start betting. Everyone then began to place their bets excitedly. Then, one could see that the odds were rapidly changing. In the beginning, it might have been relatively even, but it soon soared to 50-1. That's right, if you bet on Lin Xian's Storm Battle Team to win, the odds were 150. From this, it could be seen that everyone still respected the Heavenly Tao realm. Although in their eyes, Lin Xian was a phoenix, a Heavenly Tao was still a Heavenly Tao. And clearly, this Blood Evil Battle Team was definitely not weak. They were definitely very strong. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian's Storm Battle Team's odds were 1-800. Actually, this was already giving them face. After all, the odds were in the thousands previously. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian's Storm Battle Team's odds were also in the thousands. However, they were indeed giving them face. More people wanted to bet. They didn't believe in other battle teams, but this Storm Battle Team still had hope. After all, they weren't simple. More people wanted stability. They wanted to firmly suppress the Blood Evil Battle Team. After all, the treasures they took out were very precious. Although the odds were low, it was still a win, right? It was still quite useful. There were a small number of people who wanted to take a gamble. They bet on the Storm Battle Team. The odds were 1-800. If there was an upset, they would be rich. And it wouldn't be an upset. What if they had some trump cards? Even then, they could still win. Alright, then I announce that the bets are stopped. The battle between the Storm Battle Team and the Blood Evil Battle Team will begin immediately. Let us welcome the Storm Battle Team. Wow! Amidst the cheers, Lin Xian's Storm Battle Team walked out. The cheers are much louder than before. Ling Ying commented. After all, this is our 50th battle. Look, what the fuck? 1-800. Who are our opponents? Lin Xian could see the odds at this moment. He took a look and was dumbfounded. It was said that the eyes of the crowd were as sharp as snow. Such ridiculous odds could only mean one thing. In their eyes, their opponents were crushing the Storm Battle Team. That was why the odds were so ridiculous. How exactly were they crushing the Storm Battle Team? Everyone, this battle might be very difficult. Be prepared. Lin Xian said. I saw the odds. They nodded. 1-800. If we had known, we would have placed our bets. We have no choice. We are already participating in the battle. We don't have time to place bets. Next time, let's know someone and get him to help us. Alright. After all, it's useful to earn more heaven and earth spiritual items. Mainly, I feel that there will be such high odds more often in the later stages. It's better to earn for free. Alright. Then, the host lady shouted, let us welcome the Storm Battle Team's opponent, the Blood Evil Battle Team. Then, the 10 of them walked out. Blood Evil Battle Team. Xiao Yuhan, Xiao Xintong, have you collected any information about this battle team? Their brows furrowed as well. We have already collected the information of all the battle teams that have appeared during this period of time. However, we have not collected any information about this Blood Evil battle team. It could only mean that they might be the team before we came. However, they might have not fought for a few months and still maintained their winning streak. They just happened to return. This should be their first battle. Lin Xian nodded. They should be very famous. Be careful. Then, Lin Xian glanced at them. They were people. 8 men and 1 woman. 1 heavenly Tao 1 star and 9 great void realm 10 stars. Their overall combat strength, even if they do not include the heavenly Tao realm, is the strongest we have encountered so far. Lin Xian said. Roger. Then, Lin Xian continued to check with his eye of cave spirit. These people are mostly agility type. Let me take a look at their demon techniques. The Eye of Cave Spirit could not only check their realms and attributes. It could also check their demon techniques. However, it could only be laws. Things like domains were not easy to check. Chapter 1732. When Lin Xian learned of the demonic beast's demonic skills, he felt more confident. Demonic skills were the skills of the Fey race. They could be categorized into 2 types. They were similar to the martial skills of humans, or rather, the laws and domains of the Fey race. They could also be collectively referred to as demonic skills. Lin Xian said to them, their demonic skills aren't weak. Most of them enhance themselves. One of them is 10 times the gravity. You have to pay attention to that. This heavenly Tao's demonic skill is weakness. It weakens our strength in all attributes. Lin Xian thought for a moment before looking at Wang Xintong and asking, Xintong, is your law useful? Wang Xintong shook her head. It's useless. My law only enhances, but it doesn't have the effect of removing abnormal states. Zhuge Feng said, I can do it, but a heavenly Tao's law isn't something a great void realm like me can reverse. Lin Xian said, it's fine. Leave it to me. It's fine as long as you have the ability. Sure. They were already used to Lin Xian's abilities. They did not know why Lin Xian had the ability to see through others, but it was considered normal. It was a certain ability that made sense. All right. Now, please enter the random map. The duel will begin immediately. Then, the 2 teams walked into the teleportation array in front of them and appeared on the map. Shui Di, let's begin. Lin Xian said. Swish, then, they set up their formation. Ling Ying, Wu Yuhan, and Wu Yunhua were at the front. Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue were at the sides. Feng Ling and Murong Yu were at the back. Zhuge Feng and Wang Xintong were behind Feng Ling and the rest. Lin Xian stood at the back to control the situation. In front of them, their 10 opponents slowly walked over. Heh, you are the team that obtained 49 consecutive victories in 2 months. I have to say, you have some ability. Their leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was their heavenly Tao. The demon-eyed devil tiger tribe was a race that, according to their classification, should belong to the category of heavy warriors. All of their attributes were relatively balanced. Normally speaking, this kind of demonic beast's demonic skill should be a powerful attack type demonic skill or an amplification type. However, its demonic skill was actually to weaken the opponent. But thinking about it, there wasn't much of a problem, because the evil-eyed devil tiger didn't lack damage output abilities. 2 women stood beside him. Both of them were extremely seductive. Lin Xian knew that these 2 women were of the same race. Their ability was to control. So what are you trying to say? Lin Xian asked. What I want to say is that your winning streak ends here. Shwa, then, his surging aura exploded. It had to be said that the heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao of the demon race was absolutely incomparable to that of the human race. Of course, this wasn't absolute, but it was true in most cases. As long as the Fey race's bloodline supported them to reach the heavenly Tao, they would definitely not be weak. It's hard to say whose winning streak will end here. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Shwa, the aura of the 10 of them erupted at the same time. This was definitely the first time each of them had truly fought with the heavenly Tao. Of course, Lin Xian had fought before, but that couldn't be considered a real fight. However, they still had a certain amount of confidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to fight with the heavenly Tao before reaching the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, there was only one heavenly Tao. Although everyone in the Blood Evil Squad was very strong, Lin Xian's ability was more outstanding. Pay attention, don't kill this person. As for the others, do as you please. The heavenly Tao said to his team members. Understood. After all, they had heard those people talking about Lin Xian's team. They said that Lin Xian was of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, so they couldn't afford to offend him. They could kill the others, but this Phoenix, they definitely couldn't kill. Let me feel what the power of this Dark Phoenix is like. The evil-eyed devil tiger roared and charged directly at Lin Xian. At present, there was no scheme. He simply wanted to feel Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, he had confidence in himself. Even if he thought that Lin Xian was a phoenix, he still had confidence. After all, he wasn't weak, and the evil-eyed devil tiger wasn't trash. Moreover, he was a heavenly Tao. If a heavenly Tao was afraid of Taishu, it would be a joke. Although there was suppression and restraint in the Fey race's bloodline, he didn't feel that kind of substantial suppression from Lin Xian. Heavenly Tao. Then I'll test the strength of a heavenly Tao. Whoosh, Lin Xian charged at the heavenly Tao, then said to Wang Xintong and the rest, I'll block this heavenly Tao. You guys deal with the rest. Xintong, don't give me any boost. Understood. Lin Xian believed that as long as he blocked the heavenly Tao realm, with Ling Ying and company's strength, they would definitely be crushed by Ling Ying and company who were at the same realm as them. Although they weren't weak, Ling Ying and company would definitely be able to crush them. This was a huge opportunity given by the Blood Malevolence battle team to Lin Xian and company. Whoosh, Lin Xian charged to the side with the evil-eyed devil tiger. Lin Xian had deliberately opened up a distance between them, so that they could fight as far apart as possible. This was because this map wasn't an ordinary battle arena. It was huge, to the point that one couldn't even see a shadow when fighting here. It was just that big. Lin Xian took all the pressure on himself. At the same time, he wanted to test the gap between him and the heavenly Tao. Or rather, how long would it take for him to destroy the heavenly Tao? At the same time, Lin Xian wanted to ensure that the evil-eyed devil tiger's strength was unable to affect Ling Ying and company's battle. This was because Lin Xian had absolute confidence in Ling Ying and company. The people outside were secretly astonished. What is this person doing? Is he going to challenge a heavenly Tao realm expert at the Great Void Realm? Is this the pride of a phoenix? This is going to be interesting. Originally, if it was a pure team battle, it would be difficult for us to tell how strong this expert from the phoenix lineage is. But now, he's fighting a heavenly Tao realm evil tiger one-on-one. That's the best way to see their strength. That's not right. We've been tricked. I think the Storm Battle team has been tricked. I think Xiaohu is deliberately challenging a Phoenix lineage expert. He's very sinister. He clearly knows that he can control the situation on the main battlefield, so why would he challenge someone else? Unless Xiaohu has absolute confidence in himself. That's also possible. After all, he is a heavenly Tao. But I feel that against a phoenix, any confidence is useless. It's likely a trap. That's right. It was a trap. In the eyes of the evil-eyed devil tiger, Lin Xian was the strongest. The other 9 were all good-for-nothings. Although they weren't weak, they were definitely not strong. It was hard to say if this phoenix lineage expert was in the team. Once he left the team, Xiaohu believed that his team members could easily finish off Lin Xian's team members. Chapter 1733. Therefore, the awkward thing was that he felt that he was right. In fact, although everyone believed that Lin Xian was the strongest, they had clearly belittled Ling Ying and the rest. Ling Ying and company had not used their full strength in the previous battle. Many of their abilities had not been used. Most of the time, Lin Xian was the one leading the battle. Xiaohu and company believed that as long as Lin Xian was not in the team, they would be crippled. In fact, that was not the case. And Xiaohu's thoughts were the same as Lin Xian's. Lin Xian's thought was that as long as they lured the heavenly Tao realm away, they would definitely be able to crush the other 9 with their strength. Their thoughts were completely identical. However, Xiaohu did not think that there was a need for him to do so. He did it for his own selfish reasons. He wanted to experience the strength of the phoenix, or rather, prove to the world that he had once defeated the phoenix, even if he had defeated the phoenix at a higher realm. But it was the phoenix after all. It was the pride of his life. However, the winner would definitely be Ling Ying and company. How could they possibly compare to Lin Xian's team when it came to understanding and confidence in their own members? Even without Lin Xian, the others were still very strong. Furthermore, Lin Xian had already told Ling Ying and company about their Yao techniques. It was equivalent to knowing everything about them. As for the blood termination battle team, their understanding of Ling Ying and company was limited to the previous battles. They probably did not know much about them. Furthermore, everyone still had many trump cards that they had yet to use. Sisters, do you have the confidence to finish the battle in 3 minutes? Ling Ying stretched out her hand as 2 daggers that seemed to shuttle through the black fog spun around her. 2 minutes. Feng Ling said lightly. All right, 2 minutes it is. After it's done, we will help Lin Xian. They had absolute faith in Lin Xian. Even if Lin Xian was facing the heavenly Tao, they believed that Lin Xian would be fine in a short period of time. Therefore, they had to quickly finish off their opponents. Hey, I'm not your sister. Zhuge Feng said helplessly. Cut the crap, let's fight. Murong Yu reminded him, do as Lin Xian said. Continue to hide your strength as much as you can. All right. Wang Xintong's body was then surrounded by a golden light. Law of Light, activate your domain. Wang Xintong's nomological laws could raise all the team members' attributes. Her domain could raise the team members' realm. However, everyone was now at the 10th level of the Great Void Realm. If they were to raise their realm, they would reach the Heavenly Tao realm. How could Wang Xintong allow everyone to reach the Heavenly Tao realm? Although it could not be improved, it could allow them to become stronger on the basis of the 10th level of the Great Void stage. No. She might not be able to raise her team members to the Heavenly Tao realm. 8 or 9 wouldn't do, but if it was 1, she might still be able to do it. However, even if she could do it, this opponent wasn't worth it. Moreover, it would consume a lot of energy. Humph. Amplification. Do you think we don't have any buffs? Activate. His opponent had also activated his amplification ability. The battle here was on the verge of breaking out. And on the other side, that's right. Everyone was more focused on the battle between Lin Xian and Xiaohu. Your Excellency, do you only know how to run? Xiaohu's speed suddenly increased as he charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nimbly dodged. Then, Xiaohu's punch blasted past Lin Xian's side, creating a crater a few hundred meters deep in the snow in front of him. After all, this was just a casual punch from him. However, it was indeed in line with the strength of the heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian stood there as his aura soared. Strength multiplied. Law of creation. Lin Xian did not know how much his law of creation had increased his strength. He had directly used his spiritual energy as a standard, consuming 1/10 of his spiritual energy to raise his realm. It should have been several times. Don't underestimate Lin Xian's 1/10. Lin Xian's 1/10 was no ordinary warrior's 1/10. However, even if Lin Xian's strength increased by 10 times, the Great Void Realm could forget about fighting against the Heavenly Tao. However, with such a huge increase, he was different from ordinary people. Furthermore, he had obtained the multiplier from the God's Awakening Door. His strength was not weak at all. A phoenix is a phoenix. A level 10 Great Void Realm cultivation, but his aura has soared to such an extent in an instant. Xiaohu was still a little surprised. However, a Great Void Realm was a Great Void Realm. Wrath of the Heavenly Evil. Xiaohu roared angrily as a terrifying black energy surrounded his body. To be honest, an ordinary level 10 Great Void Realm warrior would probably be suppressed to the point of suffocation. Is this the power of the Heavenly Tao? Lin Xian was still secretly shocked. Too strong. The Heavenly Tao was indeed not something the Great Void Realm could compare to. However, Lin Xian had a way to deal with the Heavenly Tao. Take this. Let me see how strong you are. Xiaohu roared angrily as he punched at Lin Xian with a fist covered in black energy. Lin Xian only had one solution, and that was to dodge. The people outside watched this scene nervously. What should he do? Of course, he would dodge. Whoosh! Lin Xian used a space jump to open up the distance between them. Boom! A huge crater was blasted open where he was standing. Snowflakes shook the sky. Do you only know how to dodge? A Heavenly Tao warrior fighting a Great Void Realm warrior, and you still say such things. What a joke. However, if you don't want to dodge, then don't dodge. Lin Xian stood in the void as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Realm lowering domain. Lin Xian's domain power directly affected Xiaohu's body. What? Xiaohu frowned. He had carefully investigated this team. After all, it was said that this team had a phoenix, so he had to pay attention to it. He knew that the powerhouse of the phoenix bloodline in this team had the power to lower the opponent's realm. However, he was not afraid at all because he was at the Heavenly Tao realm. No matter how powerful the opponent was, what effect could it have on a Heavenly Tao realm warrior? But now, he felt that his strength was rapidly declining. Hiss! The audience outside could see his strength weakening with their naked eyes, and they were secretly alarmed. Is this the power of a phoenix? Logically speaking, a power that shouldn't have any effect was successfully used by a Great Void Realm warrior on a Heavenly Tao realm warrior. No, it's not that the power is too strong. It's bloodline suppression. This is definitely bloodline suppression. Because of the bloodline, it can achieve an effect that is impossible under normal circumstances. This is bloodline suppression. It's too strong. Does that mean that the phoenix has a chance of winning? There is a chance, but it's hard to say how strong it is. Let's continue watching. Xiaohu raised his head and looked at Lin Xian. As expected of a phoenix. This kind of power is actually effective on me, but, following that, his powerful strength surged. Then, how can a great void realm warrior like you block my power that can lower all your attributes? Chapter 1734. Lin Xian had lowered the evil Ifine tiger's cultivation realm. With Lin Xian's current great virtual realm cultivation of 10 stars, he could still lower the opponent's cultivation by 3 stars. However, although the effect of this domain ignored cultivation realms, the reduction in cultivation realm was too exaggerated. Simply put, it was very difficult for Lin Xian to lower the heavenly Tao realm's cultivation at the great virtual realm. It could be done, but the consumption was huge. Lin Xian could forcefully lower the evil Ifine tiger's cultivation realm by 1 star, but even with Lin Xian's current spiritual energy, his spiritual energy would be empty after lowering it. Not to mention lowering it by 3 stars. However, if Lin Xian were to lower the great virtual realm's cultivation by 10 stars, it would be easy. He would not need to consume too much energy to lower the great virtual realm's cultivation from 10 stars to 7 stars. At the end of the day, the heavenly Tao realm's 1-star cultivation realm was too exaggerated. Just like the reward Lin Xian received from the God's Awakening Door, the opposite effect of the realm-lowering domain, the realm-raising domain allowed him to raise his cultivation realm by 1 star. In theory, he could also raise his cultivation realm to the heavenly Tao realm because he was now at the great virtual realm's 10 stars. However, if he were to raise his cultivation realm by 1 star, his spiritual energy would be completely drained. If it was a heavenly venerate raising his cultivation realm to the great virtual realm, it would be easy. However, the difference of 1 star in the heavenly Tao realm was too great. Therefore, Lin Xian's realm-lowering domain was within the limits of his ability. He had reserved enough spiritual energy to lower the evil tiger's cultivation realm. Although he did not lower the evil tiger from the heavenly Tao realm to the great virtual realm, there were still significant effects. Simply put, he went from a powerful heavenly Tao to a weak heavenly Tao. However, a heavenly Tao was still a heavenly Tao. Weaken this sovereign. The evil tiger roared angrily as a surge of energy acted on Lin Xian's body. The effect of his weaken was very significant. Lin Xian's aura plummeted. You've reduced my power, so your power has also been reduced. So, what makes you think you can fight me? Needless to say, Lin Xian was having a headache. This kind of power that lowered his own attributes was fine, but if it lowered Lin Xian's strength, it would be difficult to deal with. Take this. Then, Xiahu once again gathered his strength and threw a punch at Lin Xian. Lin Xian released his space and quickly dodged. Flames of darkness. Shua, powerful dark flames surged towards him, but he easily tore them apart. It's useless. Although the flames of darkness are powerful, the disparity between our realms is too great. Xiahu sneered. Even with the suppression of the realm, it was still very satisfying to be able to defeat a phoenix. He was even hesitating whether or not he should kill him. If he killed him, he could obtain great benefits, but it might be very dangerous. He would probably be hunted down from now on. After thinking about it, he decided. Kill. If he absorbed the phoenix's power, his ability would undergo a qualitative change. The world was so big, how would the Dark Phoenix find him? After killing him, he would hide his identity. How would the Dark Phoenix find him? Let's do it. Arg, demon god roar. Roar, an angry roar accompanied by a vision of heaven and earth, a terrifying power surged towards Lin Xian in an exaggerated range. The people outside were shocked by what they saw. The gap between higher void and heavenly axiom is really unimaginable. Even a phoenix can't fight against it. The main thing is that he was weakened by Xiahu. There's an absolute difference in their realms. After being weakened, Sai, he really can't win. Wait, is Xiaohu going to kill him? How dare he? He even used such a powerful move. He's dead. This was what the people thought about Lin Xian's current situation. And Lin Xian was facing such an enemy. Was he helpless? He had a way. He just didn't want to use it. He still wanted to preserve more power as a trump card for the upcoming battle. But now, it seemed like he had no choice but to use it. However, at this moment, a figure rushed behind Lin Xian. Why are you here? It's almost over there. I'm here to help you. Then, Zhuge Feng's eyes flashed blue, and a powerful force was channeled into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's power soared at the same time. The weakened state was lifted. This is all I can do. I'm out of spiritual energy. Zhuge Feng said to Lin Xian. Enough. Then, Lin Xian released the space to send him away. His eyes flashed with fighting spirit as he looked at the power in front of him. Whoosh, Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and the sacred sword appeared in his hand. A strong golden light burst out. First level, holy light lingering. The golden holy light and the black evil light collided. There was a set of techniques in this sacred sword. Lin Xian had only comprehended the first level of this technique. There were a total of 9 levels, and it was an amplification technique. The first level's effect was to double all attributes. Creation law. Boom, the 2 bursts of power collided. When the dust settled, Lin Xian was standing there unscathed. What? Seeing this, Xiaohu frowned. He's fine. Even if he's recovered, he shouldn't be fine, right? With the support of this sacred sword, Lin Xian's aura was close to Xiaohu's. Lin Xian's strength doubled. The holy light lingering doubled, the creation law increased, and the power of the sacred sword allowed Lin Xian's aura to approach the weakened Xiaohu. Tian Dao is still difficult to fight, but it's over. Lin Xian cracked his neck. 7 Heavens of Phoenix. This 7 Heavens of Phoenix was a very powerful martial technique. It originated from Huang Shi, and was transferred to Lin Xian by Huang Shi. In order to use this martial technique, one needed the flame of darkness. Lin Xian had it, so he could use it. This was also one of Huang Shi's powerful techniques. There were a total of 9 heavens, but Lin Xian's current limit was 7 heavens. When he reached Tian Dao, he could use 8 or even 9 heavens. If this demonic technique was a martial technique, it should be the highest grade of Saint-Tier martial technique. Everyone's eyes widened at this scene. Everyone watched in horror as the 7 phoenixes soared into the sky. Flame of darkness, burn for me. Roar! Then, the 7 phoenixes circled around each other, and 7 pillars of flames rose into the sky, trapping Xiaohu in it. Then, the 7 phoenixes rushed over. Even so, do you think you can hurt me? Xiaohu roared angrily, and a surge of energy erupted from his body. The 2 forces collided with each other. Myriad world lightning tribulation. Sizzle, accompanying the 7 heavens of the phoenix were surging black thunderbolts, which looked very frightening. When the black lightning appeared, everyone was secretly shocked. Why was there black lightning? Lin Xian still had many trump cards, but he didn't need to use them. Chapter 1735. Xiaohu's powerful strength clashed with Phoenix's 7th firmament, and he managed to block it. Yes, he managed to barely block it. But at the same time, Phoenix's 7th firmament's powerful strength shattered his defenses. Flames of darkness ignored defense, but with their realms present, they cancelled each other out. But what followed was 10,000 bolts of evil lightning. It had the same terrifying strength and the same defense-ignoring effect. Just as Xiaohu revealed a smile and was about to say that it was nothing, he suddenly saw the surging black lightning in front of him. His smile froze at that instant. He felt that there was no problem. Even if the lightning struck him, there shouldn't be any problems for him, a heavenly Tao realm expert, to be struck by the power of the great void realm, right? But when the 10,000 bolts of evil lightning landed on his body, two people said, "I'm doomed." Boom, bang. 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 His figure slammed to the ground as he tumbled in circles. Lin Xian stood there and heaved a sigh of relief. The heavenly Tao realm is indeed not something I can easily withstand. Typically speaking, with my strength, even if I'm at the Great Void Realm's 1 star, I can still fight a Great Void Realm's 9 star or 10 star. But as a Great Void Realm's 10 star, it's still so difficult for me to face a heavenly Tao realm's 1 star. Lin Xian sighed. The main reason was that many of his powers were restricted. Although he still had many trump cards, to put it simply, Lin Xian had forcefully lowered his cultivation level to the Great Void Realm's 10 star. As for himself, he had little spiritual energy left. If he could not end the battle in an extremely short period of time, Lin Xian would be the one in an awkward situation. Therefore, Lin Xian did not use this ability. However, all of this would dissipate with Lin Xian's advancement to the heavenly Tao realm. As long as Lin Xian advanced to the heavenly Tao realm, he might be able to return to the level of an overlord. For example, he could beat a 5-star heavenly Tao realm's 1 star. Even if the difference in the heavenly Tao realm was ridiculously huge, Lin Xian believed that it would not be as difficult as it was now. Therefore, he had to quickly advance to the heavenly Tao realm. There was another point that Lin Xian had fully realized in today's battle. He did not have enough means. He really did not have enough. He didn't lack powerful martial skills, nor did he lack attributes. There were many attributes that he hadn't used yet, and they could be used as trump cards for later battles. However, what he lacked was a trump card that would allow him to stand firm. Lin Xian found it very difficult to fight someone at the heavenly Tao realm at the Great Void 10-star realm. He was completely unsatisfied with this. He began to doubt his own strength. Although the Adonis system had given him all sorts of buffs, such as all attributes, creation, destruction, and top-notch domains, Lin Xian realized that it was no longer enough. He realized that laws and domains were increasing in number. There were also more and more powerful people. The items given by the system made him invincible before the heavenly Tao realm, but now, he was truly exhausted. Unless the system gave him something even more powerful. But now, none of the quests were triggered, except for some quests with fixed rewards that had yet to be completed. How awkward. In other words, the Adonis system was not invincible. Had the Adonis system reached its limit? In that case, Lin Xian would have to be careful. He had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Although he was indeed heaven-defying, Lin Xian was still dissatisfied. Perhaps other human geniuses, such as Tian Lin and company, would find it difficult to defeat Evil Tiger at the same realm, but Lin Xian was still dissatisfied. This year, he had to properly prepare for this matter. He needed more and more powerful means. Whether it was given by the system or obtained by himself, it was fine. As the dust settled, Evil Tiger crawled up from the ground with his charred body. To put it bluntly, the heavenly Tao was indeed the heavenly Tao. It was a little exaggerated. After being struck by 10,000 bolts of evil lightning of such intensity, he managed to crawl up very quickly. However, he must have been severely injured. Hua, the people in the audience stand stood up when they saw this scene. He actually heavily injured the heavenly Tao. A second ago, he was in a situation where he was about to be insta-killed. The next second, He heavily injured a powerful opponent. How did he do it? What is this black lightning? No matter how powerful it is, how did it heavily injure Evil Tiger? Is this the strength of a phoenix? It's too terrifying. To defeat a heavenly Tao realm at the Great Void Realm, Why is your strength so strong? Evil Tiger looked at Lin Xian with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Is it strong? Actually, I don't think so. Lin Xian said lightly. He coughed. But you haven't won. Bua. Evil Tiger bellowed. Are you calling her? Bang! A voice sounded before a corpse landed in front of him. Following that, Han Chushua and the other 8 appeared beside Lin Xian. It's settled. Murong Yu nodded. Yeah, it's settled. That's pretty fast. You sure are fierce. A great void challenged the heavenly Tao alone and heavily injured it. Windling was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Lin Xian said, to be honest, if it was 10 against 10, it wouldn't have been that easy to win. Stop pretending. You have already heavily injured the heavenly Tao in a one-on-one battle. Windling rolled her eyes. Oh my god. How could she compete with Lin Xian? Evil Tiger's pupils shrank. His 9 teammates couldn't beat these 9 people? Look at them, they were all in good condition. It's very awkward. Even the heavenly Tao can't beat those in the same realm. Ling Ying said helplessly. Really, they were now in a state where they were invincible in the same realm. It's okay. Let's kill him first. Space lock. Space lock. Windling and Murongyu also released their space. Space lock. Wang Xintong also exchanged for the space attribute in the God's Awakening door. She thought that since she was a support in the team, she shouldn't be a burden to everyone. She should be able to protect herself. 4 layers of space lock. Evil Tiger was still heavily injured. He couldn't run. Kill him. Xiao Xinyue said to Lin Xian. Why don't one of you kill him? Who's about to advance to the heavenly Tao? No matter how fast you are, you can't advance by killing him. It's better for you. If you advance faster, our overall combat power will increase by leaps and bounds. Han Chushua said. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. Tens of seconds later, Evil Tiger was smashed to death by Lin Xian's various big moves. Whoosh! Cheers and exclamations could be heard from the entire arena. The entire Blood Termination team was killed. They originally thought that no matter what the situation was, the Heavenly Tao couldn't possibly die, right? But the Heavenly Tao really died. It was too exaggerated. After taking away their spatial rings, the 10 of them appeared outside. Now, I announce that the winner is the Storm team. At the same time, they have achieved 50 consecutive victories and can receive the reward. Chapter 1736. Lin Xian's team's victory was completely out of everyone's expectations. Perhaps some people still had a glimmer of hope, but when the fight started, and the first half of Lin Xian's duel with Xiaohu, no one had any hope left. Those who had placed their bets on Lin Xian and Xiaohu were also in despair. But in the end, no one expected it. The entire field was filled with cheers, screams, and thunderous applause. In the Yao clan, the concept of the strong being respected was even stronger. What they valued more was not the 3 views, nor who was right or wrong. The one with the harder fist was right. The strong was right. Lin Xian's team had defeated such an opponent in a weak position. It was even more exaggerated to use the Taishu realm to defeat the Tiandao realm. Lin Xian's team of 10 stood there without saying anything, waiting for their rewards. At this moment, an old man walked over and stood in front of Lin Xian's team. Everyone quieted down. Congratulations to the Storm team for achieving the glory of 50 consecutive victories. This is the reward for the 10 of you. 10 life awakening pills. He handed each of them a jade bottle. The life awakening pill was a high-grade pill. Even for ordinary Tiandao realm cultivators, this life awakening pill was very valuable. At a critical moment, it could save your life. Of course, for Lin Xian's team, it might not be much. However, Lin Xian did not have such a thing. But Lin Xian could refine it, as long as he had the ingredients. Thank you. Lin Xian said. I hope you can continue to work hard and achieve 80 consecutive victories as soon as possible. This old man has high hopes for you. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Thank you. Then, Lin Xian's team walked away. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Can you be gentler? In a huge room, Lin Xian was treating Feng Ling's injuries. He twisted her arm and started twisting it. Although everyone had one, they were more or less injured. The law of creation healed them, but there were too many people. Moreover, Lin Xian's spiritual power had not recovered yet, so he gave Feng Ling a simple treatment. Big sister, you can't even bear this little pain. You have to cherish every opportunity to get injured. This is a good opportunity to improve your physique. Simply using the law of creation to heal won't improve your physique. Lin Xian said. There was nothing wrong with that. For example, if you spent all day in the process of being injured and recovering, every time you recovered from a serious injury, your physique would become stronger. Simply put, you would be able to endure more beatings. Of course, the premise was that you didn't have any hidden injuries left behind. Move, move. Wind chimes rolled up her sleeves and rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. You of course. This guy must have hurt her on purpose. Rolled Lin Xian's eyes. Shall we continue fighting tomorrow? Han Chushua asked. Continue, but we should have encountered teams with at least one heavenly axiom. Lin Xian nodded. It's fine. This way, we can advance faster. As long as we aren't seriously injured, let's not stop. I'll see if I can raise my cultivation technique to the next level tonight. If that happens, the combat strength I can unleash will double. It's fine. Everyone still has many trump cards they haven't used. Even if we encounter a team with 2 Heavenly Dao 1 stars, as long as it's not those ridiculous Fei, we should be able to fight. Murong Yu nodded. We can fight, so there's no need for us to be too worried. As long as we pay attention, we can't let our guard down in any battle. Understood. Lin Xian said, then, everyone, go rest and cultivate. All right. Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng sat on the bed to cultivate. Lin Xian's body was shrouded in a golden glow, attracting Zhuge Feng's attention. This was a power he had never felt from Lin Xian before. This power was very powerful, but it was unknown what cultivation technique it was. This was especially true for the golden sacred sword floating in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's psyche had entered a holy space. This was something Lin Xian had discovered some time ago. It turned out that the holy sword hid some secrets. It wasn't just a sword. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. In fact, Lin Xian didn't even know the name of the sword. It was just called the Holy Sword, but now, Lin Xian was very interested in the sword. At that moment, Lin Xian's psyche was sitting cross-legged in that world. Be it Lin Xian in the psyche world or Lin Xian in the outside world, his body was surrounded by powerful heaven and earth talisman seals. This was the cultivation technique Lin Xian was cultivating at the moment. This cultivation technique was called the Holy Cultivation Technique. Of course, Lin Xian only knew the name and didn't know much about other things. He only knew that there were 5 levels. At present, his first level was surrounded by holy light, which had the effect of doubling all attributes. As for the second level, Lin Xian didn't know. He was currently cultivating the second level. Lin Xian couldn't cultivate in the outside world. When his psyche came into this space, it was as if there was something in this space that could help him cultivate this cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is very difficult to cultivate. Lin Xian opened his eyes in the psyche world, then stood up and looked at the heaven and earth talisman seals in the surrounding space. It was true. Lin Xian's cultivation of the other cultivation techniques was very fast, but this cultivation technique was very difficult. It was really very difficult. Lin Xian had been exploring the second level for a long time. He felt that it should be very easy, but he just couldn't do it. You're saying that his realm isn't high enough? That can't be. What kind of cultivation technique can only be cultivated by the heavenly Tao? That's too fake. Calm down. Suddenly, a voice came from this space. In reality, Lin Xian frowned. Of course, at the same time, Lin Xian in the psyche world also frowned. What the hell? There's a soul in this holy sword. It can't be, right? Wait, this voice, Senior, is that you? Isn't this the voice of that person when I received the inheritance at the foot of the mountain of the demon race expert and obtained this sword? Lin Xian then sat down and tried hard to calm his heart. Then, the voice came again. Cultivating the holy cultivation technique doesn't require your heart to be pure and holy. Instead, you must be firm in your beliefs, your obsession, and your so-called perseverance. If you're tenacious enough, then you'll be a saint, a Tao that belongs to you. It's also the key to success in this cultivation technique. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His Tao. What was his Tao? Lin Xian had never thought about this question. If you want to enter the heavenly Tao, your soul must be strong enough, and your realm must be strong enough. At the same time, you need to comprehend your own Tao. There will always be a Tao of your own among the 3,000 great Taos, and what you want to persevere in is your Tao. His Tao. What was his Tao? Chapter 1737. Linglong Shui had specifically told Lin Xian about the need to comprehend the Tao before advancing to the heavenly Tao. Back then, Lin Xian had asked her how to advance to the heavenly Tao. Linglong Shui had told him that as long as he had a sufficient realm, sufficient spiritual energy, and sufficient soul force, he would be able to advance. Of course, she had also emphasized the problem of the Tao to Lin Xian. Actually, one could advance to the heavenly Tao without comprehending the Tao. As long as one had a firm belief, it would be fine. One's heart would not be messy. It would be better if one had a firm belief. To truly become strong, one had to comprehend the Tao. One could comprehend the Tao while in the heavenly Tao. In the entire world, there were very few people who could comprehend the Tao before the heavenly Tao. 99% of them comprehended the Tao while in the heavenly Tao. And this person had said that to advance to the heavenly Tao, one had to comprehend the Tao before the heavenly Tao. According to Lin Xian's guess, he had set the requirements to the highest. It was best to comprehend the heavenly Tao before the heavenly Tao. This was because to advance to the heavenly Tao, one had to experience the heavenly punishment lightning of the heavenly Tao and undergo a lightning tribulation to advance. If one comprehended the Tao before the heavenly Tao, the strength of the heavenly punishment lightning would be on another level. This meant that if one succeeded, one's attributes would be even higher after reaching the heavenly Tao. The stronger the heavenly lightning, the stronger the heavenly Tao. Therefore, if one wanted the heavenly Tao to have the greatest strength, it was best to comprehend the Tao before the heavenly Tao. If one could not do it, after reaching the heavenly Tao, one would lose this improvement forever. Lin Xian closed his eyes. What was he holding on to? He did not want to rule the continent. He did not have the ambition. He did not want to be the only king. He only wanted the people around him to be fine. Everyone to be fine. Everyone to be able to live happily together and give birth to a bunch of babies for him. In the future, he would not need them to go to school. He would open a school for his babies. When his babies grew up, they would be able to form 2 football teams. Simply put, he wanted everything to be fine. Everyone to be fine. He wanted to live a peaceful life. Was this his Tao? Lin Xian felt very determined. He had always been working hard towards this goal. Everything he did, the reason why he wanted to become strong. Wasn't this all? Wasn't that Lin Xian's Tao? All of a sudden, Lin Xian felt as if he had formed a connection with something mystical. It was like a beam of light connecting the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Lin Xian was sitting in the spiritual world. Beside Lin Xian, a figure slowly walked over and stood there, looking at Lin Xian and the powerful force that erupted from Lin Xian's body. His face couldn't be seen clearly because he was wearing a mask. However, his identity might not be a secret anymore. You and I have chosen the same Tao. Lin Mo muttered to himself. It's just that, the Tao you've chosen is different from mine. You're braver than me. I've always been a coward. He looked at the power erupting from Lin Xian's body. In addition to the power that made people feel very comfortable, this power also had a kind of killing intent. In other words, your Tao isn't about protection. It's about disregarding everything. For the sake of what you stand for, you'd rather make the world your enemy, the heavenly Tao, and the universe your enemy. I admire you. Then, when you persevere enough, you'll be able to reach the 5th level of the Absolute Saint cultivation method. This is the last thing I'm leaving you. He stood there for a long time. Then I can truly say goodbye to this world. He slowly closed his eyes. In this world, Lin Xian is the past. You're the present. Break through the heavenly Tao and see the real world. His figure slowly faded into nothingness, turning into specks of light that flowed into Lin Xian's body. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian. What's going on? The terrifying spiritual energy of heaven and earth that erupted from Lin Xian's body shocked him. Han Chushua and the others also ran in one after another. They originally planned to rest and cultivate or talk in private, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was too terrifying. They sensed that something was wrong and quickly ran over. What's going on? They looked at Lin Xian. Zhuge Feng shook his head. I don't know. I was cultivating and it became like this. Is he going to advance to the heavenly Tao? Wu Yunhua frowned and said. It can't be. Didn't he say that he's still a long way from the heavenly Tao? Why is he going to advance? It wasn't a good thing that Lin Xian was going to advance to the heavenly Tao. Anyone who wanted to advance to the heavenly Tao must be prepared in advance because the heavenly Tao's thunder of heavenly punishment was too terrifying. Even if you were fully prepared, the risk of losing your life was still very high. However, Lin Xian was suddenly going to advance to the heavenly Tao. It was really scary. They were very worried. Rumble, above Monster Wind City, even the sky far away, there was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Dark clouds covered the entire Monster Wind City and its surroundings were completely chaotic. This level of phenomenon of heaven and earth shocked them. Yuhan, do you have the contact of Sister Linglong and the others? Hurry up and contact them. Murong Yu quickly said to Wu Yuhan. Okay. Then Wu Yuhan quickly contacted Linglong Shui and the others. They knew that Linglong Shui and the others were Heavenly Dao. Now, Lin Xian was going to advance to the Heavenly Dao, but he didn't make any preparations. It was probably because he suddenly had an epiphany that led to his advancement. They couldn't do anything, but Linglong Shui and the others who were also Heavenly Dao might be able to do something. At least, they had to protect Lin Xian to a certain extent. This advancement to the Heavenly Dao was too terrifying and too dangerous. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily rushed towards Monster Wind City. On the other side, Linglong Shui and the others were sleeping soundly. Then, Linglong Shui received a message. She didn't have many friends, and they were all people that Lin Xian knew. She didn't have a single outsider. Usually, they would chat in the group, and she wouldn't remind them of the group message. Now that there was a sudden notification, she quickly opened her beautiful eyes. Not good. Seeing the message that Wu Yuhan sent her, Linglong Shui frowned. Even when she was advancing to the Heavenly Dao, she had made a lot of preparations. Although Lin Xian suddenly helped her to advance, before that, she had made a lot of preparations to advance to the Heavenly Dao. Lin Xian should have never made such preparations. There was definitely danger. Let's go. Linglong Shui then led Linglong Yue, Huang Shi, Yiren Bing, and Bing Lingyue out of the house. She released the space attribute and traveled through space a few times. Then, she quickly rushed towards Lin Xian and the others. Little Shi and little Tianyi were left alone at home. After all, their home was absolutely safe. Moreover, little Shi and little Tianyi weren't ordinary babies. In fact, they weren't weak. Looks like I'm really going to advance to the Heavenly Dao. Chapter 1738. Linglong Shui and the others were really worried. They had all experienced the process of advancing to the Heavenly Dao, and they knew very well that there could not be any mistakes in this process. Moreover, Lin Xian was definitely not weak. This also meant that the heavenly punishment lightning he experienced must be extremely powerful. In a situation where he was unprepared, even if he had all kinds of tricks up his sleeve, it was really dangerous. That was the heavenly punishment lightning, the nemesis of all martial artists and all living things. There was nothing that was not afraid of the heavenly punishment lightning. Evil Wind City, it was unknown how many experts had walked out. Someone is about to advance to the Heavenly Dao. In the Monster Clan, it was rather important news that someone was about to advance to the Heavenly Dao. After all, although there were many Heavenly Dao in the Monster Clan, it was definitely not that easy to advance to the Heavenly Dao. Moreover, it was in their Evil Wind City. They had reason to believe that someone from a certain team in the Death Corner fighting arena had advanced to the Heavenly Dao. Also, did you see that? Why is this heavenly phenomenon so terrifying? This is much stronger than the heavenly phenomenon of those Heavenly Dao advancements. The stronger the heavenly phenomenon, the stronger the person advancing to the Heavenly Dao. I really don't know who can advance to the Heavenly Dao and attract such a level of heavenly phenomenon. I think it should be the top bloodline of our monster clan that can attract such a level of heavenly phenomenon, right? At this moment, a figure rushed into the distance. When the Heavenly Dao advanced, the destructive power that erupted was extremely exaggerated. Lin Xian had to stay away from Evil Wind City. Han Chushue, Morongyu, and the others all followed Lin Xian and rushed over. Quick, let's go take a look. Then, many experts in Evil Wind City also rushed over. In a secluded wilderness, Lin Xian stood there. The void above his head was condensing, and so was the lightning. Don't come close. Stay away. Lin Xian turned to look at them. Be careful. You're not prepared. It's too dangerous. Wang Xintong shouted. Yes, I know. We've already contacted Sister Linglong and the others. They will definitely have some way to help you. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. Wasn't Lin Xian nervous? He was also nervous and afraid. Back then, he had seen Linglong Shue's appearance when she advanced to the heavenly Tao. It was too terrifying. The memory of that lightning was still fresh in his mind. He would never forget it. Lin Xian really wasn't prepared. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would go straight for the heavenly axiom. According to his plan, he would probably need at least half a year. After all, he had the Adonis system, which clearly recorded his experience points. There was still so much left, and then it was full. Although Lin Xian knew that it was because he had succeeded in comprehending the Tao, he did not expect that he could advance to the heavenly Tao just like that. He had fucking attracted heavenly lightning. Even if Lin Xian didn't want to advance, he had no choice. He was also afraid that he would die halfway through his advancement. This was different from his opponent. If it was an opponent, at the very least, you would know his cultivation level and roughly know how strong he could be. However, the heavenly Tao and the lightning of heavenly punishment, everything was unknown. More and more people gathered here. It's them. The Gale mercenaries. It's that phoenix. No wonder it attracted such a level of heavenly anomaly. Then it makes sense. Hurry, let's stay away. The destructive power of an ordinary heavenly Tao advancement is already unimaginable. His heavenly Tao advancement might cause us to be in trouble. Stay away. Whoosh! At this moment, a wave of spatial power was released, and a few figures appeared here. Linglong Shui and the others frowned and looked up at the void above, feeling the terrifying heavenly anomaly. Why is it so strong? They had expected that the heavenly anomaly of Lin Xian's advancement to the heavenly Tao would be very strong. However, when they felt it, it was a little too strong. Could it be that he has comprehended the Tao? Bing Lingyue suddenly thought of this possibility. Didn't Lin Xian say that it might be difficult for him to advance to the heavenly Tao within a year? He also didn't tell them about the great opportunity he had in Monster Wind City. Since there was no such opportunity, how did he advance to the heavenly Tao? There was only one possibility, and that was to comprehend the Tao. When one comprehended the Tao, there would be a powerful infusion of energy. In theory, even if you were a person with no cultivation base, if you suddenly comprehended the Tao, you could directly advance to the heavenly venerable realm. Comprehending the Tao wasn't a bad thing. Everyone wanted to do it as early as possible. However, comprehending the Tao at the critical moment of advancing to the heavenly Tao without any preparation was troublesome. Linglong Shui opened her hand, and a blue pearl appeared. Then, she threw it to Lin Xian. Only the person involved could block the heavenly lightning. They were stronger than Lin Xian, but they could only watch. If they tried to help Lin Xian block the heavenly lightning, they would be the ones to be destroyed. At the same time, it would be useless. Lin Xian raised his hand. This is a lightning avoidance pearl. It should be able to help you block the first 30 bolts of heavenly lightning. Try to maintain your best condition. I estimate that you will attract at least 90 bolts of heavenly lightning. Linglong Shui said. Okay, got it. Yi Renbing gathered a force in her hand. Roar! A dragon's shadow roared from above her, causing all the demon race members to tremble. These are dragons. Heavens! It was the dragon race. Dragons of the heavenly Tao. Hiss, so powerful. They're here to help him. Why would these dragons help the phoenix's advance to the heavenly Tao? Then, the image of a phoenix erupted. It was Huang Shi. Dark Phoenix. It's the Dark Phoenix. This is too shocking. A drop of blood essence flew toward Lin Xian. Eat it. Yi Renbing said. Lin Xian opened his mouth. Then, the drop of blood essence erupted from Lin Xian's body. Dragons had the strongest physiques in the world. In other words, dragons were a perfect race. Their defense, speed, and strength were all very balanced. Moreover, they were all top-tier existences. This drop of blood essence would bring Lin Xian a powerful boost in defense and strength. It could help Lin Xian resist the heavenly lightning. However, to what extent it could help him resist the heavenly lightning was unknown. The image of the Dark Phoenix flew toward Lin Xian and hovered around Lin Xian, protecting Lin Xian. They believed that with Lin Xian's talent, he should be able to attract at least 90 bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning. The first 90 bolts shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, the bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning after 90 bolts were the most terrifying. They were also the ones with the greatest risk of death. When a cultivator advanced to the heavenly Tao, they would attract 1 to 99 bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning. Each bolt would be stronger than the last. Every 90 bolts was a qualitative change. The number of bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning was related to one's talent. Simply put, in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the stronger you were, the more heavenly tribulation lightning you would have to endure. Therefore, the more heavenly tribulation lightning there was, the higher your future achievements would be. At the same time, your power to advance to the heavenly Tao would be stronger. Chapter 1739. In the eyes of Linglong Shui and the rest, Lin Xian's talent was absolutely acceptable. In this world, there were very few people who could attract 90 bolts of lightning after advancing to the heavenly Tao. Perhaps only 1 in 10,000 heavenly Tao warriors could attract 90 bolts of lightning. At 90 bolts of lightning, a single bolt was a qualitative change. Since ancient times, the record for attracting the most bolts of lightning was 98. In a sense, although there were 99 bolts, that was just a legend. Legend had it that those who attracted 99 bolts of lightning had the qualifications to surpass the heavenly Tao realm. They had obtained the absolute recognition of the heavenly Tao, so 98 bolts was the limit. However, at the same time, it also meant that the heavenly Tao did not want you to live, so it sent down 99 bolts of lightning to kill you. Because you threatened the heavenly Tao. Therefore, 99 bolts of lightning were a sure death. Will this work? Linglong Shui asked. Let's see how many bolts there are. Linglong Shui pondered for a moment. Normally, it should be about the same. There was still danger. They could only give Lin Xian this much external help. They were also preparing Lin Xian to advance to the heavenly Tao and to resist the lightning. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to advance so quickly. There were many things that were not prepared yet, so there was nothing they could do. Boom! The first bolt of lightning came crashing down with great force. Lin Xian threw the lightning avoidance bead over. He took advantage of the bead's ability to block as much time as possible to create laws to strengthen himself and recover his spiritual energy. Why is the first bolt so strong? Huang Shi frowned. They had all experienced the lightning before. Although the first bolt was strong, it was still much stronger than what they had experienced. He has gained enlightenment, so it's only natural that the lightning bolts are stronger. However, this is indeed a little too strong. I thought that the lightning avoidance bead could block 30 bolts of lightning for him, but now it looks like it's only 15. Linglong Shui pondered for a moment. Retreat. Then, they all retreated and distanced themselves. There was nothing else they could do. That was all they could do. The rest was up to Lin Xian. One after another, the lightning bolts came crashing down. Everyone else was worried for Lin Xian. 85. As they counted, Lin Xian had already blocked 85 of them. 89. Plop, Lin Xian fell to the ground from the void, creating a large crater. His whole body was battered and exhausted. Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Don't worry, the next one is the key. They stared at him. 90 Daos was an absolute qualitative change. Buzz buzz buzzed out above the void, the 90th thunderbolt was condensing. Lin Xian stood up from the ground. Fuck. Is it that terrifying? Lin Xian was secretly shocked. He raised his head and looked at the 90th lightning bolt that was condensing. I don't believe it. It's just heavenly lightning. How can you kill me? Boom! The 90th thunderbolt came crashing down. Feeling the overwhelming power, the people in the distance couldn't help but gulp and hurriedly retreat again. Earth attribute, activate. Metal attribute, activate. Lin Xian activated 2 attributes that could greatly increase his defense. Lightning heavenly prison. Lin Xian roared angrily. His purple lightning, accompanied by great power, rushed into the void and met the 90th thunderbolt head-on. However, although Lin Xian's power was incomparably strong, it still felt like an ant compared to the lightning of heavenly punishment. Boom! Plop! Lin Xian landed on the ground and smashed a huge crater in the ground. Ling Ying and the others stood there motionless, their hands on their chests. He had to be fine. Lin Xian stood up again. What the fuck? Lin Xian was stunned. The power of this attack was too great. 91, 92, 93, all the way to 97. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly crawled up from the ground. It should be about time. They looked up at the void. The thunderclouds hadn't disappeared yet, which meant that there was still 98 to go. Under normal circumstances, advancing to Heavenly Dao would be similar to Linglong Shui, a bit embarrassing. However, it wouldn't be Lin Xian's situation. Lin Xian's situation was already quite rare. Can he still do it? They wanted to do something, but there was nothing they could do. Phew. Lin Xian took a deep breath and took out the last awakening pill. This was their reward for winning 50 consecutive victories. The other 9 had given their awakening pills to Lin Xian. This was the last one, but the effect was minimal. This should be the last one. Fortunately, with my spiritual energy and condition, I should be able to make it. Why didn't Lin Xian create a law to heal his current injuries? No, he had to save his spirit power to release a powerful force to break through the heavenly lightning. If he didn't have any spirit power, his injuries might be lighter. But what? What would he do after that? Oh my God! 98 heavenly lightning. This is the limit. He actually attracted 98 heavenly lightning. Actually, it's normal. Kirins and dragons basically all have a minimum of 98 heavenly lightning. Although there are very few who can attract 98 heavenly lightning, there are still some. I can only say that he's indeed very powerful and talented. After all, he looks like he's going to break through to Heavenly Dao at such a young age. This one should be fine, right? It should be fine, the others also said uncertainly. The 98th heavenly lightning fell. Create a law, double strength, double speed, double defense, double spirit. All attributes burst for me. Second level of the Supreme Saint Mantra, Phoenix. 7th heaven. This should be Lin Xian's full power. Boom, everyone's hearts clenched as they watched Lin Xian's small figure be instantly swallowed by the powerful lightning. Bang, Lin Xian smashed into the ground, flipping back and forth before coming to a stop. Then, Lin Xian crawled to his feet, covered in blood. Phew! Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Don't look at Lin Xian's current sorry state. Even if he was in a sorry state, it would be fine. Even if he lost an arm or a leg, it would be fine. As long as he wasn't killed by the heavenly lightning, he would be fine. It was over. That's great. Ling Ying and the others also let out a long sigh of relief. Why haven't the thunderclouds dispersed? Suddenly, they realized something. Logically speaking, the thunderclouds should have dispersed by now. ZZZT ZZZT ZZZT. Above the void, unimaginable thunderbolts gathered once again, and a terrifying vortex appeared in the void. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. The 99th bolt. Heavenly lightning. How could this be? Everyone's eyes widened. Something had happened. The 99th bolt of heavenly lightning was rumored to be the result of heavenly Tao's destruction. Chapter 1740. When the 99th bolt of lightning appeared, it might have attracted the attention of all the powerful cultivators who were paying attention to this area. Perhaps there were some powerful cultivators in some unknown place who had taken notice of the heavenly punishment lightning, but they didn't think much of it. In this world, there were people advancing every day. What was so strange about that? However, when they saw this unimaginable bolt of lightning condensing in the sky, as if it was going to destroy the world, they were all dumbfounded. It wasn't that the power of this lightning could destroy the world, but at first glance, this kind of power and visual impact was something that they had never seen before. Is this the 99th bolt of heavenly punishment lightning? Many powerful cultivators from the various demon clans were secretly shocked when they saw this strange phenomenon. I didn't expect that an existence of this level would appear in our mainland. Does that mean that when he fully matures, he really has a chance to reach the realm above the heavenly Tao? This isn't a good thing, it's not a good thing. Yes, in a sense, it's not a good thing. The mainland is all about balance. Whether it's between the human clan and the demon clan, between the human clan and the demon clan, between the human clan and the demon clan, everything is balanced. If one day, there's an absolutely powerful person who the entire mainland can't fight against, then this balance will be broken. That's all for later. It's said that these 99th bolts of heavenly punishment lightning are fatal. Let's see if he can survive first. Various powerful cultivators from various clans looked at the sky and discussed. What the hell? Lin Xian climbed up from the ground, completely dumbfounded. Brother, are you kidding me? All of his preparations and plans were used up after the 98th bolt. He thought that it was just right. Why did the 99th bolt suddenly appear? Did they want him to die? What do we do? What do we do? Ling Ying and the others had all lost their sense of propriety. Lin Xian was already out of spirit energy, and his injuries were very serious. What else could he do? Ling Longshui and the others also lost their composure. There was no other way. They couldn't think of a way. They believed that although 98 Dao paths was terrifying, Lin Xian and their help should not be a problem. At least, the chances were still very high, so they did not panic too much. However, no one expected that there would be a 99th Dao path. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, taking advantage of the limited time the lightning had to gather to recover his injuries and spiritual energy. Don't come over. Lin Xian sensed that they were coming over and hurriedly scolded them. They paused there. The thunder of heavenly punishment targeted individuals. Even if they wanted to help, the most they could do was provide Lin Xian with external help. It was absolutely impossible for them to help Lin Xian block the thunder of heavenly punishment. It was useless. They just wanted to go over and treat Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I'll use my domain and laws on you. Wang Xintong bit her lips. Her eyes were red and her voice was trembling. That won't do. You'll die. Murong Yut said to Wang Xintong. For example, when Huang Shi and Yi Renbing gave Lin Xian a buff, they gave him something to use. As Wang Xintong said, when she released her laws and domain to strengthen Lin Xian, it was equivalent to when the heavenly lightning struck, she would definitely bear the heavenly lightning together with Lin Xian. And if she removed her domain and law, the buff would be gone. However, she would not be struck by the heavenly lightning. The most they could do was to go over and treat Lin Xian's injuries with all their might. Don't come over. Step back. Lin Xian yelled again. The power of this heavenly lightning was unimaginable. Lin Xian did not know how big it was, but this scene was too much for him to bear. Moreover, when the heavenly lightning struck, its range would be huge. The range was only one of the factors. When it struck, its power would be the most terrifying. Lin Xian was the target of the heavenly lightning. Yes, Lin Xian was here, but if others were here, it would be too late for them to escape. Perhaps when the time came, the so-called power of space would disappear under such a terrifying heavenly lightning. Lin Xian could not let them come over. But Lin Xian took a deep breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. Isn't it just one more? I'm fine. Lin Xian then took out a spiritual item of heaven and earth. It was a spiritual item of heaven and earth that was burning with flames. Then, Lin Xian directly swallowed it. Arg! When Lin Xian swallowed it, the flames burned on his body. Lin Xian's roar could be heard. Lin Xian, the girls stood there, their eyes red. They could only watch as Lin Xian was in such a dangerous situation, but they could not do anything. They did not even have the ability to fight with him. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Not to mention them, even Linglong Shui and the others did not have the ability to do so. Big sister, can he succeed? Linglong Shui tugged at the corner of Linglong Shui's clothes. Linglong Shui ruffled her hair. He's different from others. Others might not succeed, but he will. She was only comforting them, comforting others and herself. But in their hearts, they knew very well what kind of heavenly lightning this was. The winds and clouds in the sky changed. The void seemed to have turned into a giant whirlpool. But at this moment, look at the sky. In the distance, an expert pointed at the sky in shock. Hiss! They could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their pupils suddenly shrank. What happened? At this moment, they saw a pair of eyes appear in the sky. This pair of eyes was incomparably huge, incomparably deep, and incomparably terrifying. What is this? Those heavenly venerables and great void realm experts trembled in fear when they saw this scene. A chill ran down their backs. Not to mention them, even the heavenly Tao looked up and felt a chill run down his spine. This is the eye of the heavenly Tao. Is this the eye of the heavenly Tao? I'm afraid. I'm afraid it really is. This is the heavenly Tao spying on him. It should be. It should be the heavenly Tao spying on this person. It's spying on the person who attracted his 99 heavenly lightning. This is too terrifying. Is this really the heavenly Tao? Feng Ling looked up. She felt that they were so small under this pair of eyes. Nothing must happen. Nothing must happen. What exactly was the heavenly Tao? No one could give an accurate answer. Some said that the heavenly Tao was a rule. Some said that the heavenly Tao was a god. Some said that the heavenly Tao was a real person, an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao realm. An existence that could shatter the void was the creator of a world. There was no way to be sure, but at least for now, this pair of eye of the heavenly Tao could confirm that the heavenly Tao definitely existed. Chapter 1741. Something big had happened. In the beginning, some people were still holding on to the legend that the 99th bolt of lightning was fatal. They thought it was just a legend. Just like the existence of the heavenly Tao was also a legend. Everyone knew what it was, but no one had ever seen it for themselves. And now, the appearance of the eye of the heavenly Tao, which made everyone tremble in fear from the bottom of their hearts, was especially fucking ridiculous. Linglong Shui and the others were thinking quickly, trying to think of a way to help Lin Xian, but they couldn't think of anything. They could only pray. The heavenly tribulation lightning was a very special existence. No matter how weak it was, it could kill a powerhouse. For example, the heavenly tribulation lightning with the power of a mysterious heaven realm cultivator could kill a heavenly venerable. Didn't that mean that no matter how strong the heavenly tribulation lightning was, it might not be fatal? They could only comfort themselves like this. In the sky, the eye of the heavenly Tao disappeared. The lightning was condensing. Did Lin Xian have any ideas? He really didn't have any ideas. System Miss, why don't you help me this time? In Lin Xian's mind, he quickly communicated with the system lady from the Adonis system. Ding! This is a very important trial for the host. The system won't help. Lin Xian. In other words, the system had the ability to protect him. Hey, I'm in such a bad state. If you don't help me, I'll die. Ding! It's okay. If the host dies, the system can find a new host. Lin Xian. The hell? Don't mess around. I'm serious. Ding. I'm not messing around. Lin Xian was about to give up. Damn it. Okay. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He hoped that he would be fine. Luckily, the last bolt of lightning still needed time to condense. Although Lin Xian hadn't recovered to 70% or 80%, he could still recover to 30% or 40%. The main thing was spiritual power. Lin Xian had all kinds of methods to recover spiritual power. With spiritual power, his injuries would be lighter. The rest was up to him. Buzz buzz buzzed out above the void, the thunderbolt had clearly reached its final stage of condensation. The winds and clouds in the entire world were changing. It was abnormally terrifying. The vast surrounding space had been completely destroyed. Everyone quickly dispersed to a faraway place. Do you think he can block it? I don't think so. Putting everything else aside, that pair of eyes just now scared me to death. They're not on the same level at all. If an existence on that level wants to kill a cultivator who's ascended to the heavenly Tao, it'll only take a flick of a finger. That's right. Not to mention him, even the heavenly Tao realm experts beside him are useless. Under the heavenly Tao, all life is equal. They are all ants. Just as the thunder was about to hit the ground, a beam of white light lit up the place where the thunder was coming from and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, and many people's attention also fell on him. Linglong Shui's first reaction was that someone was going to attack Lin Xian, but after sensing it, she didn't feel any hostility. Whoosh! Lin Xian raised his hand, and the white light flying over was a bead, a pure white bead. At this moment, Lin Xian held it in his hand. This is... Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian held the bead in his hand and sensed its power. This power is somewhat familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar. It's Shui Qilin. Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. Right. That's right. This is Shui Qilin's power. Whoosh! The bead in Lin Xian's hand trembled, and then rushed into the sky. The void above Lin Xian's head rotated and erupted with white light. No one knew what kind of effect it would have, but they knew that Lin Xian's entire body had been restored to its peak condition. This was something Linglong Shui and the others couldn't do. After all, they weren't focused on healing. Moreover, Lin Xian's realm wasn't low either. If Lin Xian's realm was lower, they could easily restore Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt that he was almost in his peak state, and he had great confidence. Before, he wasn't confident because his state was too poor. His spiritual force was empty, and his injuries were very serious. This led to Lin Xian's upper limit being very low. But now, at least he was restored. At least he had some confidence when facing the heavenly lightning. Moreover, the bead above his head was still erupting with power, as if it could help Lin Xian resist the heavenly lightning. That power is helping Lin Xian. Ling Longyue said. Yes, and it's a very powerful power. Does he know such a powerful existence? But what is this power? What is this bead? They didn't know it. Boom, the heavenly lightning came crashing down. Lin Xian smirked. Come, let me see how powerful the so-called 99th heavenly lightning is. Actually, Lin Xian dared to say this even without the bead. Of course, the prerequisite was that Lin Xian's state was full. He went all out. The law of creation, all attributes exploded. Strength, speed, defense, and spirit doubled. The second level of the Supreme Saint Mantra tripled all attributes. Phoenix 7 Heavens. Come on. Let me test your strength. Ah! Lin Xian roared furiously as the white bead above his head met the devastating lightning bolt head-on. The girls subconsciously closed their eyes. Only Linglong Shui and the others were still watching. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided, and then landed on the ground. The ground seemed to have an earthquake, and then an unimaginably powerful shockwave spread out in all directions, destroying everything. Even the girls who were quite far away were affected. With this sound, the dust settled, and the thunderclouds disappeared. No one knew whether Lin Xian was dead or alive. Everything quieted down. Lin Xian, is he okay? Wang Xintong opened her eyes, looked at the vast area in front of her, and bit her lip. Don't worry, he's okay. He'll be fine. Ling Ying comforted her, but he was also comforting himself. No one knew what was going on with him. After the collision, they couldn't see what happened. It seemed that Lin Xian had fallen from the sky and crashed down. He should be fine. Wu Yunhua was a big-hearted person. Then she said, generally speaking, if you're destroyed by heavenly lightning, you'll be reduced to ashes. Lin Xian crashed down, so he should be seriously injured at most. Whoosh! Linglong Shui and the others rushed into the dust, looking for Lin Xian. Then Ling Ying and the others rushed in as well. Lin Xian was lying in a deep pit. Sister Linglong, is Lin Xian okay? Wang Xintong stood outside the pit and asked worriedly. Linglong Shui checked. He's seriously injured, but he's fine. At that moment, they were all relieved. Chapter 1742. Lin Xian was seriously injured. But that was not important. It was not a big problem. To them, as long as they did not die, there was not much of a problem. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be cured in theory. Unless it was something they could not do anything about. But the key was that the power of the law of creation was effective in curing injuries. 3 days later, Lin Xian was still lying on the bed. Is he okay? Next to her, a group of girls stood there and looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Linglong Shui nodded. Yes, he's fine. We just have to wait for him to wake up. It'll only happen in 2 days. You don't have to worry. Phew, they took a deep breath. That's good, that's good. Sister Linglong, is that really the heavenly axiom looking after Lin Xian? Will Lin Xian be in danger in the future? Will the heavenly axiom want to eliminate Lin Xian? Wang Xintong asked worriedly. Linglong Shui shook her head. No one knows what it is. It might even be a phenomenon. Don't worry too much. Okay. Then we'll leave first. Then, Linglong Shui and the others left. At that time, Yiren Bing also left first. After all, there were 2 babies at home and she had to take care of them. Now that Lin Xian was fine, they left with peace of mind. Phew, a few girls were sitting there. Now that Lin Xian is a heavenly axiom, we have to hurry up and improve. Well, who's closer to the heavenly axiom now? Xiao Xinyue asked. I'm still 1/5 away. Wu Yunhua said. I'm about 1/5 away. Murong Yu also said. Xiao Xinyue said, in the future, if possible, let's try to let Murong Yu and Wu Yunhua improve first. It's only a matter of time before everyone reaches the heavenly axiom. However, our following battles cannot be delayed. With one more heavenly axiom, we will have a qualitative change. Yes, this is also the best way. Let's wait for Lin Xian to wake up. Speaking of which, will he still be weak when he wakes up? I don't think so. He seems to be in good condition now. The injuries he sustained when he fainted have basically recovered. The only thing left is for his body to adapt. By the way, who was helping Lin Xian that night? Ling Ying unwrapped a lollipop and leaned against the wall. I didn't see it. I only saw a white light shooting over there. I really don't know who did it. Han Chushue said softly, I'm afraid it's an existence even stronger than Sister Linglong and the others. We'll ask Lin Xian when the time comes. Zhuge Feng said. Ask me what? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian opened his eyes and sat up. Arg, he stretched with all his might. Crackle. That's right, all the bones in his body were cracking, but Lin Xian was feeling extremely good right now. It was too fucking comfortable. Lin Xian, you're awake. Wang Xintong said happily. How long did I sleep for? Only 3 days. Phew, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it's only 3 days. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Holy shit. Lin Xian suddenly sensed something. What's wrong? Lin Xian frowned. Oh my god, is this the heavenly Tao? Lin Xian felt his body become lighter. His perception and everything about him had reached a level he had never felt before. Awesome. It was really awesome. Was this the heavenly Tao? It was no wonder it was so difficult for him to fight a 1-star heavenly Tao realm when he was at the Great Void Realm. Only when he reached the heavenly Tao realm did Lin Xian understand. Oh my god, the gap was really huge. It was really a difference of 1 level. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. He had a feeling that he could destroy a Great Void Realm 10-star with a casual flick of his finger. He really did not understand how he could fight a heavenly Tao realm. The gap was just too huge. Hey, don't be so smug. Windling rolled her eyes. Fuck. Smug. Who asked you to be smug? How displeasing. I'm not being smug. I'm just telling you that the gap between the heavenly Tao realm and the Great Void Realm is not trivial. It's just too huge. I don't even know how I defeated that heavenly Tao realm back then. Lin Xian said. How much stronger? Wu Yuhan asked. I don't know. I can't be certain either, but the qualitative change is just too great. Lin Xian. Then, we should work hard to advance to the heavenly Dao realm. How are you now? Very good. Let's go. Sign me up. I'll take you flying. 2 months later, they had reached their 79th consecutive victory. And today, it was their 80th consecutive victory battle. They were fighting rather slowly. The main reason was that Lin Xian was just too awesome. He alone could take everyone flying. However, Lin Xian needed to hold back the opposing Heavenly Dao alone. The remaining Great Void Realm 10th Order Great Void Realm beasts were left to Ling Ying and company. This was because they were not participating in the death arena purely for the rewards. And in the past 2 months, none of them had advanced to the Heavenly Dao realm. It was not that easy to advance to the Heavenly Dao realm. Instead, Murong Yu and Wu Yunua were close. In the past 2 months, they had already killed several Heavenly Dao realm Fey beasts. Lin Xian had beaten them to the brink of death before they delivered the finishing blow. But even so, they had yet to advance. The Heavenly Dao was not that easy. As for the Storm Battle team, they were already famous in the surrounding cities of the Fey God Empire. Some people were not gamblers. Some even came to watch the Storm Battle team's battles. And the Storm Battle team was also known as one of the cruelest battle teams. Why? Because from the beginning to the end, not a single one of their opponents had survived. Like many other cruel battle teams, there were times when a few of them survived. Of course, that was because they could not kill the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao could only live. As for Lin Xian and company, if they encountered a Heavenly Dao realm, they would definitely die. As a result, their ferocious reputation spread out. In fact, they were not that ferocious. Their methods of killing were very simple. Some battle teams' experts were cruel when they killed. Today is the Storm Battle team's 80th consecutive victory. Their opponents will also be opponents with 80th consecutive victories. There will be a qualitative change in quality. And this Storm Battle team only has one Heavenly Dao. It's still very difficult. That's right. Yesterday, they had a hard time winning against the Apocalypse Battle team. This time, the difficulty has doubled or even multiplied. There's still something to watch. Let's see who their opponents are. Speaking of which, this Storm Battle team's captain is the person who attracted the 99 lightning bolts 2 months ago, right? That's right. It's him. It's no wonder his combat strength is outstanding. But his realm is still there. Let's see who their opponents are. Among the crowd, there were a few rather special figures. Without a doubt, they were attracted by Lin Xian. Chapter 1743. A few elders walked into the audience stands from an inconspicuous corner and sat down. Their silence was a stark contrast to the commotion around them. Have you found out who they are? Asked an elder. Yes. They're humans. They're not demons. They're Lin Xian. Oh. He is Lin Xian. That's right, it's Lin Xian. The others are also some of the more famous geniuses of the human race, but they aren't the best. This can be seen from their current realms. The white-haired elder tapped his right hand rhythmically. They are here for training, right? Another elder nodded. Yes, those top geniuses will come to the Fey God Empire for training. However, they are participating in the death arena in such a high-profile manner. They are the first group. Ordinary humans have to keep a low profile when they come to the Fey God Empire. Insolent. However, I like such insolent people. Lin Xian and company are nothing. They can't stir up any waves. Grand Elder, this Lin Xian has already advanced to the Heavenly Dao realm. More than 30 Heavenly Dao experts have died at their hands. They are not to be underestimated. The white-haired elder snorted coldly. He is only at the Heavenly Dao realm at 1 star. His potential is very high, but he is only at 1 star. After the battle, invite him to join our Fey God Temple. If he doesn't agree, kill him. That won't be easy. We cannot take action in Fey Wind City unless they leave Fey Wind City. Otherwise, it would be disrespecting the Blood Qilin clan. After all, these rules were set by the Blood Qilin clan. Yes. Then find an opportunity to take action. Yes, understood. On the other side, a man and woman walked in. Do you know why I brought you here? The middle-aged man said lightly. Behind him was a woman in a white dress and a veil. No. There's a very powerful young fellow here. He can face a Heavenly Dao realm at 1 star. Against a Heavenly Dao realm at 1 star, he can eliminate them in an extremely short period of time. They don't even have a chance to escape, said the man. That's right. It's just a small matter, the woman said indifferently. It's a small matter, but 2 months ago, he was the one who attracted the eye of the Heavenly Dao and 99 bolts of heavenly punishment. The man pointed at Lin Xian, a member of Lin Xian's team. You still don't care. The woman looked up at Lin Xian. We need to pay attention to that. If he can survive, he will be your greatest opponent in the future, and it will be very short because he is a human. The fact that Lin Xian was a human could not be kept a secret. First of all, they had revealed their true faces to the world, and Lin Xian's appearance was rather familiar to the Yao clan. After all, many of the Yao clan's plans had been ruined by Lin Xian, and the Myriad Demon Alliance hated Lin Xian. Secondly, they weren't worried about this in the first place, but because they had become famous, more people knew about them, and there were more real big shots. In the eyes of the real big shots, how could they hide the fact that they were humans? However, this didn't matter too much. Although the Yao race and the human race were extremely hostile, there were still special circumstances. For example, in the human race, some Yao race could live openly. Even if they knew that you were a Yao race, they could still live openly because they might be friends. It was the same for the Yao race. If they knew that you were a human, they would kill you if there were no restrictions. However, they wouldn't do so under other circumstances. Moreover, only a few big shots knew that Lin Xian and the others were humans. The others still didn't know. So what? The woman said indifferently. Then I'll tell you something else. More than a year ago, 2 years ago, he went to Mount Tianyao. The woman frowned slightly. I don't know what he did, but I'm sure that his sword and his power came from the Sea of Will at the foot of Mount Tianyao. He's also the only human who went to Mount Tianyao and obtained some kind of power there in all these years. In addition, with the 99 bolts of thunder of heavenly punishment, you should be able to guess what happened. What do you need me to do? Either destroy him or treat him as your greatest opponent. Maybe not now, but definitely in the future. After saying that, the man walked away. The woman stayed behind and stood there in deep thought. Everyone. At this time, the host flew out. Welcome to the Death Corner Arena's duel. Then, without further ado, let's take a look at the information of the next 2 teams. Everyone, please look at the big screen. Shwa, then, the Storm team appeared. Whoosh, in an instant, thunderous applause and deafening cheers rang out. That's right. Our first team is the biggest dark horse team this time, the Storm team. Another round of cheers. The Storm team has only been established for 4 months and they have already achieved 79 consecutive victories. Next up is their battle for 80 consecutive victories. They are the fastest team to achieve 79 consecutive victories. Similarly, they are the weakest team to achieve 79 consecutive victories. However, they are not weak. I believe all of you know that in terms of realm, they have already broken another record. Let's look forward to their performance this time. Then, the big screen flashed. Next up is the expert from the Storm team. They are the Dominating Heavens team. Whoosh, the first second was shock. The second was another round of cheers. It's actually the Dominating Heavens team. TSK, this is going to be a good match. Yeah, the Dominating Heavens team is one of the strongest teams that has the potential to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Especially their lineup. Let's not talk about their lineup. The Dominating Heavens team has 5 Heavens Path members. 1 3-star, 2 2-stars, and 2 1-stars. With this quality, it's only a matter of time before they achieve 90 consecutive victories. As for the Storm team, they have 1 Heavens Path member. That's right. Although the captain of the Storm team is very strong, the Dominating Heavens team is not bad either. Especially their captain, Badian, who is from the Titan Giant Ape race. His bloodline is infinitely close to that of the Phoenix, Dragon, and other bloodlines. He is a 3-star while the captain of the Storm team is only a 1-star. The difference is too big. He has never fought a 3-star opponent before. This is going to be a good match. Next, let's place our bets. Lin Xian and the rest stood there, 80 consecutive victories. Our opponents for this match are probably at least 3 Heavens Path members. Lin Xian, no problem. Leave the Heavens Path to me. As usual, you guys settle the rest. Chapter 1744. Lin Xian knew that this battle wouldn't be simple. However, after reaching the Heavenly Dao realm and experiencing so many battles, he had a certain level of understanding of his own strength. Although the Heavenly Dao was different from the Great Void realm, the difference in each star was ridiculously huge. The augmentation that Wang Xintong and Zhuge Feng gave him was almost negligible unless they also advanced to the Heavenly Dao realm. However, Lin Xian's strength was there for all to see. His domain was there for all to see. His realm lowered his domain, and a domain that lowered his opponent's cultivation by 3 stars could still lower his opponent's cultivation by 3 stars. However, when Lin Xian reached the Heavenly Dao realm, although his spiritual energy had greatly increased, it wasn't that easy for him to lower his cultivation by 3 stars. It was possible, but the expenditure was too great. Therefore, Lin Xian was more willing to use his newly obtained domain to raise his domain realm and raise his cultivation by 1 star. The bets outside reached a ridiculously high payout rate. Lin Xian's Storm Battle team had a payout of 130. Ever since they faced the Heavenly Dao Blood Fiend Battle team as Great Void Realm cultivators, their payout rate had never been high. And this time, from their payout rate, it could be seen that the people outside didn't think highly of Lin Xian's Storm Battle team, even in such a situation. There was no other way. 1 Heavenly Dao and 5 Heavenly Dao were on completely different levels. Furthermore, the opponent had a 3-star Titan Ape. The people outside were already giving Lin Xian's team a lot of face by not raising their payout rate to a few thousand to 1. Our opponent might be stronger than we imagined. The payout rate is 130. Han Chuxue took a glance and said, "Oh my, we have already won so many times in a row. How can the payout rate be so high? What level is our opponent at?" Feng Ling was also secretly alarmed. Definitely not bad. The difficulty might not be as high as when we met the Blood Fiend battle team. We have to be careful. Okay, alright. Outside, the few elders sat there. The gap between these two teams is ridiculously huge. I'm afraid they will fall in this match. The elder from the demon god temple said. The white-haired old man nodded, not to mention the Titan giant ape and the others, even if it was some ordinary heavenly Tao, he wouldn't have this ability. The human race is a race with weak battle strength, how can it be compared to our demon race? Not to mention a demon with such a high bloodline. But he's killed a lot of, the white-haired old man said disdainfully, that's just because he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Space can prevent those heavenly axioms from escaping. Most importantly, he has the key factor that can kill the heavenly axioms. Dark fire can break through the powerful defense of the heavenly axioms and cause substantial damage. But so what? Everything comes down to the fact that his opponent wasn't strong enough. Now, his opponent can easily shatter his spatial energy and has an even stronger body and strength. Who does he think he is? He thought that Lin Xian was good and he thought highly of Lin Xian were two completely different things. In his eyes, he completely looked down on Lin Xian. He only said that he thought Lin Xian was a strong cultivator, and that was it. If you asked him to compare Lin Xian to a strong cultivator of the demon clan, he would completely look down on him. So what if Lin Xian killed the heavenly axiom? What kind of monsters did he kill? They were all very powerful in the eyes of those people, but in his eyes, they were nothing more than low-level demon beasts. For example, the Titan giant ape that Lin Xian was about to meet this time was someone he thought highly of. This was the demon race's bloodline that belonged to the T2 to T1 ranks. His bloodline was T1, and the dragon's bloodlines were T0. The other demon race bloodlines were T3. So what if they could advance to the heavenly axiom? The Titan giant ape's bloodline couldn't be said to be invincible, but it was indeed very strong. In addition, his realm was 2 stars higher than Lin Xian's. That's true. And they have 4 other heavenly axioms. The gap is too big. The 9th demon god temple and I are not interested in Lin Xian as a person. He's just a heavenly axiom 1 star. What we are interested in is his special status in the human race. Therefore, if we can get his support, it will be very important for our subsequent plans and operations. The benefits will be great. But if he doesn't agree, then there's no need to keep him. Understood. In another corner, the woman in the white dress and veil sat down. To her, a battle with this gap was very challenging. If he could win, then she would really treat him as a worthy opponent. This should be her limit in the past, right? At this moment, the host outside shouted, "Let's welcome the first team of the day, the Storm Team. Let's go." Then Lin Xian and the rest walked out amidst cheers. Today, one more person will advance to the heavenly axiom. It should be about time. Lin Xian said amidst the cheers. If we win, it should be about time. If we win, little Yu, you advance first. You have more abilities, so advancing first will bring more benefits to the team. Murong Yu nodded. Next, let's welcome the Tyrant Team. Then, 10 people walked up. Tyrant Team, this is awkward. We have met the team with the strongest winning streak in our investigation. Ling Ying said. There should be a heavenly axiom 3-star among them, right? Wu Yuhan asked. Han Chushua replied, their captain is a heavenly axiom 3-star Titan ape. Among them, there are a total of 5 heavenly axioms. Lin Xian frowned. The pressure was huge. At most, he could defeat 2 heavenly axioms. What was the main problem? It wasn't the heavenly axioms that were difficult to defeat, but some special and powerful abilities. To put it simply, it was similar to their domains or nomological abilities. For example, if someone directly lowered all of his stats, it would be very uncomfortable unless Lin Xian could escape from it. Murongyu knew that Lin Xian was under immense pressure. And she was the only one among the 9 who had the strength to challenge a heavenly axiom at the cosmic void. The others were very strong, but the gap was too great. It was obvious from Lin Xian from before. Therefore, I can deal with a heavenly axiom 1 star. Murongyu said to Lin Xian. Are you sure? Murongyu nodded. Yes. I can only help you hold him back. That's enough. With 1 less heavenly axiom's interference, the pressure on Lin Xian would be greatly reduced. As for Lin Xian, he had no doubts about Murongyu. She still had many powerful moves that she had yet to use. She had yet to use her 1,000 sealing ice eyes. It was the same for everyone else. Han Chushua and I will hold back a heavenly axiom, said Feng Ling. All right. Lin Xian nodded. I'll try my best to finish off the other 3 as quickly as possible. The rest of you, quickly finish off the other Great Void Stage 10. If I'm not done, help me. Got it. Then, they walked towards each other. Chapter 1745. Lin Xian looked at the 10 people in front of him. All of them were men. They did not belong to the same race. The one leading them was probably 5 meters tall. His muscles were bulging. The Titan ape race was definitely a strength-type existence. He was not someone the Earth War Bear could compare with. They were 2 completely different levels of existence. This supremacy has long wanted to spar with you. I've finally met you today. Then, let us spar. Tai Zhan said as he stared intently at Lin Xian. His tone was filled with disdain. Yes, in his eyes, Lin Xian was indeed not bad, but at the same time, he did not treat him as a match. At the heavenly Tao realm, with a gap of 2 stars, and his confidence in himself, he did not believe that Lin Xian was his match. Most importantly, he had seen Lin Xian in many of Lin Xian's battles. He knew what Lin Xian's abilities were, so he was confident. He wasn't afraid of the fire of darkness. He wasn't afraid of the powerful space either. This was because his realm was 2 stars higher than his. In addition, he was an extremely powerful strength-type existence. Therefore, Lin Xian's space had no effect on him. That spatial seal was something he could easily shatter with a punch. Take the spatial blast for example. With his defensive capabilities, this power could be easily blocked. The gap was just too great. The only thing that gave him a headache was Lin Xian's speed and the flexibility of spatial leaping. However, he wasn't worried because he had an ability that could catch up to Lin Xian. Then forget it. Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh. Are you afraid? No, no, no. You misunderstand. I'm saying that I want to beat all of you. Lin Xian pointed at the 3 bright heavenly Tao, including Tai Zhan. They were taken aback. Ha 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 ha, then, they laughed. What a joke. Ha ha ha. Tai Zhan roared with laughter. Then, let's see what you're capable of. Let's go. Then, they entered the battle map. Let's do as I said before. Little Yu, you must be very careful when you face the heavenly Tao. You don't have to think about defeating them. You just need to stall for time. Wait for me to deal with those 3 heavenly Tao. Understood. Then they stepped inside. This map was a volcanic region. The temperature was very high, and the ground was full of cracks. The cracks were filled with magma, and there were even 2 volcanoes in the distance that were emitting black smoke. The whole environment was very depressing and bare. However, although it was barren, there were many places for you to hide. There were all kinds of rocks and small hills. Lin Xian's group of 10 appeared here. In his line of sight, there was no enemy position, because the place was too big. I'm going to look for those 3 heavenly Dao. All of you, be careful. Oh right, if I can see the other Great Void Stage cultivators, I'll kill them instantly and save you guys the trouble of wasting your energy. The 9 of you will deal with 2 heavenly Dao cultivators. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian and said, won't you consume a lot of spiritual power? Lin Xian smiled and said, I'm a heavenly Dao. How much spiritual power can the heavenly Dao consume to deal with a few Great Void Stage 10 stars? Understood. Whoosh. Lin Xian then rushed forward. On the other side, Tai Zhan said to his teammates, leave that Lin Xian to me. You guys can deal with the rest as you wish. Got it. It's just 9 Great Void Stage 10 stars. A man smiled disdainfully. Captain, there's no need for the 9 of us to deal with 9 Great Void Stage 10 stars. If it really doesn't work, why don't we send 2 heavenly Dao cultivators to deal with that Lin Xian with you? Tai Zhan sneered and said, that's not necessary. Do you think I'm afraid of him? At this moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of them. Oh. They looked at Lin Xian. Kid, aren't you a little too arrogant? You dare to come alone. Tai Zhan sneered and looked at Lin Xian. I'm here to deal with some people. Snap, Lin Xian then snapped his fingers and released the law of destruction. When Lin Xian was at the Great Void Stage 10 stars, the effect of the law of destruction was negligible. But now, Lin Xian was at the Heavenly Dao realm. The effect of the law of destruction on the Great Void Stage 10 stars was explosive. Lin Xian hadn't used it in the previous battles because he wanted to continue preserving his strength. Now, it could be exposed. Furthermore, if it was exposed, others might not know what it was. Pfft. As Lin Xian snapped his fingers, the 5 Great Void Stage 10 stars spat out a mouthful of blood in unison. Then, they fell straight to the ground and stopped breathing. They were considered lucky because they didn't die in pain at all. What? Upon seeing this scene, the pupils of the 5 heavenly Dao cultivators suddenly constricted. What was this? How did 5 Great Void Stage 10 stars die without anyone noticing? How did they die? It's true that you can easily crush a Great Void Stage 10 star at the Heavenly Dao realm, but you need to at least take action, right? You need to use a martial technique, right? All sorts of powers, right? It's not like you use spatial explosion. How did you disappear without a trace? This was too fucking ridiculous. How is it? Dead. Tai Zhan's pupils constricted. They died just like that. When the people outside saw this scene, their pupils constricted. What is this? He hasn't revealed his full strength in all the previous battles. Heavens. That's very normal. It's really normal to hold back, but he actually silently killed 5 Great Void Stage 10 stars. How did he do it? What sort of ability is this? Isn't it too powerful? Since it's effective against the Great Void Stage, is it also effective against the Heavenly Dao realm? Or should it at least have a tiny effect? A tiny effect should be there. It's too powerful. See, Grand Elder, what's this? The few people from the 9th Fei Temple were secretly alarmed when they saw this scene. The 9th Fei Temple had been wiped out. It could be considered wiped out. Previously, they had tried to mess with Yi Rinbing, but they had been jointly resolved by Lin Xian. However, there were still many remnants. They had probably taken over. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what it is either. Perhaps we can only understand what it is after experiencing it for ourselves. Could it be a spirit artifact? Then, we have to be careful. There's no need to be careful. Let's see if his strength is useful against heavenly Tao realm existences. If it's useless, why should we be careful? That makes sense. On the other side, the veiled woman pondered slightly when she saw this scene. Many people knew of the destruction laws, but many did not. Many people would not think in this direction, but she knew that many humans had produced people who possessed the creation and destruction laws over the years. Therefore, upon seeing this scene, she thought of the destruction laws. Chapter 1746. The law of destruction possessed such a silent power. It was very fitting. Furthermore, she did not see any spirit artifacts. This person's abilities had once again made her wary. This was definitely not all of his strength and abilities. The more abilities he had, the more powerful his abilities were. She believed that he was more qualified to be her opponent. Kill him or make him her opponent. She needed a choice. Why did she need a choice? This was because she believed that this person, including her master, was very likely the successor chosen by that person from the heavenly demon. It could be understood as a successor. As for that person from the heavenly demon, she held a pivotal position among the Fae, including her faction. Her master's position and faction were also pivotal. The two factions had a grudge that spanned more than 10,000 years. This grudge had been passed down generation after generation without stopping. However, it could be said that it had been many years since the two factions had engaged in an open battle. Now, some of their benefits came from the successor they each chose, the successor who would inherit their personal identity. This successor could be a demon or a human. As for Lin Xian's departure from the heavenly demon, most importantly, someone had helped him that night when Lin Xian advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. And it was unknown who that person was, but her strength had reached an exaggerated level. It was very likely her. That was why they had their suspicions and noticed Lin Xian. On the battlefield, Tai Zhan was enraged. You are courting death. Roar, he roared angrily like a bolt from the blue. This angry roar caused the two surrounding volcanoes to erupt. It was obvious how exaggerated it was. Spatial seal. Lin Xian had sealed himself and the three heavenly Tao experts, including Tai Zhan. As for Tai Zhan, he felt as though his dignity had been trampled on. He, a heavenly Tao realm 3-star, was infuriated and wanted to kill Qin Yun. Instead of running, Qin Yun sealed space and sealed himself in it. Wasn't there something wrong with that? Apart from that, he had even sealed his two heavenly Tao realm 2-star teammates. Boom! He charged over and smashed down at Lin Xian's location with a punch. In the blink of an eye, the sky collapsed and the sea roared. And on the other side, Murong Yu and company rushed over and pulled the two 1-star heavenly Tao realm experts to a distant battlefield. They were once again divided into two battlefields. This was the best way for Lin Xian to protect them. It was true that everyone could erupt with greater battle prowess when they were together, but they were at the virtuous realm. It was very dangerous for the virtuous realm to face the heavenly Tao. Even if each of them was not weak, the heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao. Even Lin Xian found it difficult to fight against an existence at the virtuous realm's 10 stars. The heavenly Tao had a chance to kill them. So, even the heavenly Tao had the chance to kill them, let alone 2-star or even 3-star. Even if they wanted to, Lin Xian wouldn't dare to let 2 stars and 3 stars join the chaotic battle. It was too fucking scary. One move might even kill someone. At the one-star Heavenly Dao realm, Lin Xian believed that it wouldn't be a problem for 9 people to fight too. What? Were they separated? Is there any meaning to this? This is purely increasing the pressure on both battlefields. A 1-star Heavenly Dao realm expert is facing 2 2-stars and 1 3-star. The pressure in this battle is ridiculously high. And on the other side, 9 virtuous realm 10-stars are facing 2 Heavenly Dao realm experts. The pressure is also immense. That's right. Tell me, with the 10 of them facing 5 people, the pressure should be less, right? No, it's Lin Xian. He's protecting his teammates. Although the pressure on them is immense, if his virtuous realm teammates face Heavenly Dao realm experts at the virtuous realm, it will be extremely dangerous. They can easily insta-kill them. Yes, that makes sense. Then why does he continue teaming up with them? Although they aren't weak, he also rose from the virtuous realm 10 stars. They are probably on the verge of advancing to the Heavenly Dao realm. After the dust settled, Lin Xian removed the spatial seal and stood there unscathed. You actually want to use your own strength to fight me and my 2 Heavenly Dao realm teammates. Aren't you overestimating yourself? Tai Zhan stared intently at Lin Xian. No. It's not that I'm overestimating myself. It's just that none of you are worthy of my high regard. Lin Xian laughed. Is that so? Tai Zhan had unimaginable strength lingering around him. This kind of power, this kind of aura, should be the strongest that Lin Xian had ever seen, bar none. After all, he was a Titan ape, one of the strongest races in the world. Even Lin Xian could forget about competing with him in strength. However, Lin Xian had no plans on competing with him in strength. Boom, his punch struck Lin Xian's spatial seal barrier. Boom, Lin Xian's barrier shattered immediately. Lin Xian was still somewhat alarmed. The strength was just too great. Typically speaking, Lin Xian was at the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm. With his strength, he could face a 3-star Heavenly Dao realm expert. This was because his spatial dimension was extremely powerful and pure. Even a 3-star Heavenly Dao realm expert could forget about shattering his spatial seal. The Titan giant ape was blasted into smithereens just like that. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xian no longer had any thoughts of competing with him. Do you think those 9 teammates of yours will be of any use? Do you think your strength is sufficient? Do you think I have no means of dealing with you? 100-fold gravity. Plop, Lin Xian suddenly knelt to the ground. The gravity around him instantly increased by 100-fold, leaving Lin Xian unable to react in time. Ha ha ha, Tai Zhan roared with laughter. So, how are you going to fight me? In his eyes, Lin Xian was just an ant right now. He couldn't even run fast, so how was he to fight him? Lin Xian smiled. Is this the source of your confidence? Then, Lin Xian slowly stood up. Then, do you know that spatial seal can perfectly restrain your increase in gravity? Spatial isolation. Lin Xian's eyes focused. Shwa! A burst of space force erupted. Simply put, the increase in gravity was an area, or the area around a person. No matter where one ran, as long as one was within this range, the gravity would increase. However, Lin Xian's spatial seal was directly isolated. He allowed the gravity to be outside, and no matter where he went, the area around him would be normal. Tai Zhan frowned. Attack! Yes. So, then, the 3 Heavenly Dao charged at Lin Xian. Realm Upgrade Domain, activate. Chapter 1747. Lin Xian's realm had been forcefully raised from 1 star to 2 stars. And when Lin Xian's realm reached the 2-star heavenly Tao realm, his strength instantly soared. What was the benefit of having his strength soar? It was that some of the powers Lin Xian used against heavenly Tao's second-stage experts at the same realm would expend less spirit energy. Lin Xian was at the 1-star of the heavenly Tao realm. Releasing a realm-lowering domain against a heavenly Tao realm 2-star or 3-star was completely different from Lin Xian's realm reduction domain. Lin Xian's domain could reduce their realm by 3 stars, but Lin Xian would definitely not easily reduce their realm by 3 stars at the heavenly Tao realm. This was because the expenditure was too great. If he failed to end the battle, Lin Xian would be doomed. However, there was nothing wrong with lowering their realm by 1 star. Lin Xian then expended large amounts of spirit energy to lower the realms of the 3 heavenly Tao experts, including Taizhan, by 1 star. At the same time, he raised his realm by 1 star. Taizhan was reduced to 2 stars while the others were reduced to 1 star. As for Lin Xian, he was at 2 stars. Upon sensing his cultivation level plummet, Taizhan's pupils constricted. Why did his realm suddenly drop by 1 star? This drop of 1 star was extremely exaggerated. As for Lin Xian, he was now on par with the strongest realm. What was there to be afraid of? Strength doubled, speed doubled, defense doubled, and psyche doubled. Lin Xian directly activated the strength exchange from the system. Then, Lin Xian swallowed a pill to restore his spiritual energy. Second level of the Paramount Sage Cultivation Technique. The first level of the Paramount Sage Cultivation Technique doubled all his stats, and the second level tripled them. Together with Lin Xian's own laws of creation, as well as the system's doubling, Lin Xian's stats had increased by more than 6 or even 8 times at 2 stars. Tell me, how terrifying was his combat strength? Shua, with holy sword in hand, Lin Xian charged at an expert who had been reduced to 1 star by Lin Xian. Upon sensing the unimaginable strength, the expert's pupils constricted. However, he still charged forward to meet him. He did not believe that this person was much stronger than him. Everything was fake. Shua, when Lin Xian's sword sliced off his arm, he knew he was wrong. Hua, the people who were watching the show revealed looks of shock. What? How did he raise his stats by so much in such a short period of time? That's nearly 10 times, right? His cultivation at the Heavenly Tao realm is at the Heavenly Tao realm increase of all stars have been enhanced by nearly 10 times. It's too terrifying. This was too terrifying. Was this his true strength? Is this the strength that he has been hiding all this time? The woman Hefun's furrowed brows knitted together. Lin Xian's was it increases his strength as well. She obviously knew that this was not a one-stage enhancement. He had used multiple enhancements to achieve this level. However, it must be known that in the martial arts world, there were very few martial arts that could simply double one's attributes. If one could double one's attributes, then it would already be considered very powerful. If one could triple one's attributes, then it was really almost impossible to exist. Much less 5 times. Although she knew that, she also knew that it was extremely draining. Furthermore, such an enhancement was definitely not simple. Therefore, from the looks of it, he was indeed that person's successor. The few elders from the 9th Fei Temple watched Lin Xian's battle with knitted brows. Grand Elder, he's much stronger than we imagined. He's only 1 star at the Heavenly Tao realm, but he suddenly raised his strength to the level of 3 stars. This is unbelievable. 1 star raised his strength by 2 stars. Furthermore, he lowered his opponent's strength. This addition and subtraction is a little exaggerated. The Grand Elder knitted his brows tightly. In fact, he could be considered to have heaved a sigh of relief. If he had not watched today's battle, he might have been in trouble if he killed the punk. Thankfully, he had watched the battle. That also meant that a 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior would definitely not be able to kill him. A 4-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior had a chance, but to ensure it, a 5-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior was needed. As for Lin Xian's overall strength, it was roughly at the 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm. To be honest, the 1-star gap in the Heavenly Tao Realm was just too great. If he wasn't Lin Xian, it would be very difficult for him to cross realms to defeat his opponent. To put it simply, Lin Xian raised his cultivation level by 1 star to the 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm. Following that, Lin Xian created laws, doubling his strength. The addition of the Supreme Sage Heart Sutra boosted his stats by nearly 10 times. Even under such circumstances, he only had the strength of a 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm expert despite having his stats increased by 10 times at the 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm. He might even be at the bottom of the 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm experts. This was the difference of 1 star at the Heavenly Tao Realm. If he was at the Great Void Realm, Lin Xian would have soared to the heavens with his 10-fold increase. And on the other side, Ling Ying and company retreated in defeat. The gap in the Heavenly Tao Realm is just too great. Feng Ling shouted. Don't be distracted. Protect everyone. Murong Yuk shouted. Got it. Wu Yuhan, Wu Yunua, slow down a little. I'll provide support. Zhuge Feng said. So, then, the two of them returned. Murong Yu frowned slightly. It's useless. Domain, heart erosion. Suddenly, everyone felt an excruciating pain in their hearts. With their hearts in pain, they did not dare make any large movements. Murong Yu landed on the ground. Leave him to me. Hold him back. Following that, Murong Yu's sky-blue eyes shimmered with determination. Domain, judgment. Shua. Following that, Murong Yu forcefully pulled the expert who had released the heart erosion domain into her domain. She only had one goal. That was to make this person's domain ineffective against everyone outside. This domain was very painful. If the heart hurt, it would be fatal. Furthermore, it was a Heavenly Tao domain. They had no way of escaping it. If they continued fighting under such circumstances, they would die. Therefore, Murong Yu had to forcefully pull him into her domain. You are courting death. The man who was pulled into the domain stared at Murong Yu. Whether he lives or dies is still undetermined. Thousand sealing ice eyes. Her eyes flowed with coldness as the entire domain was instantly sealed in ice. She did not wish for the outside world to see her 1,000 sealing ice eyes for the time being because it was a lethal weapon. With Lin Xian's help, her 1,000 sealing ice eyes had already reached the 7th level. There were a total of 9 levels, and her 7th level had already broken the record of 1,000 sealing ice eyes. The highest record in history was the 7th level of 1,000 sealing ice eyes. That was a 10,000-year-old monster, and she was only in her 20s. She had the chance to touch the most terrifying 9th level of 1,000 sealing ice eyes. The freezing of 1,000 sealing ice eyes and the freezing of the ice attribute were two completely different concepts. Perhaps they looked similar, but in reality, they were not the same. It could be seen that even Heavenly Tao's body was frozen when facing Murong Yu's 1,000 sealing ice eyes. But that was it. But most importantly, the 1,000 sealing ice eyes were freezing his blood and meridians. Chapter 1748. There was no need to doubt Murong Yu's strength. Her 1,000 sealing ice eyes was effective against Heavenly Tao realm existences, but it was impossible to use her 1,000 sealing ice eyes to resolve a battle. The Heavenly Tao realm 1 star had been sealed in ice. That was what it looked like, but all he needed to do was release his powerful heavenly Tao realm strength to escape the ice seal. However, he could sense the coldness in his body. It was a bone-chilling coldness that came from his body. He wanted to move. He could move, but he was a little slow. And why did Murongyu have the confidence to pull a heavenly Tao realm into her domain? This was because her domain was very powerful to begin with. Domain, tenfold judgment. Murongyu's domain power was activated. Her tenfold judgment domain was an extremely powerful domain. After the domain was activated, she could forcefully pull a person into her domain. There was a chance of instant death, a chance of serious injuries, a chance of a permanent drop in realm, and a chance of being unharmed. These chances were not fixed. They were related to both parties' realms. The stronger Murongyu was, the higher the chance of instant death. The greater the gap between her and her opponent, the lower the chances. It was even possible that instant death would not be triggered. However, she was at the Great Void Realm 10-star while her opponent was at the Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star. The gap was rather huge, but despite the huge gap, there was still a chance, albeit a very small one, of instant death. Even if it did not trigger instant death, a permanent drop in realm or serious injuries were enough. Although the chances of him being safe and sound were also quite high, but, after all, there were 3 situations where he would be in trouble, and 1 situation where he would be fine. 3 to 1, even if there was a huge difference in their cultivation levels, no matter what, even if the 3 of them combined together had a probability of triggering any one of them, there should be at least a 30% chance, right? Even if there was nothing going on, her main objective was to stall for time. Shua, a powerful force was condensing. When Murongyu sensed this power, he knew that he'd successfully triggered it. She was unsure if it was death, serious injuries, or a drop in realm, but she was certain that she had definitely triggered one of them. It was unlikely to be death. This was because for a Great Void Realm 10-star to trigger an instant death buff against a Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star, the chances were probably less than 1%. Poof! The shadow of a sacred sword descended, and the expert immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. What he triggered was a serious injury. Murongyu let out a long sigh of relief. This time, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Murongyu's spiritual power was almost depleted. Shua, the domain disappeared, and they appeared outside. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the entire place was in an uproar. Almost everyone couldn't help but stand up. What? Am I blind? Am I seeing things? The Heavenly Tao was injured. And it looks like he's seriously injured. What kind of monsters are in this team? The Heavenly Tao outside had been suppressed by 8 Great Void Stage cultivators the entire time and had even been injured. The Heavenly Tao that had been pulled into the domain had been severely injured by a Great Void Stage 10-star cultivator. This? I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. On the other side, Lin Xian had successfully severely injured 2 of the monsters that he had reduced to 1 star of the Heavenly Law. Lin Xian possessed formidable combat prowess to begin with, and he had the ability to fight opponents of a higher level than him. Now, with his formidable strength, he had temporarily surpassed the 2 of them in terms of cultivation level. Tell me, wouldn't he severely injure them? The only thing now was that Lin Xian's spiritual power consumption was a bit exaggerated because he kept his realm increasing and his opponent's realm decreasing. He had to end the battle now. That Taizhan felt very uncomfortable. He thought that he could restrain Lin Xian's gravitational force, but it was now perfectly restrained by him. Moreover, he didn't have the advantage of realm anymore. His advantage now was strength, formidable strength. However, Lin Xian simply didn't want to compete with him in strength. Do you only know how to run? Taizhan roared angrily at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed and said, "Then catch me if you have the guts." Next to him, the two heavenly Tao climbed up. Destruction Law. Pua, just as the two of them got up, they spewed out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. There was no other way about it. They were only at the one-star heavenly Tao realm, while Lin Xian was at the two-star heavenly Tao realm. The destruction law could easily deal with them, and they couldn't even release their demon god true bodies. And now, Lin Xian was most worried about Tai Zhan's demon god true body. There was a huge price to pay after releasing the demon god true body, but if he didn't use it when he was about to die or lose, it would be abnormal. As for the other two heavenly Tao, they had already lost the chance to release their demon god true body. Humph. Tai Zhan gritted his teeth. Demon god, true body. Roar, a beam of light shimmered as his figure gradually turned illusory and corporeal. A gigantic figure appeared. Titan ape. It was probably 40 to 50 meters tall. This aura and feeling was on a completely different level. But, no matter what, no matter how strong you become, you are only at the two-star heavenly Tao realm. No matter how terrifying you are only at the two-star level. But it had to be said that the demon god true body released by this fey beast was truly powerful. Roar, an angry roar shook the heavens and earth. The entire ground trembled as lava spewed out of the volcano map. The ground cracked apart. This strength was unimaginable. Even if Lin Xian went all out, he was absolutely unable to compete with him in strength. Tai Zhan roared angrily as he opened his arms. All the sand and lava around the map soared into the sky. Swish, following that, an unimaginable strength surged towards Lin Xian. What's the use? Lin Xian was momentarily helpless against him, but what was the use? If this move hit Lin Xian would probably be in trouble. However, he couldn't hit him. Spatial separation. Then, Lin Xian separated an independent space at his location. It looked like he was still there, but he was already in another space. The terrifying strength seemed to pass through Lin Xian as it bombarded the surroundings. This was another sublimation of space after Lin Xian reached the heavenly Tao realm. Beneath the heavenly Tao, there was no way to use such spatial powers. As the dust settled, Lin Xian's figure had vanished. Where did Lin Xian go? Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Xian flashed to Ling Ying and Company's battlefield. Whoa! The 9 of them nearly destroyed the heavenly Tao. Destruction laws. Pua, the 2 heavenly Tao 1-stars were heavily injured once again. Are you alright? They looked at Lin Xian. I'm fine. I'll settle it quickly. With that said, Lin Xian vanished again. Chapter 1749. On the other side, Tai Zhan learned of his team member's situation. All right. His massive body stood there. Since I can't hit you, I'll kill your team member. He was enraged to the extreme. He would rather fight an opponent a star higher than him. Really, he did not wish to fight an opponent that was like a loach. Alright, since he couldn't hit him, he refused to believe that he wouldn't take action after killing his team member. As for the audience outside, they were all dumbfounded. They could not figure out why the battlefield had suddenly turned into such a state. It was originally a 10 versus 10 situation, but suddenly, 5 Great Void Realm experts died. Then, the other 4 Heavenly Tao Realm experts were heavily injured. They could not even understand why. Why? How were these Heavenly Tao experts so heavily injured? Although some of them saw it with their own eyes, they found it difficult to understand how it was done. It was very strong, but how could it be done to such an extent? It was understandable if one person could do it, but how did the others do it? Whoosh, Ling Ying and company arrived at Lin Xian's battlefield. They were secretly alarmed when they saw the gigantic monster. Oh my God! How were they to fight it? Good! You've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Roar! The gigantic monster roared and charged at them. If there's only one left. Zhuge Feng, replenish my spiritual energy. Lin Xian ordered. Roger that. Then, an array formation condensed beneath Lin Xian. Lin Xian's spiritual energy rapidly recovered. Realm Reduction Domain. Lin Xian activated his Realm Reduction Domain with all his strength. The gigantic monster's realm was reduced to the one-star Heavenly Tao realm. So, Lin Xian charged forward with his holy sword in hand. Fire of darkness, myriad lightning heavenly prison. Accompanied by immense strength, Lin Xian stabbed at him. Tai Zhan's fist that was several times bigger than Lin Xian's came hurtling at Lin Xian. But at the instant the two forces collided, there was no visual impact. The gigantic monster's fist did not shatter Lin Xian. Instead, Lin Xian's strength completely blocked it. Chief! Then, Lin Xian pierced through his body with his sword. Law of Destruction. Boom! 5 minutes later, the battle ended. Whoosh! Everyone in the hall stood up once again. They were shocked. Team Tyrants had lost. A single Heavenly Law battle team defeated 5 Heavenly Law battle teams. Lin Xian stood there panting. To be honest, they were a tough bunch to beat. If he didn't have so many tricks up his sleeve, he definitely wouldn't have been able to win. If this was a human at the 3 stars Heavenly Tao realm, Lin Xian wouldn't be that difficult to deal with. However, this was a top demon at the 3 stars Heavenly Tao realm. He was difficult to deal with to begin with, and he had even released his demon god true body. It was really hard to fight. Lin Xian had a rough understanding of his own strength. When one's realm reached the Heavenly Tao realm, it was no longer possible to defeat an opponent that was 6 or 7 stars higher. Little Yu, go and deal with them. Prepare to advance to the Heavenly Tao. All right. Murong Yu then walked over. After slaying all the Heavenly Tao experts, Murong Yu could advance to the Heavenly Tao realm. And they were already prepared to advance to the Heavenly Tao realm. With Lin Xian's example as an example, they began their preparations. Linglong Shua and company also helped with the preparations. Outside, a phenomenon appeared. I'm going to advance. Murong Yu said. All right, we'll be right there. Then, they left the map and appeared in the outside world. Murong Yu immediately left. The beautiful host flew over. It's too exciting. It's simply too exciting. They have broken the Death Arena's record. With a team with only one-star Heavenly Tao realm expert, they defeated a team with 5 Heavenly Tao realm experts at the 3 stars Heavenly Tao realm. They have completed their 80 consecutive victories. Let us remember their team's name, Storm Battle Team. Following that, the entire arena was filled with shouts. Next, let's invite the Grand Elder of the Death Arena to give them the reward for their 80 consecutive victories. At that moment, an elder walked over. He came in front of Lin Xian and company. Congratulations on achieving 80 consecutive victories. I hope that I can see you standing in the 100th battle soon, on the battlefield against the Blood Qilin race. This is your reward. Lin Xian and company received it. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Then, they walked away. Outside, Murong Yu was advancing to the Heavenly Tao realm. In less than half a month, we should have 3 heavenly Tao experts among us. Lin Xian said. That's right. I never expected it to be so fast. Wen Qim said. Then, shall we continue fighting? Lin Xian shook his head. No. Let's not fight for the time being. It's time for us to train. Every opponent we face in the future will be extremely powerful. The risk is too great. Furthermore, such a disparity in strength will not increase our strength by much. Let's go out and raise our strength. Once we reach a very high standard as a whole, we can finish the remaining 20 battles. All right. With the 98 bolts of lightning striking down, Murong Yu successfully advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. Heavens! Murong Yu attracted 98 bolts of lightning. This is too exaggerated. Let's go and see how she is. They rushed over. Murong Yu was also covered in blood. Lin Xian directly created a law and released it at her. How is it? Murong Yu slowly shook her head. I might need to recuperate for 2 days. No problem. Let's go. Then, they left. In secret, a few people from the 9th Fei Temple walked out. Among the 10 of them, there are already 2 at the heavenly Tao realm. It's time to find an opportunity to take action. It's impossible for them to join the Fei Temple. The Grand Elder nodded. Yes, stay in Fei Wind City for the next few days. Once they leave Fei Wind City, find an opportunity to take action. Will they leave? The Grand Elder nodded. Typically speaking, they will definitely leave Fei Wind City. Every battle after 80 consecutive victories is extremely difficult. There are even some that are stronger than Battle Team Tyrant. And all they have is an additional Heavenly Tao Realm expert. With the difficulty of today's battle, if they are smart, they will definitely choose to temporarily leave Fei Wind City to seek a breakthrough before returning. That's right. That's definitely the case. And the moment they leave Fei Wind City, it will be the time for us to take action. 3 days later, Murong Yu had completely recovered. After advancing to the Heavenly Tao realm, Murong Yu's entire bearing and aura had sublimated. How do I cultivate the 8th level of the 1,000 Sealing Ice Eyes? The first thing Murong Yu did was to find Lin Xian to ask this question. Yes, it just so happens that we can raise your 1,000 Sealing Ice Eyes to the 8th level. It should be convenient. Lin Xian said. Chapter 1750. Lin Xian knew a lot about the 1,000 ice pupils. Of course, the main reason he knew about it was because the medical skill given to him by the system included it. However, Lin Xian only knew about the 8th level. Lin Xian really didn't know how to cultivate the 9th level, which was the last level of the 1,000 ice pupils. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the 1,000 ice pupils was. Lin Xian's medical skill was all kinds of knowledge. He knew about all kinds of physiques, poisons, and medical skills. Anyway, from the beginning until now, he had never encountered anything that the system didn't know about. The 9th level of the 1,000 ice pupils was the first. Lin Xian said, I know how to cultivate the 8th level of the 1,000 ice pupils, but I don't know about the 9th level. It doesn't matter. If I can cultivate to the 8th level, that's enough. As for the 9th level, according to the records, no one in history has ever reached it. I don't know how to reach the 9th level. Anyway, I have a lot of time. I'll slowly figure it out. It's best if I can reach it. Murong Yu said. Lin Xian nodded. 1,000 ace pupils? What's that? Wang Xintong asked curiously. Lin Xian said, yes, it's a kind of divine eye. It's similar to a special physique. It's more like a special ability. The 1,000 ice pupils has a special ability of the ice attribute. It's very powerful. It's a kind of power that comes from the inside out. It has a terrifying range of power that can fight beyond one's level. Mouronyu nodded. In simple terms, it's similar to the ice attribute. However, it's more useful and more direct. It can freeze blood and meridians. That's really strong. Mouronyu nodded. The 1,000 ice pupils should belong to the top of the world's type power. There might be other eyes that could be compared to it, but the 1,000 ice pupils must be among the top. How to reach the 8th level of the 1,000 ice pupils? Mouronyu asked. Soul. Lin Xian said. Soul. Absorbing other people's souls? Mouronyu asked with a frown. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's right. A large part of the usage of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils is linked to one's spirit and soul force. If your soul force isn't enough, the 1,000 sealing ice pupils won't be able to enter the next stage. The method of acquiring souls is very limited, and the 1,000 sealing ice pupils just so happen to have the ability to absorb souls. Can the demon clan do the same? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. That's why I said that we can use this opportunity to improve your 1,000 sealing ice eyes. If we join a force and start a war with another force, those who die will become nourishment for your 1,000 sealing ice eyes. Even if we didn't kill them, their souls will be absorbed by your 1,000 sealing ice eyes. With this opportunity, we can save a lot of effort. One had to know that without such an opportunity, how long would it take for them to kill and absorb the souls of their enemies? Even if he encountered a group of demonic beasts, so what if he killed them all? If there was a battlefield with hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts fighting, the number of casualties would be much higher than slowly killing them. Do we need a lot? Mouronyu asked. A lot. It has to do with the strength of the soul. Of course, the higher the realm of the warrior or demonic beast, the more it will be replenished. A conservative estimate is 1,000,000. SSS, everyone drew a cold gasp. That many? Ling Ying's tiny mouth gaped. They were prepared, but they never expected it to be that many. Heavens! 1,000,000. Zhuge Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Isn't that too exaggerated? Lin Xian shook his head. It's not exaggerated. According to what I know, if the 1,000 sealing ice eyes reaches the 8th level, or even little Yuyu's realm, she only needs to be at the Great Void Realm 10 stars to easily defeat any Heavenly Tao Realm 1 star. And 1,000,000 is just a conservative estimate. There might be a lot of mystic heaven, domains, laws, heavenly venerables, and even Great Void Realm demonic beast souls. If they are all ordinary souls, it might be tens of millions. SSS, they sucked in a breath of cold air again. Doesn't that mean that the people who cultivated the 1,000 sealing ice eyes in the past, if they harbored evil intentions, they might even massacre city after city? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. After all, it's not realistic to kill so many demons in a short period of time, said Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan and Wu Yunhua and said, both of you have the fog of darkness. According to your realm, if the fog of darkness were to be dispersed directly, with the help of the fog of darkness's life-draining powers, it might not take much time as long as the battlefield is large enough. I think it's best we don't expose the fog of darkness. Wu Yunhua said. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. We can't expose it, not yet. Let's expose it after we reach the Heavenly Tao realm. It's best if we can hide it now. Although the people who destroyed the Wu family were dead, the fog of darkness was a powerful force of the 12 fiend celestials. If others learned of it, it was inevitable that other powerful existences would vie for it. For their safety, it was best not to expose the fog of darkness. Then where do we go now? Asked Xiao Xinyue. Little Xintong, how's the investigation? Wang Xintong said, about 3,000 kilometers away in the Demon God Empire, there are two very powerful factions that are locked in battle. If we join one of the factions, it should be possible. There were many benefits to participating in such a large-scale battle between factions. First, they would gain experience. Everyone would gain experience. Furthermore, it would be in such a chaotic battle. In the future, when humans and demons fought, such chaotic battles were unavoidable. It was also a way to accumulate experience ahead of time. Second, they could obtain experience points through large-scale killing of fey beasts, allowing them to quickly advance to the heavenly Tao realm. Third, the more intense the battle was, the more people died, and the more souls they would obtain. Murong Yu's 1,000 sealing ice eyes would also reach the 8th level faster. 3 birds with 1 stone. Alright, everyone, make your preparations. We will set off tonight. Why did it have to be at night? During this period of time, they had killed all their opponents in the death arena. These opponents' clansmen and powerful existences were probably thinking of ways to kill Lin Xian and company for revenge. It was likely that someone could lock onto them when they released their spatial dimension. After all, these people knew that Lin Xian and company had spatial dimensions. Although Lin Xian was a phoenix in the eyes of many, it did not matter if they gave it a try. Understood. Night fell, Lin Xian and company packed everything. Everyone, be prepared to be locked onto and attacked after I release my spatial dimension. Lin Xian said. Got it. Shua, Lin Xian then released his Heavenly Tao Realm spatial jump. Chapter 1751. It was indeed the case. When Lin Xian used his Heavenly Tao Realm spatial leap, many factions in the city instantly sensed it. As for the 9th Fey God Temple's Grand Elder and the others, they sensed it as well. Humph. Are you thinking of using spatial forces to escape? The Grand Elder sneered. 3rd Elder. Another Elder nodded. We've locked onto him. Are you sure you want to take action? Of course. I didn't stay here for the past few days for nothing. This Lin Xian is an enemy of our Fey God Temple and the Myriad Fey Alliance. The Myriad Fey Alliance has even issued a bounty for Lin Xian's head. Once we kill him, we can head to the Myriad Fey Alliance to receive our rewards. Great Elder, should we spare the lives of those girls? I'm quite fond of them. The other old man licked his lips. If you aren't afraid of death, leave them alive. After all, they aren't that important compared to Lin Xian. Let's go. Swish, then, their figures vanished from their spots. Lin Xian and company appeared in a desolate land of unknown origin. No, it wasn't really a desolate land. They were surrounded by forests. After all, this was the Fey Beast domain. Although there were many factions in the Fey God Empire, including Fey sects and Fey cities, there was still a huge gap between them and humans. Even for humans, there were many places that had yet to be explored. Rainforests, deserts, and even more so for the Fey. These were all considered desolate lands. The moment Lin Xian and the others landed on the ground, an even more powerful spatial energy sealed off their surroundings. Lin Xian and company's pupils constricted. No good. To be honest, this was something Lin Xian never expected. Lin Xian imagined that they would encounter very powerful people after coming out. They might even encounter spatial experts. Although there were very few Fey experts who could use spatial artifacts, they still had powerful spatial artifacts. The strength of this spatial dimension was something that all of them were top experts. They could sense that this was the strongest spatial dimension they had ever felt in their lives. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to crack this space without reaching the heavenly Tao realm at 5 stars, right? Wu Yunuo frowned. Damn it. Lin Xian clenched his fists. These people were really shameless. They were just waiting for him. Was it necessary? However, according to what Lin Xian knew, the strongest force behind them should be the Titan giant ape. But did the Titan giant ape have such a spatial spirit artifact? But there was nothing they could do about it. Even if they sneaked out quietly, there were probably countless experts in the entire Monster Wind City watching them in secret. How could they possibly sneak out? Even if they did, they would definitely be discovered. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh rang out, and then 5 figures appeared in this space. Shua, Lin Xian and the rest immediately took out their spirit artifacts, and a powerful energy began to swirl around them. Humph. Do you still want to resist? With just you guys? A human trash whose highest realm is the 1-star heavenly Tao realm. The first elder's eyes narrowed. Lin Xian frowned. Lin Xian knew that it was impossible to keep the fact that he was a human a secret for too long, but only those who knew Lin Xian would know. Therefore, they knew him. You know me? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he asked. Lin Xian. I know you. He was actually able to call out his name. Therefore, he was Demon God Temple or Myriad Demon Alliance? Lin Xian asked. To be honest, this was something Lin Xian never expected. They were from either the Demon God Temple or the Myriad Demon Alliance. While Lin Xian was away, the overall strength of the Demon God Temple had been replenished. Many top experts of the Demon Clan had joined the Demon God Temple. Even more powerful experts of the Myriad Demon Alliance had joined the Demon God Temple. The 9th Demon God Temple. The 9th Demon God Temple? Lin Xian frowned. Wasn't it nearly wiped out by me? Heh heh heh, that bunch of good-for-nothings have long been eliminated. I've now taken over the 9th Demon God Temple and have become an even stronger demon god to lead you. The first elder sneered. Heh heh heh. Lin Xian laughed and said, You speak as though you are the lord of the 9th Demon God Temple. You are probably just an employee. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the first elder's eyes narrowed. You are still being stubborn even at death's door. Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit swept across the 5 of them. It was fucking ridiculous. 5 people, 5 Heavenly Tao Realm 5 stars. Heavenly Tao Realm 5 stars. Could it be any more ridiculous? To deal with them, 5 Heavenly Tao Realm 5 stars had been mobilized. Only Yi Rinbing, Linglong Shui, and Huang Shi could fight such Heavenly Tao Realm 5 stars. Their realms might not be at the Heavenly Tao Realm 5 stars, but their combat strength and bloodlines were powerful. As for Lin Xian, he believed that he had no chance. Even though he had improved greatly, against 5, he might be able to give it a try if it was just one Heavenly Tao Realm 5 star. But 5? He really couldn't do it. Are you in great despair? There's no need for you to think of a solution. In front of absolute strength, any solution is useless. The first elder slowly raised his hand as a powerful force surged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian and company instantly released their strength to withstand the strike. Bang! Could they withstand it? They couldn't. At the instant the strength erupted, they were sent flying. But thankfully, they weren't seriously injured. Lin Xian's only solution was to break through the spatial barrier and escape. Even if he escaped, they could still pursue him through space, but that was the only way to survive. However, the spatial barrier's strength was just too powerful. Lin Xian would probably find it difficult. Do it. Kill this Lin Xian first. Make sure he's dead. The first elder said. Roger. Whoosh, they rushed over. Realm increase domain, realm decrease domain, open. In an instant, Lin Xian's spiritual force was almost drained. However, the moment they rushed over, just as Lin Xian and the others were about to fight to the death, a beam of white light suddenly broke through the darkness of the night. It pierced through the barrier and blocked in front of Lin Xian and the others. Ah! For screams sounded, and then the 4 heavenly Tao realm 5 stars were sent flying. One of them even tried to get up from the ground, but couldn't get up anymore. Who is it? The first elder's pupils constricted. Lin Xian is standing there. White light, it's Xue Qilin. Xue Qilin came to save him again. It must be Xue Qilin. The white light dissipated. Standing in front of Lin Xian and company was a noble woman wearing a white dress and a veil, with a perfect temperament and a perfect figure. 3 breaths of time. Scram. Her cold voice sounded like it came from the void. Gulp, the first elder ran away, not daring to say a word. Everyone was dumbfounded. This? Chapter 1752. Lin Xian, Murongyu, and the others were all stunned in place. To be honest, this is the most desperate predicament that Lin Xian has ever encountered. It is also because of this that Lin Xian will probably keep a low profile in the future. Because he knows that if he is targeted by such a powerhouse, then there is really no way around it, there is no chance of survival. And the forces of the monster race are really strong, stronger than Lin Xian imagined. He really can't underestimate them. In the past, Lin Xian believed that the forces of the monster race, the Myriad Monster Alliance, and the Monster God Temple, were like this. After all, he has come into contact with them, and he felt that it was really like this. But as Lin Xian advanced to the Heavenly Tao realm, he discovered that it really isn't that simple. When he reached the Heavenly Tao realm, another veil of the world was taken off. It's too wonderful, and too dangerous. He is still not strong enough. Heavens! Instead, after advancing to the Heavenly Tao realm, Lin Xian felt that his strength was not enough. It can't be helped. After Lin Xian advanced to the Heavenly Tao realm, he began to come into contact with a level that he couldn't even imagine in the virtuous virtual realm. And tonight, if not for Xue Qilin, Lin Xian knew that something would have happened to them. The woman looked sideways at Lin Xian and company, and then walked away. Hey! Lin Xian called out to her. Who the hell are you? Why do you help me again and again? I want to know why, or can we sit down and talk for a while? Mission reward, open the Ultimate System shopping mall. Mission punishment, machine explosion. Mission time limit, 3 months. The current mission has been forcibly accepted. Lin Xian, oh my. How long has it been since this silly system triggered a new mission? It was triggered just like that. Then why wasn't it triggered when I saw her before? Is it because she came in the form of a little Xue Qilin before? So it wasn't triggered. Lin Xian saw the system's reward. The Ultimate System shopping mall. Did this mean that the Adonis system was about to reach its end? That might not be the case. The system store was the last reward, but it did not mean that it was the last reward. Lin Xian really misunderstood. She is not Xue Qilin. But why would Lin Xian misunderstand? First, in his mind, although Xue Qilin is small, but Lin Xian has always thought that she is a beauty. Now, although Lin Xian didn't know what this girl looked like, Lin Xian was sure that she was definitely a beauty. Since the mission had been triggered, there was nothing wrong with it. Another reason is that Lin Xian saw her white power. This light, isn't the light of Xue Qilin's power also white? Besides, apart from Xue Qilin, who else would Lin Xian save her? Mu Qian Shuang frowned. Was there something wrong with this person? Saving him again and again. She didn't. Why did she save Lin Xian? She simply thought that he would become a strong opponent in the future. She didn't want Lin Xian to die. Whoosh, then she disappeared. Lin Xian stood there. Why didn't she say a word to me? Why? Even if she didn't explain anything, they could at least talk. To be honest, Lin Xian was very grateful to Xue Qilin. If it wasn't for her several times, Lin Xian might have really died. Most importantly, she seemed to have been secretly protecting him. But why? Lin Xian wanted to know. Even if he didn't know, Lin Xian still wanted to be friends with her. Bah. She really wasn't that kind of person. Although the mission had been triggered, but Lin Xian might be more grateful to her. Lin Xian, who is she? Ling Ying came over and asked. Lin Xian sighed. She's a friend of mine. It's just that we've never spoken a word. Lin Xian. Ah. Hearing Lin Xian's words, they were all taken aback. They hadn't come out of their emotions just now, and they were stunned. They were friends, but they hadn't spoken a word, but she saved him. How strange. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and said, it's just that, when we were training at Tianhua Academy, didn't we encounter a demonic beast? Ling Ying, fuck. Thinking of this, she panicked. At that time, Lin Xian saved everyone. Later, she went to check on Lin Xian's situation. Lin Xian lost his mind and raped her. It was that time. How could she forget? She saved me at that time. Then Lin Xian said, in fact, without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. Then she's really your benefactor. But why doesn't she talk to you? Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know either. I only feel that she has been secretly protecting me. Even the 99th bolt of heavenly lightning that helped me advance to the heavenly Tao realm was done by her. If not for her, I would have been doomed. Who is she? Xue Qilin. Xue Qilin. I've never heard of her. Lin Xian said, she does exist, but she's very rare. But she's very strong. Alas, I don't know why she's like this. Lin Xian sighed. You want to find her, but you don't know where to find her. Lin Xian really misunderstood. Xue Qilin has indeed been protecting Lin Xian, or helped Lin Xian many times. But this isn't Xue Qilin. Just like that, the big mistake was made. In short, she's a good friend. She's a good friend. Unfortunately, I didn't even have a chance to say thank you to her. Lin Xian sighed. It's okay, there will always be a chance. Han Chuxue said softly. Lin Xian nodded, I know. Maybe it's because I'm too weak. Then what realm is she in? Windling said, to casually injure a heavenly Tao realm 5-star, she's probably at least a heavenly Tao realm 7-star. Doesn't that mean that she's almost at the peak of the continent? But why? An existence almost at the peak of the continent, she saved Lin Xian, then there must be a reason for her to save Lin Xian. They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders, how would I know? To be honest, when I met her for the first time, she inexplicably helped me. I wonder if I saved her in my previous life. That's impossible. She may have lived for tens of thousands of years. Even 100 lifetimes isn't enough for you. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Okay. Let's go. Otherwise, more people will come later. Okay. Lin Xian erupted with the power of a heavenly Tao realm 5-star. There were still some people who wanted to kill Lin Xian, so they stopped. Now that a heavenly Tao realm 5-star person came to kill them, how could they survive? They definitely couldn't. Therefore, they didn't come. Then, Lin Xian and company went to their destination. A place that might be very powerful but very chaotic. Chapter 1753. A day later, they arrived at their destination. When Lin Xian and the others appeared nearby, they could see how chaotic this place was. Many of the places they passed by were filled with traces of battle. There were deep pits everywhere, and some places even had flames that had not completely dissipated. Wang Xintong said, "The fiercest fight here is between the Monarch Heavenly Python clan and the Azure Poisoned Python clan. Which one should we join?" When they arrived here, very few people knew about them. It was a new place for them. After all, the general network of the Devil race was not developed, and this place was nearly 2,000 kilometers away from Devil Wind City. Both are fine. We are not looking for a particular force to win anyway. It's fine as long as they can fight. The bigger the scale, the better. Lin Xian said. The Devil God Empire was a particularly large force. There was no emperor in the empire. There were a total of 18 Devil God forces. The Azure Poisonous Python and the Emperor Sky Python were two of them. Each of them controlled the area between several cities in the Devil God Empire. Those were all under their jurisdiction and territory. In addition, there were many Devil race sects in the Devil God Empire. They were similar to sections. Some of these sects were not weaker than the 18 Devil God forces. Some were even stronger than them. It was just that these Devil race sects only controlled their own territory. They did not compete with other Devil race forces for control of the major cities. As for who was the strongest in the Devil God Empire, in fact, there was no strongest. It was relatively balanced here. A colossus like the Blood Kirin clan was also in the Devil God Empire. However, they only controlled their own territory. They did not have the intention of conquering the entire Devil God Empire. The entire Devil God Empire was not under the jurisdiction of the Myriad Devil Alliance. Perhaps many forces had joined the Myriad Devil Alliance. Perhaps the Devil race of the Devil God Empire would contribute a lot to the war between the humans and the Devil race. However, the Devil God Empire and the Myriad Devil Alliance were on two different sides. The main reason was that the Myriad Devil Alliance did not have the ability to rule the Devil God Empire. Otherwise, why would they want to? The overall situation of the Fey God Empire was a bit like an ancient situation. Or rather, it was like a fantasy world. There were cities, clans, and sections. However, it was normal for there to be constant battles. Not to mention these 18 forces, there were also many battles between the major sects in the Demon God Empire. Which power does this city belong to? Lin Xian asked as he looked ahead. I should be investigating the territory of the Azure Venomous Python. Then let's see how we can join them. Lin Xian. It's definitely easy to join them. If someone comes to fight for them, they'll be laughing. Ling Ying mumbled as he chewed on his lollipop. Then let's go in. There were quite a lot of people in this city. Now that they were in the Demon God Empire, they didn't feel out of place at all. Even if someone told them that they were from the human race, they wouldn't suspect anything. They basically had everything that a city should have. When Lin Xian and the rest walked in, they instantly attracted the attention of all the passers-by. There was no choice. Murong Yu and the rest were 8 beautiful girls. If one of them walked on the street, it would attract attention. 8 of them. Who could stand it? Young master, look. A blue-haired man looked over. When he saw Murong and the rest, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then he directly pushed the woman in his arms away. Seems like they came from somewhere else. The blue-haired man tidied his clothes. Young master, do you want to go over and chat them up? Lei Ao smiled and said, of course. These kinds of girls are hard to come by, not to mention so many of them. But, there are 2 men with them. So what? Don't tell me these 8 beautiful girls are the 2 men's women. Even if they are, I'll kill them all. Then won't they all belong to me? Lei Ao twisted his neck. But what if their identities are not simple? Yes, we have to pay attention to this. Bang! At this moment, a man directly flew out and smashed the road in front of him, creating a huge pit. This demon clan is really more shameless than some hooligans. Asking for a beating. Feng Ling clapped her hands. Keep a low profile. Zhuge Feng said. Keep a low profile. I won't. Feng Ling was not happy. Swoosh! A sword flew out. Lin Xian directly let the sword pierce through the man's head. Then Lin Xian stretched out his hand and the sword disappeared. He breathed his last. Keep a low profile. Why do we have to keep a low profile? Lin Xian smiled and said. I say, aren't we going to join them? Is there anything wrong with that? Zhuge Feng said. Compared to joining them, what's more important is to start a battle between the Azure Venomous Python and the Emperor Sky Python. It doesn't matter whether we join them or not. I think when the battle starts, no one will notice us even if we casually enter the battlefield, right? That's true. We don't have to join any force. When they fight, we can just go in and kill them. Lin Xian nodded. So, we have to make them fight. Little Xintong, didn't you say that a trusted force of the Azure Venomous Python clan lives in Duling City? Wang Xintong nodded. Yes, she's the same type of relative as my 8th aunt and 7th aunt. What if we were sent by the Emperor Sky Python to kill them? Lin Xian smiled. You're too evil. Han Chushue said. Lin Xian said with a smile, this is called strategy. Let's go. Someone should come to catch us. Killing people in the city was a violation of the rules. Someone would definitely come to arrest them. Their next plan was to walk those people around the city like dogs and pretend that they had shaken them off. They would then find an opportunity to make a move on the trusted aid of the Azure Venomous Python clan. It would be best if they could kill some key figures and accidentally reveal that they were from the Emperor Sky Python clan. That would be enough. If that was not enough, wasn't there another city, and another city after that? Instead of joining them and waiting for the 2 forces to fight, it was better to force them to fight. Moreover, they had to be high profile and let the demon race know who they were and what they were here for. In this way, even if the Azure Venomous Python clan had some concerns, it was time for them to take action. Chapter 1754. With Lin Xian's friendly help, the relationship between the Azure Venomous Python clan and the Emperor Heavenly Python clan improved again. The communication between the 2 clans also became more frequent. However, what the hell? Weren't the 2 clans fighting fiercely before? Why are they being so restrained recently? So many of the Azure Venomous Python's men have been killed, and it was revealed that the Emperor Heavenly Python was the culprit. Even if they have communicated with each other before, with their previous conflicts, they should still fight. Why is the azure venomous python only sending a group of envoys to seek an explanation? Could it be that they already suspect that someone is trying to sow discord between them? Zhuge Feng said, I think that even if they are suspicious, they still have to fight. After all, the hatred between them is already so deep. There's really no need to send a group of envoys over. Why don't we quietly eliminate their group of envoys, and then pretend to be the azure venomous python's group of envoys? This way, we can completely control the conflict between them. Feng Ling said. I think it's feasible. We've already come this far. In for a penny, in for a pound. If we do this, they will probably start fighting tomorrow. Ling Ying also nodded and said. Murongyu pondered and said, I think it's still worth discussing. What do you mean? Lin Xian looked over. According to the information we've gathered, the two clans are not so peaceful. Under normal circumstances, they would have already fought. However, the azure venomous python clan, who has the upper hand, is not. I think there might be a conspiracy behind this. A conspiracy against us. Murongyu said, it's just a feeling. It might be against us, or it might be against others. I think we should wait and see. I also think it's best to wait and see. There must be something fishy about this. Xiao Xinyue said. All right. Then we'll wait and see. Just as he had expected, fortunately, Lin Xian and the others didn't make a move. The azure venom python had communicated with the monarch sky python on this matter. It was originally believed that it would only send ordinary experts, but in fact, the emissary group sent was made up of Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star experts. They took advantage of this matter to find an opportunity to come into close contact with the monarch sky python. They immediately attacked, leaving the monarch sky python at a loss as to what to do. Ha ha ha. Among the azure venomous python's forces, an old man with a flushed face laughed heartily. He held a wine cup in his hand, and there were over 100 top experts sitting around him. It seemed like they were organizing a celebratory feast. A group of beautiful women were singing and dancing there. Ha ha ha, cheers, everyone. The old man shouted with a smile. Ha ha ha, great elder, this is a brilliant plan. I reckon the Emperor Sky Python is already gnashing its teeth in anger. This time, we only sent out a dozen people, but we killed several of their Heavenly Dao. The loss of the Heavenly Dao is no less than a battle with hundreds of thousands of people. They must be furious now, ah ha ha. Those people did not seem to be unhappy that some of their relatives had been slaughtered. They were indeed not too angry that their relatives had been slaughtered because they were of the same race. They might have some relations, but as long as they were not too close, they did not mind. Instead, they were very excited. Normally speaking, there would be a lot of casualties when both sides sent out hundreds of thousands of people to battle each other. However, it was almost impossible for Heavenly Dao realm experts to fall. Furthermore, they had gone with the flow and killed several Heavenly Dao experts because of this matter. This was no less than the loss of hundreds of thousands of people in a battle. Of course, they were excited. Furthermore, if this matter were to spread, they would appear as if they were seeking revenge in the eyes of the world. It would not affect their reputation and image. Humph. The Monarch Heavenly Python clan is underestimating me. Come, let's drink. But Great Elder, this sovereign will have to say something that is out of place. Another old man said, what do you think is the motive of the people who targeted and assassinated the trusted aides of our azure venomous python race in the various cities? That's right. They are clearly not from the Emperor Sky Python race. Clearly impossible. That might not be the case. The Great Elder said. Oh. Let me ask you all, why are they provoking us like this? They exchanged looks. It's naturally not to weaken our azure venomous python race's strength. After all, they only killed the average clansman. An old man said. That's right. Why did they deliberately expose their identities? They want to let the world know how disgusting the Emperor Heavenly Python clan is to us. If not, what's the point of assassinating such weak clansmen? The Great Elder said. But, why didn't they admit that they were the ones who did it? Logically speaking, after succeeding so many times, they would definitely show off in front of us. However, they refuted that they were the ones who did it. That's right. This doesn't match their style of doing things. Our two races have been at war for so many years. They would probably be showing off to death. The Great Elder slammed the table angrily. Everyone fell silent. A victory is a victory. Why are there so many whys? Don't tell me you think this is a conspiracy of the Emperor Sky Python race. Don't tell me you think they are willing to exchange the lives of several heavens path for the success of some conspiracy. They were all speechless. Many things seem bizarre, but in fact, there are often very simple explanations. After drinking this wine, all of you gather all the major forces, sects, clans, and families under your command at the Plenilan Plain. After this incident, I think the Emperor Sky Python race is going to make a move. Yes. Obviously, after being slapped in the face like this, coupled with their own hatred, it would be inexcusable if they did not make a move. Early the next morning, Lin Xian and the others came out of the room and saw people from all over the city gathering at the same place. It seems like the battle has started. Lin Xian said with uncertainty. Let's go and take a look. Then, they followed after him. Everyone in the city had gathered at the open space in front of a huge sect. Lin Xian and the others raised their heads to look at the huge sect. This kind of sect could not be seen in the human race because there were no sects in the human race. They only had academies. A sect was a place that people yearned for. Moreover, one could even be nurtured here. The Azure Sect. Lin Xian glanced at it. Could this be the Azure Venomous Python sect? It should be. Chapter 1755. Countless people had gathered together from all directions, from all over the place. All of them were in human form. So many people. There should be more than 100,000 of them. Lin Xian and the rest stood behind. There should be. It seems like the war is about to start. It's finally about to start. They had wasted 2 days here. Of course, if they didn't do this, they might not have fought for a few months. This was a matter of luck because both sides couldn't do anything to each other. What's the point of fighting? Perhaps one side would suddenly have a whim and launch an attack. Although large-scale battles weren't common, small-scale battles between the two clans would still happen every day. There might be more than 10 battles. Then, the 10 of them walked over and joined the crowd. No one knew who they were. With so many people, they couldn't attract too much attention. From now on, they were one of them. They could also become a member of any side. Everyone, the Emperor Sky Python has once again gathered an army in the Plenilan Plain. This time, it will be a rare large-scale battle between our two forces. Next, I want you to use 6 hours to gather all of your forces in the Plenilan Plain. I want to see 1 million people in 6 hours. The old man shouted. Yes. They responded one after another. Good. Those who are free now, go to the Plenilan Plain and prepare for battle. Understood. Lin Xian and the rest looked at each other. The battle was finally about to start. Let's go too. Okay. Then, they gathered in the Plenilan Plain. It was very spacious, but it definitely wasn't that simple. In such a big place, a large-scale battle was indeed very exciting. The few girls were also slightly disguised by Lin Xian with the law of creation. They looked ordinary except for their temperament. More and more people gathered here. They could see that far, far away, dust filled the sky. Clearly, there were countless experts gathered there. In the beginning, it was only humans. Later, many demonic beasts came. Even the demonic beasts that hadn't transformed yet came. After all, these demonic beasts were also a part of their powerful combat strength. Wow, we're taking off now. Lin Xian smirked. Just the azure venomous python alone has gathered close to 1 million demonic beast experts and demonic beasts. The Emperor Sky Python is probably the same. With close to 2 million demonic beasts fighting a few more battles, little Yu, you will be able to advance in rank. Murong Yu nodded. She was also a little happy because if this didn't happen, she wouldn't have been able to reach the 8th level of her 1,000 sealing ice pupils if she was still in the human race. Lin Xian then said, "You can fight however you want. Little Ling Ling, follow little Yu. Aside from fighting, she needs to spend energy to absorb souls. You have the space, so you can protect her." Wind Chimes glanced at Lin Xian. "You're so disgusting." Although she was used to Lin Xian calling her little Yu, little Chushue, and little Yingying, she couldn't stand it when he suddenly called her little Lingling. Then, Wind Chimes mumbled, "Got it. Yeah. As for the others, form a team of 2 at the very least. Watch over them the entire time. It's best if those with life preservation means are with one who isn't. If anything happens, escape immediately. Reorganize yourself before entering." Got it. Time slowly passed as the Emperor Sky Python race walked over in a dark mass. Above the void, there were hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of experts standing there. They nearly blotted out the sky. Schwa. On the other side, countless experts from the Azure Venomous Python faction also leaped into the void. Ha ha ha, the Azure Venomous Python's Grand Elder roared with laughter. Lin Xian could not see the Grand Elder's cultivation level clearly. Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight could see warriors 5 stars higher than him. For Lin Xian to not be able to see it clearly meant that the Grand Elder's cultivation level was at least Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. Oh my goodness. But then again, this was the Grand Elder, one of the 18 demon god factions in the entire Fiend God Empire. There was nothing wrong with him being at Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. But what Lin Xian didn't know was that this was the first time the Azure Venomous Python and Emperor Sky Python factions had sent such a formidable existence to participate in the battle. This was the first time both sides had Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars experts. I say, old Tianing, this old man really doesn't get it. Why do you have the guts to attack first? Ha ha ha, the Azure Venomous Python Grand Elder roared with laughter, his tone full of ridicule. Ha, defeated opponent, this old man doesn't get it either. Why do you dare to stand in front of this old man again? Is it because of your shamelessness? Defeated opponent. I say, old Tianing, you're really shameless. Back then, it took 2 people to beat this old man, but this old man has already lost to you. Ha ha ha. The Grand Elder roared with laughter again. Humph. What nonsense are you spouting? Won't we find out soon enough if you're really defeated by this old man? Schwa, lightning suddenly flashed in the air. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed as well. This old man has been waiting for you for a long time. Whoosh, the 2 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars charged into the air and began to fight. In fact, for Lin Xian and company, participating in such a war had another benefit. It was that they could encounter very powerful existences. Heavenly Tao Realm 5 stars, 6 stars, or even 7 stars. For example, there were now 2 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. Then they would have a rough idea of the strength of martial artists at this level. As the 2 peak existences began to fight, the battle below soon began as well. Charge for this sovereign. Kill them all. Charge. Once we kill them, the entire Monarch Sky Python's faction will have the opportunity to become our faction. Kill. In the blink of an eye, 2 million people charged towards each other, and the entire place fell into complete chaos. Lin Xian said to the people beside him, "Group up in pairs. Don't show any mercy. There aren't many people here who will pay special attention to us. Kill as many as you can. Xiao Yu, Han, use your fog of darkness if you want to, but it's best if you don't get discovered." Roger that. Whoosh, then, the 10 of them joined the battle. The 10 of them weren't too eye-catching in the midst of an army of 2 million. But to be honest, Lin Xian and Murong Yu were rather eye-catching. After all, even with an army of 2 million, the number of Heavenly Tao Realm experts on both sides was limited. How could there be more than 1,000 Heavenly Tao Realm experts in total? Regardless, as long as they were at the Heavenly Tao Realm, they would be eye-catching. As for Murong Yu, she killed ruthlessly. Chapter 1756. Murong Yu's 1,000 sealing ice eyes was perfectly suited for such a battlefield, just like Wu Yuhan and Wu Yunua's dark mist. It had a huge range and super destructive power. And Murong Yu had also released the power of her 1,000 sealing ice eyes. Most importantly, in such a chaotic battlefield, as long as she didn't release her 1,000 sealing ice eyes too horrifying, it wouldn't attract too much attention. As everyone was fighting passionately, all kinds of wind, fire, and lightning crackled. There was no lack of powerful forces, so Murong Yu's release didn't attract too much attention. Many people didn't even know who released it. What was the most satisfying thing? For Lin Xian and the rest, they didn't have to think about only attacking the Monarch Heavenly Python clan. They could also attack the Azure Venom Pythons. After all, they would attack whoever they could. They were here to train and level up, not to help any side. Time slowly passed. Such a large-scale chaotic battle would probably take a very long time. Lin Xian had just finished off a great virtual realm 10-star. As for Lin Xian, he did not focus on the Heavenly Tao realm. This was because killing a Heavenly Tao realm expert required a lot of effort. Furthermore, it would attract attention. Therefore, Lin Xian's basic goal was to reach the upper levels of the Great Void Realm. Lin Xian had killed a few Monarch Heavenly Python faction's Great Virtual Realm experts. A few Monarch Heavenly Python faction experts appeared behind him. After all, Lin Xian had killed quite a number of people, so they had noticed him. Then, Lin Xian killed a few Azure Venom Pythons beside him with a flip of his hand. Those experts who were about to attack Lin Xian were stunned. Ha! What was the meaning of this? After killing the Monarch Heavenly Python faction's experts, he killed the Azure Venom Python faction's experts? No, was there a third faction? That was strange. Should he make a move? Thinking about it, they decided not to. Let's see how the situation goes. A day and night passed. Lin Xian and company rested countless times and killed countless people. Both sides simultaneously entered a period of rest and reorganization. Both sides took a step back and settled down to rest and recuperate far away from each other. Lin Xian and the others sat together. How is it? Lin Xian asked. They were also covered in blood, but most of it was the enemy's blood. Very efficient. Xiao Xinyue said. While they increased their experience, Murongyu increased her 1,000 sealing ice pupils. Their efficiency was simply unparalleled. Just like that, they stayed on the battlefield for a month. It had been half a year since they left the human race. In the past month, Wu Yunhua had also advanced to the heavenly Dao realm. Out of the 10 people, 3 of them had advanced to the heavenly Dao, and it had already been close to half a year. Murongyu's 1,000 ice pupils was already on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level. That night, they gathered in a city. Should we continue to kill? Ling Ying asked while eating a lollipop. What do you guys think? Lin Xian asked. This was because their main goal in coming here was to advance to the heavenly Dao realm. Now, 3 of them had already advanced, leaving 7 people behind. If they were to forcefully continue fighting on the battlefield, it was impossible for all of them to advance in half a year. Most importantly, these factions had already fought enough over the past month. It was likely that they would enter a period of truce. Over the past month, we have been constantly moving between the various factions, constantly participating in the battles between the various factions, grinding monsters, and raising our strength. However, I feel that such methods are already rather limited. This is because whether they fight or not does not depend on us. And if we were to forcefully think of a way to make them fight, it won't be easy. Murongyu's 1,000 sealing ice pupils is about to advance, so our goal is nearly achieved. Zhuge Ling nodded. Zhuge Feng nodded. I think it's time for another one. Lin Xian, you're the captain. What do you think? But, what else is there? Lin Xian thought for a moment. Why don't we split up? Wu Yunhua said. Ha! There's still half a year. Let's split up into 5 groups. 5 months later, we will gather at Fei Wind City and fight in the Death Arena. After a month, we will return to the human race. Lin Xian stroked his chin. But that's too dangerous. That's why it's called training. After all, those people before us did not form a team. Zhuge Feng said, I agree with that, but everyone has to know that our situation is much more dangerous than those people. They then looked at Lin Xian. They were waiting for Lin Xian to make a decision. I think that makes sense. Lin Xian. They stood up. Then, that's it. Lin Xian nodded. Alright, that's it. You have to be careful. If there's anything, feel free to contact me. Alright. Lin Xian looked outside. Then, let's set off while it's still dark. Where to? In such a big place, where can't we go? No matter what kind of place it is, there will always be strong and weak. What's more, virtuous virtual realm 10 stars is not weak. Okay. That's it then. 5 months later, we'll meet in Fei Wind City. Lin Xian needs to respect their decision. What's more, Lin Xian himself knows that everyone has been fighting here for a long time this month. Where they can continue to fight, where they can gain experience, everything is unknown. If there are no forces nearby to fight, they can only watch helplessly and waste time. It's better for everyone to split up and seek their own experience. Okay. Late at night, the 10 of them went in 10 directions. They don't know where everyone is going, but they feel that there are always places to go and things to encounter. After Lin Xian left the city, he also headed in a certain direction. Lin Xian doesn't know where this direction leads, but it is the direction that the woman called Mu Qianshuang left that night. In Lin Xian's eyes, she is Xue Qilin. Maybe they will meet, maybe they won't. Like them, Lin Xian doesn't know where to go and what to encounter. But, this may be the right path. The idea they suddenly put forward was implemented in just a few minutes, and they split up. Perhaps in the eyes of each of them, this was the right path. Because, although they are a team, but sometimes they rely on Lin Xian alone or a few people. Everyone is indispensable, but everyone has to improve themselves. Therefore, they all agreed to this idea without prior consultation. 3 days later, Lin Xian came to a city he doesn't know where it is. But Lin Xian knows that this place should be thousands of kilometers away from Azure Venom Python's forces. Because in the past 3 days, Lin Xian used spatial force a lot. Anyway, he doesn't know where to go, so he has to go a bit further. But Lin Xian feels that this city is different from others. Chapter 1757. Why did Lin Xian feel that this city was different from other cities? The reason was that Lin Xian scanned them and saw that they were all at the Heavenly Tao realm. These Heavenly Tao realm existences appeared to be from the city. Most of them were at the 1-star Heavenly Tao realm and a few were at the 2-star Heavenly Tao realm. However, Lin Xian had never seen such a number before. Of course, other than those at the Heavenly Tao realm, there were many at the Great Void realm and above. Basically, the Great Void realm was at the lowest realm. They looked like they came from many places, but they seemed to be gathered here for a particular reason. Lin Xian was a Heavenly Tao after all. He went over without a word. Everyone, for this Fey God Forbidden Grounds trial, I wish for us to be united. This is because there will be countless experts competing with us. And once they are united while we are not, we will be at a complete disadvantage from the beginning. Said an elder. Yes, I think Supremacy Nanshan's words make sense. At the very least, we have to stick together when we can travel together. Other than the Fey God Forbidden Grounds being terrifying, we do have to be wary of others plotting against us. Yes. Everyone nodded. The Fey God Forbidden Grounds happens once every 100 years. It's not a long time, but it's not a short time either. We have to seize every opportunity. If we can obtain a creation, then even if we are at the Heavenly Tao realm, our realms will soar. Even if our realms don't soar, we will be able to obtain a top spirit artifact from ancient times. That's something these spirit artifacts can't compare with. Yes, let's cooperate. Lin Xian pondered behind them. Oh my. He seemed to have encountered something rather impressive for some baffling reason. Sigh. If he had known, everyone would have come together. However, the massive Fey race probably had no lack of such powerful beings. Now, what Lin Xian wanted to know was what kind of place the Fey God Forbidden Grounds was. The Fey God was very powerful, so the words Forbidden Grounds were very impressive. Lin Xian then secretly took out his cell phone and gave Linglong Shuo a call. Xiao Linglong. What's the matter? Asked Linglong Shuo. She thought that something had happened to Lin Xian again. I met some people here talking about some demon god Forbidden Grounds. What kind of place is this demon god Forbidden Grounds? Linglong Shuo said, it's a rather important place for the Fey race. The Fey God Forbidden Ground has existed for tens of thousands of years. Legend has it that there are countless Fey race Fey gods from ancient times. They are all existences at the Heavenly Tao realms 7 stars and above. However, all of them have perished. They left their heritage and life's work in the Fey God Forbidden Ground. Future generations can enter the Fey God Forbidden Ground and under unimaginable dangers, have a chance of obtaining top heritage or treasures from ancient times. Isn't this similar to the ruins? More or less, but the ruins belong to one person. There might be hundreds or even thousands of people here. Those people in the Demon God Forbidden Grounds might also be looking for someone they think is suitable. Linglong Shuo said. Have you been there before? Lin Xian asked. Yes, once in 100 years. There are still many opportunities. I've been there 3 times, and only once did I obtain a spiritual artifact. You didn't obtain anything. Ling Long Shui shook her head. It's rather difficult and very dangerous. Back then, I was at the Great Void Realm. I've been there 3 times, and according to what I know, in the past 1,000 years, few people have obtained the true heritage there. However, those who obtained it became extremely powerful. Then can I go? Yes. You are at the Heavenly Tao realm, and you have spatial attributes. You can give it a try. Even the heritage of the Fey race is equally useful to you humans, except for some things that can only be released by Fey powers. However, you are a human, so I can't be certain if they are willing to give their heritage to a human. Ling Long Shui said. That's fine. Give it a try. You have to give it a try if you encounter it. Remember to be careful. It's extremely terrifying inside. Even Heavenly Tao realm existences are like ants in there. They are easily annihilated. Every time you enter, you will encounter something different. There's even an absolute door of death. Death is certain after entering. As Lin Xian had the eye of cave spirit, he wanted to give it a try. Got it. Then, Lin Xian hung up. Go. With the eye of cave spirit there, it was definitely very useful in such a place. If he did not go, Lin Xian would look down on himself. The group of experts added up to more than 1,000 people. It was unknown what they were discussing, but as they chatted, they seemed to reach an agreement. Everyone, it's about time. We should set off. All right, let's set off together. Then, the crowd rushed in a particular direction. Lin Xian followed behind the crowd in a low-key manner. More than an hour later, they arrived at a place that was like a paradise. There were green mountains and clear waters, waterfalls, and rivers. It was truly beautiful, especially when paired with the blue sky and white clouds. It made one feel refreshed. By the time they arrived, there were more than 10,000 people gathered here. Lin Xian swept his gaze. Whoa! There were so many people. It was a lot more lively than Lin Xian imagined. No, there are so many people every time. But how many years has it been since someone obtained the heritage inside? It's quite impressive. Lin Xian did not think that he would definitely obtain the heritage. His thoughts were simple. He did not have a single decent spiritual weapon on him. Of course, other than his sword. However, there were too many types of spiritual weapons with various effects. They were especially powerful, especially those spiritual weapons from ancient times. They were definitely even more powerful. Lin Xian felt that with his eye of cave spirit, he should be able to obtain a spiritual weapon, right? Lin Xian took a look. There were so many people. It was obvious that there were many factions. Some factions would send a large number of experts to protect someone, so that he or she could obtain the treasure or heritage in the demon god forbidden ground. Obviously, this was a very powerful place. However, due to its difficulty and danger, many people were discouraged from entering. However, everyone knew in their hearts how precious the treasures inside were. How powerful were the treasures inside? Lin Xian took a look. Most of them were young people. And in the beginning, Lin Xian believed that the weakest was at the Great Void Realm. But in fact, there were many domain realm cultivators here. Lin Xian knew that these people were probably here to seek opportunities. Their bloodlines were insufficient, resulting in most of them having no hope of advancing to the Heavenly Tao realm. There were even some who had no hope of advancing to the Great Void Realm their entire lives. In this world where strength reigns supreme, they also imagined that they could obtain opportunities in such a dangerous place, allowing them to advance to a higher realm. Even if it was dangerous, who could be certain about opportunities? Chapter 1758. Mt Tianyao, a woman arrived at this place. Master. She bowed respectfully. Make a trip to the Fey God Forbidden Grounds. There was no one, only a voice. And if Lin Xian were here, he would definitely recognize her. This was because Linglong Shui had brought Lin Xian here to seek the expert's help in divining Lin Ya's situation. That's right, it was this mountain. And this mountain was none other than Mt Tianyao. What does the Fey God Forbidden Grounds need me to do? The voice did not have any emotions, only respect. Find a human youth named Lin Xian. I want you to persuade him to come to Mt Tianyao and become my disciple. Yes. Wait. I don't want you to specifically seek him out. The woman knitted her brows. Master, do you mean, for me to inadvertently approach him and get him to come to Mt Tianyao? Yes. Yes. Then, she vanished from her spot. Although she did not know why her master would do such a thing, it was normal. If her master wanted him to be her disciple, all she needed to do was tell him directly. No one would reject it. She was a little perplexed as to why her master would do something so superfluous, but she definitely had her reasons. And why would she do something so superfluous? This was because she had calculated that if she were to directly get him to come to Mt Tianyao to accept him as a disciple, the chances of Lin Xian rejecting her was 80%. However, if she were to get her disciple to inadvertently bring Lin Xian here, and through certain means, the chances of success were 80%. Therefore, she chose the method with the highest chance of success. And why did she want to take in Lin Xian as her disciple? In fact, she had long noticed Lin Xian. She had even inferred that Lin Xian would come to her with Linglong Shui. Of course, most importantly, the time had come. Lin Xian had also advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. Outside the Fey God Forbidden Grounds, more and more people arrived. Lin Xian had actually sent a message to Ling Ying and the others about this matter. Their unified response was that they weren't coming. For a martial artist, the so-called opportunity was a very illusory thing. How should he put it? So what if he encountered a fortuitous encounter? It was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. This was a place that Lin Xian had encountered. Although it could be said that they had encountered this place, they still wanted to go there themselves. Moreover, they might be able to obtain some good things from this place, but the chances were too low. They would rather not come. Lin Xian would definitely respect their wishes. 5 months was neither a long time nor a short time. There was indeed a chance to encounter a fortuitous encounter, especially in a place like the demon race. In 5 months, it was basically impossible for one to obtain any fortuitous encounter in the human race. However, it was not necessarily the case in the demon race. This was because the two territories had two different views of the world. One was a place that had already been developed, and the other was a place that no one had been to for many years. Moreover, there were many dangerous places among the demon race, but at the same time, they were recognized as places with great opportunities. Where can't he go? Mu Qianzhuang had also come to this place. That's right, her opponent was the Heavenly Demon. Her master and that person from the Heavenly Demon had been rivals for many years. They had their own destinies, and once they completed their destinies, they would allow their disciples to complete their destinies. The so-called destinies were actually a competition between their disciples. Who won and who lost? She came purely because Lin Xian was coming. It was not that she cared about Lin Xian, but her master had said that this Lin Xian was very likely to be her future rival. There were two paths she could take. She could either kill him or become his rival. Do you understand the feeling of loneliness? In the entire demon race, she was not the strongest, but in her generation, she did not have many opponents. Much less a match for a human. She had always wanted to compete with the experts of the human race. This was because it was always said that the human race might not have a high starting point, but they had the highest potential. Furthermore, it was said that he was a full attribute. To be honest, she took this opponent seriously. For the human race, the demon god Forbidden Ground might not be so humane. She felt that this Lin Xian might die here, so she came to take a look. By the way, she also wanted to see if she could get some opportunities in the demon god Forbidden Ground. However, she had specially changed her clothes. That night, Lin Xian pulled her aside and said, "Thank you for saving him many times." Mu Qianchuang did not understand. Lin Xian glanced around with nothing to do. There were too many experts. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Mu Qianchuang. "It's her." Seeing Mu Qianchuang, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Indeed, Lin Xian could not recognize her at a glance. But Lin Xian had the system. With a glance, the system knew that she was a mission target who had triggered a mission. Touched. This Xue Qilin, she had been secretly protecting him. When he was going to the demon god Forbidden Ground, she mixed in with the crowd and secretly protected him. To be honest, Lin Xian wanted to know why she wanted to protect him and why she found him at that time. Lin Xian could not figure it out. He wanted to know. There were many things he wanted to tell her, ask her, and say thank you to her. Then Lin Xian walked over. Mu Qianchuang frowned slightly. Because she saw Lin Xian walking towards her from the corner of her eye. She had a hunch that this Lin Xian was looking for her. That's strange. Can he recognize me? Not to mention how dark it was that night, she was still wearing a veil. Now, she was wearing a veil and had changed her clothes. She stood there in a very ordinary manner. Why was he still able to lock onto her in such a large crowd? Without the system, Lin Xian really could not recognize her. Even if she stood in front of Lin Xian now, Lin Xian would not recognize her. Hi. Lin Xian walked to her side. For a moment, Lin Xian, a veteran in the field of love, did not know what to say. Mu Qianchuang frowned, and then turned to walk away. "Hey, don't go." Lin Xian hurriedly chased after her. "Why are you following me?" Mu Qianchuang said coldly. "I want to say thank you. Also, I have a lot of things to ask you." "No need. Saving you was just a coincidence. I just happened to see your fight in the Death Corner fighting ring, and felt that it was a pity that you were assassinated like this." Mu Qianchuang answered faintly. "I'm not talking about this time, I'm talking about several times in the past, and when I advanced to the heavenly Tao." Mu Qianchuang frowned slightly. "Is he crazy? You've got the wrong person. No, I don't believe that in the demon race, there would be someone who would inexplicably save someone they don't know for no reason. It's just out of love. I don't believe it, especially for a girl like you. There must be a reason. It's fine if you don't want to admit it, but I know anyway." Lin Xian looked at her and said. Chapter 1759. That's awkward. If Xue Qilin learns that Lin Xian mistook her for someone else, she'll probably bite Lin Xian to death. But what can Lin Xian do? He had really misunderstood. The main thing is that this misunderstanding is too coincidental, too coincidental. Think about it, there's no reason to save him. How is that possible? And just some time ago, the white force helped him advance to the heavenly Tao. Hey, why are you avoiding me? Lin Xian said to her. Mu Qianchuang didn't speak, and then turned around to leave. Can you not leave? Let's go together. Do you find me annoying? Mu Qianchuang didn't speak. Then I won't speak. Let's go together, okay? She then disappeared from where she stood. Lin Xian, no, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. He doesn't know why. She's clearly protecting me in secret, so why doesn't she talk to me? Is there something she can't tell me? Or, does she really want to talk to me? Is she afraid of something? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. That should be the case. At this moment, lightning flashed in the void, and a bolt of lightning fell on the lake in front of them. Then, the lake split in the middle. At the end, the lake water poured into a place similar to a spatial portal. It's open, the demon god Forbidden Ground is finally open. I have a feeling that the demon god Forbidden Ground is being controlled by someone. Every time, it opens at the right time. Say, in addition to the powerhouses from ancient times, are there still living people in the demon god Forbidden Ground? Maybe there are. Maybe they're not in the demon god Forbidden Ground. It's just that every time the demon god Forbidden Ground opens, they will go in with us. Who knows? Why do you care about that? Let's go in. Experts from all directions swarmed in one after another. After Lin Xian saw the beautiful girl in front of him walk in, he quickly followed her in. When they entered the demon god Forbidden Ground, there were 12 tunnels in front of them. Simply put, there were 12 portals. With so many people entering the Forbidden Ground, they would enter 12 different places. The dangers they would encounter might be different, the degree of danger might be different, and the treasures they would obtain might be different as well. However, they might all converge at a certain location. Simply put, it was possible that the 12 tunnels would converge at one point, and the survivors would continue to gather there. Because Lin Xian had the eye of the cave spirit, he was still relatively confident, except for the fact that he was worried about encountering an existence that was far stronger than him. However, with so many people following him, there was no need for Lin Xian to be in the limelight at all. He could just be a damn hoodlum. Because in this place, he didn't want to be in the limelight. Instead, he wanted to see who could go further. The further one went, the more likely they would have to obtain the most powerful treasures. Many people hesitated for a moment before going in. However, everyone knew that this place was very dangerous. In addition, when some people came in, they would enter the same passage. For example, they entered through this passage last time. This time, they would also enter through this passage. Then they would find that the things they encountered were completely different. Zhao Hai was a bit surprised. He was a bit surprised to see that the people in this place weren't the same as the ones in the previous passage. Therefore, everyone didn't understand why it was like this. What was the meaning of giving them 12 different tunnels? Lin Xian looked at Mu Qianchuang. After all, he was a shameless person. Lin Xian smiled and moved closer to her. Beautiful sister, can I call you that? Lin Xian was very willing to call her sister. First, she must be older than him. Second, she must be stronger than him. Third, she saved him. There was nothing wrong with that. Mu Qianchuang frowned. To be honest, she was a little regretful that she saved him. If she knew this would happen, she would have just let him die. Anyway, that person from the Heavenly Demon Mountain was her greatest opponent. She didn't know why her master said that she wasn't the person chosen by the Heavenly Demon Mountain. She felt that she was very powerful. She had fought with her several times, and there were wins and losses. Was it because this Lin Xian was a human? What was different about the human race? It was all about potential. Mu Qian Shuang didn't answer. Since you didn't answer, it means that you agreed. Lin Xian said with a smile. Which one are you going? I'll go with you. Mu Qian Shuang didn't speak and directly walked into the tunnel in front of her. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and directly followed her. Shua, with a flash of light, they appeared in a new place. What is this? Lin Xian glanced around. How should he put it? In front of them was a thundercloud area. It seemed that they could only go forward. Under the thundercloud, Lin Xian felt that they would be bombarded by terrible thunder. Many people might die. Because this was the thunder of heavenly punishment, it was very scary and dangerous. He didn't know how many people would fall under the thunder. They didn't go forward because, to be honest, everything here was unfamiliar. They didn't know how strong it was, how scary it was, and how many unknowns there were. So, unless they were very confident, they still hoped to wait until everyone came together before going forward. Who was at the front? The people behind would have a rough idea. Lin Xian used his eye of spiritual insight to investigate. Oh. Under the thundercloud, there was an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy. It was obviously extremely dangerous. There was nothing special about the other places, but Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight saw that there was a small amount of spiritual energy surging in front of them. There was nothing in other directions, only a small amount in front of them. So Lin Xian felt that there should be some clues. More and more people came. Soon, there were 20 to 30,000 people entering the tunnel. Mu Qian Shuang didn't stop and directly walked forward. Many of them also formed cliques as they moved forward. Everyone saw the thunder and knew that it was obvious that they had to go forward, so they didn't have much doubt. Hey, hey, hey. Lin Xian ran to Mu Qian Shuang's side. While walking with her, he said, there might be some situation over there. Why don't we go and take a look? Lin Xian pointed in a direction. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. Are you sure? I'm not sure, but there are some clues over there. In Mu Qian Shuang's eyes, if this Lin Xian was chosen by the senior of the Heavenly Demon Mountain, then he was definitely not simple. Although his cultivation seemed low, he might have some unknown ability. In this kind of place, any decision could turn the world upside down. Chapter 1760. The fundamental reason why Mu Qianshuang believes in Lin Xian is that this person isn't simple. She didn't think that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to do what she couldn't do. Putting aside his battle prowess, she wasn't sure about his other special abilities. Therefore, she decided to give it a try and follow him. I thought you wouldn't come with me. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Mu Qianshuang. Sure enough, she's still worried about me. If there is an easier and safer way, why not? Mu Qianshuang said. After all, the demon god Forbidden Ground is indeed dangerous, and the further you go, the more dangerous it gets. So, if you can maintain a good state, then you can definitely keep going. Even for her, it's still dangerous in such a place, and there's even a risk of death. She doesn't dare to joke about this. It just so happens that I can take advantage of this matter with Lin Xian to gain some understanding of him. If it's true, then I really have to look at him in a new light. I appreciate your idea. Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang walked in that direction and were seen by some people. However, no one thought of following them. Although they can go there, but they think that it's a waste of time to walk there. It's better to follow the group through the thundercloud zone. If they leave the group, then it's really dangerous. Soon, Lin Xian and Mu Qianshuang came to a small passage, a valley-like place surrounded by barriers. They can only pass through this valley. But for Mu Qianshuang, why does she feel that this valley is more dangerous? But she can't be sure. It seems to be here. Where are we going? Mu Qianshuang asked faintly. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know. What the heck, why did I follow him here all of a sudden? But forget it, it doesn't matter. But the spiritual force of heaven and earth under the thundercloud is ridiculously strong, and there doesn't seem to be much spiritual force of heaven and earth here. So, I feel that maybe this is just a shortcut. After saying that, Lin Xian walked over. Sigh. Why isn't this Xue Qilin willing to talk to me? It would be nice to chat more. How do I contact you in the future? Can you give me a way to contact them? Or rather, where can I find you in the future? You don't have to follow me secretly. I'll protect myself. But I'm really grateful for your secret protection. Mu Qianshuang. No, she had only casually made a move once. How many times did this person have to say that? Shut up. Alright, I'll shut up. Lin Xian then silently lit a cigarette. A large hall appeared in front of them. Mu Qianshuang frowned. She wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a dangerous place. Logically speaking, they had just entered a hall where there might be many treasures. This should be a very dangerous place. Like I said, there must be something here. The master of this demon god forbidden ground set up these checkpoints so that we could see the thundercloud zone as soon as we entered. Even though we knew it was dangerous, we knew that we had to pass through it. Little did we know that there would be something good right at the start. Lin Xian said. After saying that, Lin Xian walked to the door and was about to push it open. Don't go in if you don't want to die. Mu Qianshuang reminded Lin Xian. Obviously, this place was dangerous. It was purposely luring people in and then killing them inside. It's okay, I'll go in and take a look. Lin Xian had the eye of insight. After he entered, he could see clearly where the danger was and where the traps were. So if there was danger, Lin Xian would be able to leave safely. But what if there was no danger? Or could he avoid the danger? Doesn't that mean he could take away the treasures inside? Who wouldn't want a free treasure? This was the demon race's territory in ancient times. Even if this was just the entrance and the treasures inside might not be that high, it shouldn't be too bad. Then Lin Xian pushed the door open. Mu Qianshuang stood there and watched Lin Xian walk in. Then she shook her head. He was courting death. She couldn't do anything about it. She definitely wouldn't be so cheap to save him. Lin Xian walked in. The hall wasn't that big and there weren't many things inside. Lin Xian glanced around. Anyway, there were a lot of good things. Moreover, with the eye of insight, Lin Xian didn't find any traps or dangers. In other words, there really wasn't any danger in here. Then wouldn't this hall be emptied? Damn! I'm rich. Lin Xian then happily stuffed all kinds of things inside the hall into his interspatial ring. Mu Qianshuang was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Was this person really stupid or was he pretending to be crazy? He really didn't care about anything and desperately stuffed all the treasures in the hall into his interspatial ring? Logically speaking, under normal circumstances, even if you were greedy, you could just take one or two things and run out. But this guy, he actually stuffed everything. If you don't die, who will? He clearly knew what kind of place this was. He clearly knew that there were so many dangers, yet he still did this. She had overestimated this person. No matter what, this Lin Xian was just a human brat in his 20s. In her eyes, he was indeed a brat. What would a 20-something brat know? What was so special about his state of mind? That's right. After all, he was a 20-year-old human. If he wanted to die, then she, Mu Qian Shuang, wouldn't care. But, time slowly passed. Lin Xian was frantically moving things inside, but nothing unexpected happened. Mu Qian Shuang stood outside. She didn't leave. She wanted to take a look, but she felt that something was wrong. What's going on? Nothing unexpected happened? He was almost done moving everything. After a while, Lin Xian lit a cigarette and happily walked out of the hole. Hey! Lin Xian smiled and waved at Mu Qian Shuang. Mu Qian Shuang. No, this. Did he just walk out of there safely? It can't be. Hello. Lin Xian waved his hand in front of her. Mu Qian Shuang came back to her senses. Are you okay? Lin Xian shook his head. I'm fine. What's wrong? Nothing. She shook her head. Strange. It was really strange. How could he be fine? Could it be that there were no dangers or traps inside? No. She didn't believe it. Are the things you put in the interspatial ring still there? She asked. Voila, then a small mountain of various things was placed in front of them. Mu Qian Shuang didn't believe it. She reached out and casually took a crystal to feel it. It was real. Not only was there no danger, but the things inside were also real. She started to doubt her life. Was this Lin Xian lucky or, on the 5th floor? Chapter 1761. Logically speaking, Mu Qian Shuang was really helpless. Was she thinking too much or was it too one-sided? Was this Lin Xian thinking too deeply or was it too simple? Really, there was such a thing. Mu Qian Shuang nodded and continued to walk forward. That's weird. Lin Xian put the things into his spatial ring and chased after her. In front, they passed through the passage and then looked to the left. They had already passed through the thundercloud area. Then they followed the path and walked to the other end of the thundercloud area. Mu Qian Shuang was slightly stunned. Others had risked their lives to pass through the thundercloud area. Now, it seemed that no one had passed through. They did not do anything and even encountered a hall full of treasures. There was no danger and they walked all the way here. It was a bit ridiculous. Lin Xian, how is it? Am I right? We did not encounter any danger along the way. There is no need to pass through the thundercloud area and we are already here. At this time, a figure walked out from the thundercloud behind them. He looked extremely miserable. This old man is finally out. The old man's hair stood on end and his whole body was charred black. He should not be seriously injured, but he was definitely not in a good condition. He then looked at Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang. The two of them looked completely fine, but they actually came out before him. Not simple. Then he sat down cross-legged and recuperated. One by one, they came out. Each of them looked very miserable. The first thing they did was the same. They sat down cross-legged and meditated. After all, they did not know how much danger there would be. They had to at least ensure that their condition was normal. Let's wait for them. Lin Xian saw that Mu Qian Shuang was about to walk forward and quickly said. No need. There is no need. I know you are very powerful. But if we wait for them to walk forward together, at least they can wade through the muddy water first. There is no need to put the danger on yourself. Don't you think so? I know you are very powerful and very proud. But we can't be so stubborn. Mu Qian Shuang, she was unable to refute. Sit, sit, sit. Do you want to eat? Let's have some hot pot. Lin Xian then released his law of creation. The hot pot was cooked there, and all kinds of ingredients, bowls, chopsticks, and condiments were prepared. Lin Xian then put his favorite beef in to cook. Mu Qian Shuang, she ignored him. Lin Xian blew on the beef, dipped it in the sauce, and swallowed it in one gulp. Satisfaction. He was fucking satisfied. Have some. I know you're from the demon clan and might not be used to it, but maybe you can get used to it. Lin Xian looked at Mu Qian Shuang. No need. She closed her eyes and began to meditate. After more than 10 seconds, she felt hot air on her face. She opened her eyes and saw Lin Xian holding a piece of beef with chopsticks and placing it in front of her mouth. Ah! Open your mouth. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. What are you doing? She had to open her mouth to speak. After opening her mouth, Lin Xian stuffed the beef directly into her mouth from under the veil. I'm feeding you something to eat. Seriously. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. However, she had to admit that she had never tasted anything like this before. It was a very strange taste. But in the next second, she suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. These chopsticks were his own. If he used his own chopsticks to feed her, wouldn't that be, bang? Mu Qian Shuang stood up, her face cold. What's the matter? Lin Xian looked at her innocently. Mu Qian Shuang, this was fucking ridiculous. Her face was originally filled with anger, but she suddenly couldn't vent her anger. He didn't seem to be doing it on purpose, right? He actually wanted to give her something good to eat, but he didn't pay attention to this. He didn't seem to have any evil intentions. It's nothing. Mu Qian Shuang coldly said. Then she sat down, but turned her back to Lin Xian. Hey, let's eat together. Lin Xian moved the hot pot in front of her and handed her a pair of chopsticks and a small bowl. Mu Qian Shuang opened her beautiful eyes. She silently took the bowl and chopsticks. That's more like it. Lin Xian smiled. The people behind felt that this was too ridiculous. They were here to recuperate, but these two people were here to eat. Not being human. Fuck. How is it? Delicious, right? What is this called? Mu Qian Shuang asked. She actually couldn't remember when was the last time she ate. Of course, she was referring to eating formally. Usually, she would just drink tea because at her realm, she didn't need to eat anymore. But to be honest, she didn't remember eating this kind of food. This is called hot pot. It's a very popular food in our human race. A group of friends would sit around the table. If they want to eat something, they would put the ingredients in and cook it. After a while, they would add some seasoning. It's very comfortable. Especially when the weather is cold, it's very warm. Lin Xian said. Mu Qian Shuang nodded. Time slowly passed. Those people slowly recovered and stood up one by one. Everyone, we don't know how many dangers lie ahead. In my opinion, no matter what, let's not have any conflicts or intrigue against each other. Let's go back first and see how far we can go. We've failed so many times before. This time, I think we should be able to go further together. That's right. Zhang Wuji said with a smile. An old man said. Honored Tian Yu's words are reasonable. This old man agrees. For example, if you encounter a secondary hall or a main hall where treasures are stored, and there are some treasures inside, first come, first serve. This old man doesn't want to see people kill people because of jealousy. This old man will say this, if I see someone like that, then the first person this old man will kill will be him. This time, our goal is to go further. Understood. I agree. Many people nodded. And, it's good that you agree. Lin Xian sneered. Well said. I don't know what they will do when the time comes and the treasures they want are taken by others. Mu Qian Shuang elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth and stood up. This meal was very comfortable for her. Let's go, she said and then walked forward. The rest of the crowd also followed him one after another. Not long after, all of them arrived at a plain, but they were blocked by a large sea of purple flowers in front of them. The experience of a strong cultivator was that once there was something that attracted people's attention, there must be a mystery behind it. It must not be simple. Just like now, a purple sea of flowers appeared on a plain. This sea of flowers is definitely not simple. It's definitely dangerous. They must be very careful. Chapter 1762. The huge sea of purple flowers in front of them blocked everyone's path. Lin Xian took a look behind him. At the beginning, the number of people who came in was about 30,000. Now, Lin Xian took a look behind him. It seems that 1/3 of them are missing. In other words, Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang didn't experience the thundercloud zone, and there might be 10,000 people who died. Fuck. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but now that he thought about it, he felt that it was a bit exaggerated. They just came in and 1/3 of the people are missing. Fuck. Isn't the death rate a bit too high? And here, when everyone saw the sea of flowers, their subconscious thought was to fly over it, but they found out that it was forbidden to fly. Forbidden to fly means that they can't fly. Moreover, they can't use their space attribute. That means that they can only walk on this sea of flowers. Therefore, they were more convinced that this huge sea of flowers is very dangerous. Lin Xian's spiritual eye can only see that this sea of flowers isn't simple, but he's not sure about the specifics. However, Lin Xian recognized this flower. Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. Let's go back a bit. This Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower is the real deal. Whoever stays at the back will have a higher chance of surviving. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian recognizing the Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower made Mu Qian Shuang a bit surprised. He's only in his 20s, and he actually knows this Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower. Mu Qian Shuang dares to say that among the 20,000 people present, there are many who have lived for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years old, but the number of people who recognize the Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower should not be more than 10. Because this thing was really something that had been extinct for many years, and it was very rare to find it in the records. Mu Qian Shuang didn't refute Lin Xian's words. Indeed, whoever stays at the back will have a lower death rate. Why? It seemed that this sea of purple extinction spirit flowers was nothing, but when you walked past them, each flower would instantly become bigger and then trigger a powerful vine. Once you were touched by the vine, you would directly lose the qualification to use spiritual power. It was similar to a forbidden spell. At the same time, you would be paralyzed and slowly unable to break free. You would die here forever and become the nourishment of the purple extinction spirit flowers. Therefore, there was a high chance that those who walked in the front would be affected, while those who walked at the back would be in less danger because the people in front had already activated the vines. These vines had already bound some people, so the danger would be greatly reduced. As expected, not many people recognized him. Even if someone recognized this, they wouldn't say it out loud. The reason was simple. If they said it out loud, who would want to get involved in this mess? Everyone, release your spiritual energy. It's time to go. This old man doesn't believe it. It's just a sea of flowers. What kind of danger can there be? It's nothing more than an illusion or poison. Go. I think we should first release our power and see if we can destroy this sea of flowers. If we can, wouldn't it be exceptionally easy? No, no, no. In this old man's opinion, this is definitely not a good idea. Think about it, under normal circumstances, when encountering such a special situation, a normal person's reaction would be to destroy this place. But think about it, if that's what a normal person would think and this place is so dangerous, then is there a situation where the God-Demon Forbidden Grounds test is for us to use our power to destroy this place? Maybe it'll be more dangerous if we destroy it. SSS, you're right. It's definitely not that simple. Then what are we hesitating for? Don't worry, just release your spiritual energy and rush forward. Heavenly Tao will lead the way. That's it. Let's go. Whoosh, then, the densely packed group of people released a powerful force and rushed forward. Yes, they were all Heavenly Tao. This was not something as terrifying as the thunder of heavenly punishment. Why would they be afraid of this? Then 70% of the people who rushed and were touched by the vines that suddenly grew out. When they were just grazed by the vines, they couldn't use their spiritual energy. Then they couldn't react in time and were all tied up by the vines. If no one helped them when they were tied up, it might mean that they would never be able to get out. Those with lower realms naturally stayed at the back. In fact, according to the previous situation, these people with lower realms should be cannon fodder. They would be directly thrown by these experts. However, because of what they said earlier, no one did it. Damn. This thing is really scary. Lin Xian stood at the back and was secretly speechless. Although it looked like everyone was tied up, there was nothing wrong with them. Therefore, most people were not afraid when they saw this scene. They directly rushed forward. However, Lin Xian knew that those who were tied up, even if they were in the Heavenly Tao realm, they would probably not be able to leave this place. This was the Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower. Lin Xian even thought that if he had the ability, he could move these Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flowers away and make a territory of his own. It would be extremely good if it could be used as a protective talisman for his territory. Unfortunately, Lin Xian did not have the ability. Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang stood there motionless, allowing those people to rush over. As for those people, they mistakenly thought that the danger was not great and that they were only tied up. It would not take long for them to break free, so there was no danger. Only when they were tied up did they realize that they could not use their spiritual energy when tied up. However, what they said is indeed true. We cannot attack the Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower. Otherwise, not only will the Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower be fine, it will even absorb a powerful force and become stronger. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Mu Qian Shuang did not say a word because what Lin Xian said was indeed true. More and more people rushed over, but Lin Xian and company had yet to go over. When most of the people rushed over, Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang jumped over. It was very easy because they were stepping on the bodies of those who were tied up. Out of the 20,000 people who passed, about 15,000 people passed. The elimination rate reached 25%. To be honest, it was still very exaggerated. In just a short period of time, about 15,000 people had died at these two tiny checkpoints. It might seem like nothing, but what if the 15,000 people were mostly heavenly venerables or great void realm experts? There might even be quite a number of Heavenly Tao realm experts. Wasn't that terrifying? Everyone turned their heads to look at the purple flower forest that was no longer beautiful. It was filled with thorns and vines. Many people were tied up there. In the beginning, they could still struggle a little, but now, their arms were hanging limply. It was a terrifying batch. Chapter 1763. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. I thought this was just a normal situation of trapping someone. I didn't expect that once someone is trapped, they will never be able to get out. Gulp. Tian Dao is trapped and can't get out. This is too scary. Is this the God-Beast Forbidden Ground? No, I've been here before. It wasn't this cruel. I can only say that we might have entered a more dangerous place. Yes, these 12 entrances should have different dangers and difficulties. We might have entered the most dangerous place. But, danger and opportunity coexist. Does this mean that we are the ones who are most likely to encounter the most powerful treasure? Not necessarily. What if this is the Death Gate? Impossible. If it's the Death Gate, there's no need to give us so many trials and kill us bit by bit. If it's the Death Gate, there's no need to do so. So, this should be the Life Gate too. Then, everyone, let's move forward. Everyone walked forward. Hey, if something happens to me, will you save me? Lin Xian lit a cigarette and asked Mu Qian Shuang. No. Tisk, women. They don't mean what they say. You've saved me so many times. Now you say you won't. I don't believe you. Lin Xian shook his head. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. Saved him so many times. I think you've misunderstood something. Mu Qian Shuang said as she walked forward. Ha! What do you mean? What did he misunderstand? I've only saved you once. Don't. Did I do something wrong? If you tell me, I won't say it. Lin Xian mumbled. Indeed, you've only saved me once. I think you've got the wrong person. Mu Qian Shuang said calmly. Lin Xian looked at her. Really? That was the first time we met. That's what I'm talking about. You've got the wrong person. Lin Xian frowned. Did he really get the wrong person? Then why did you save me? Like I said, it's just that I can't stand the way those people do things. I'm a human, and the demons kill humans. Why did you save me for no reason? This doesn't make sense. Mu Qian Shuang was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Xian and continued walking forward. Lin Xian scratched his head. It seemed like he had really mistaken her for someone else. So why? Lin Xian couldn't understand at all. There must be a reason. Hey, wait for me. Lin Xian chased after him. Then release your power and let's see. Lin Xian. Mu Qian Shuang ignored Lin Xian. If you don't release it, then I'll recognize you. You're lying to me. Mu Qian Shuang's tender body erupted with an aura. It's the aura of a monster, but it doesn't seem to be Xue Qilan's aura. Lin Xian couldn't remember clearly. That night, it was mainly because she saved him. Coupled with the fact that she released this kind of white light, and that she was a beautiful girl, Lin Xian was absolutely certain that she was Xue Qilan. But now she refuted. Lin Xian wasn't sure if she said it deliberately or if it was really a mistake. Lin Xian wasn't sure about this power either. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Xian asked. Shut up. Mu Qian Shuang was annoyed to death by Lin Xian. I won't. Why did you save me? Mu Qian Shuang, she walked forward, ignoring Lin Xian. Wait for me. Lin Xian chased after her. Then what race are you from? Lin Xian asked. Can't you shut up? Look, you annoyed me, yet you didn't kill me. You even saved me. How can you make me believe that you don't know me? Did you save me because you took a fancy to me? Although the odds are quite high, but... Shut up. Lin Xian immediately shut up. You don't look that old, so why is your cultivation base so high? I know someone about the same age as you. Her cultivation base isn't as high as yours, but her bloodline is very strong. No matter what, she should be about the same age as you. Why is that? Lin Xian couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, as a monster, Linglong Shui should be very powerful at her age. But this Mu Qian Shuang, she should be about the same age as Linglong Shui. As a human, this gap in cultivation base can be explained. But as a monster, it's a bit outrageous. After all, Linglong Shui's bloodline is top-notch. Can you shut up? Mu Qian Shuang was really annoyed. She was not a talkative person to begin with, and this Lin Xian was like a housefly that kept buzzing in her ear. She was really annoyed. She had already explained it several times. Okay, I'll shut up. Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette. In front of them, the road in front of them came to an end, but a portal appeared. Obviously, it was to let them enter this portal. As for what was inside this portal, it was unknown. They didn't hesitate. No matter what was inside, they had to go in because this was the only way. Mu Qian Shuang also didn't hesitate and directly walked in. Lin Xian also followed behind her. Shua that with a flash of light, Lin Xian appeared in a white space. Ha! Lin Xian frowned. It was very strange because the other people who entered here were all gone. In the whole space, there was only Lin Xian. Welcome to the death trial. An old man's voice came from the void. Death trial. It's here. Lin Xian frowned. Later, you will be placed in a specific area. In this area, all of you will have 12 hours. What you have to do is to kill. Kill as many as you can. After 12 hours, only 3,000 people will be left alive. Lin Xian frowned. Death trial. What if I kill less people? In the void, the voice came. The more people you kill, the more likely you will be to walk out of here alive. Killing people is your bargaining chip. Shua. Then, a watch appeared on Lin Xian's wrist. A screen was displayed on the watch. In the fixed map, all of your positions will be located at all times. The locator cannot be removed or damaged. If you have such thoughts, you will die without a doubt. After entering, please try your best to survive and kill as many people as possible. I wish you the best of luck and may you be able to go further and survive. Shua. In the next instant, Lin Xian disappeared from where he stood. When Lin Xian appeared again, he was already on a very real snowy ground. So, the remaining 15,000 people will be placed here to fight. In the end, only 3,000 people will be able to walk out alive. Also, I have been located. In other words, everyone knows my position. It's impossible to hide. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.